Live on YouTube, everyone. I should be live on YouTube. What's up, everyone joining in here on TikTok? What's up, everyone? We're going to start getting some debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up, everyone joining in? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? You're later, Parker? I know. I'm still cooked, everyone. I'm still cooked. My nose is like, I literally look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer right now. I'm serious, chat. Look at me. It's brutal. We're going to get some debates up here in a second. Had a very shiny nose. Okay, we're going to get some debates. Give it a second, y'all. All right. This person. Oh, what's good? How old are you?
Yo, 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I prefer him over Kamala. I didn't vote.
You didn't vote? Will you vote in the next
No,
election?
I'm not American, but can I talk to you about this?
Well, no. I am debating people who vote. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19. Define, and I voted for Trump. Define systemic racism.
Okay, push the hand out. Okay, it's going to be like a system in which discriminates or disenfranchises a certain group of people on the basis of their race within the context of society, right? Insofar as that, like, it limits people in typical society.
Do you agree with DEI in the education community for collegiate?
In the in some sectors. Would you would
it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
You do?
In some cases.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the $2. Do you?
In June 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court had a court case.
Do you?
For the student for
hello? Are we having a conversation here? I would just ask you a question.
No. I'm describing to you. Let me talk.
Thank you.
Okay?
I asked you, do you? And you have no response.
Huh? No. I don't agree with DEI.
You don't agree whatsoever. With any DEI in education?
Not in education, no.
So none for disabled people, none for women, none for any community, correct?
No. Let me go on with what I'm going to say. No, I don't agree with
that question. There's an answer to that question, right?
Well, you said systemically. Are we talking? I'm talking in terms of ethnicity.
Actually, you said systemically, right? I asked you a question.
Yeah.
Can you tell me specifically?
In terms,
do you support DEI?
Yes.
Do you support DEI in the education?
Yes, I do.
So you do. So then why do you answer now?
Wait. No, I don't support DEI.
You just contradicted yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't support it. So none for disabled people, none for women?
Say what I'm... Dude, oh my God. The U.S. Supreme Court had a case for students for fair admissions versus Harvard, where Asian Asian applicants applied at Harvard and got turned down due to DEI policies.
Are you talking about affirmative action?
That is racist. Do you agree with that?
You're talking about affirmative action?
That is racist. That is under Biden's administration. That is racist.
Can you tell me? Are you talking about affirmative action, which got struck down by the Supreme Court?
That is racist. No.
That's not DEI. That's affirmative action.
No. Asian students got denied. Asian applicants got denied because of their ethnicity.
Are you
that
okay,
is
man?
Racist.
Are you okay?
That is racist,
are you okay?
bro.
I don't see how this is.
I'm fine. Is that not? No. Don't pivot.
So affirmative action is different.
Is that not racist?
DEI. Affirmative action is different than DEI.
They're not. No. It was a sense of DEI. That's what the problem was. The DEI allowed for Asian students not to be accessed into that schooling because
you're talking about affirmative action. You're not referencing DEI.
That's not.
Why are you so emotional?
That's DEI. I'm not emotional. I'm just saying, like, if you support that,
are you saying
you're
that,
a racist?
Do you say that I have to support every type of DEI?
You said you supported in education. So if Asian American students got denied
does that mean I support it
to education because of their skin color, that is racist, and you support it. So you're
calm down. I never said I supported anything. I just said it is the case that I don't have to hold to every view of DEI, right? If you have a version of DEI, I don't have to hold to that in all cases just because I agree with it in some instances in the context of education. You need to chill out, bro, and listen to like what's coming out of my mouth because I'm not saying anything like crazy and you're freaking out, bro. Dwight, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dwight. I really appreciate it. But I mean, if you want to, address the fact that like you did vote for a racist, you can go for it over Kamala Harris, who's not a racist. But go for it. Would you like to answer that question?
The racist is actually trying to get rid of DEI, the same DEI that allowed or that did not allow Asian students that had qualified. These Asian students had worked their tails off to get to where they wanted to be,
Do you want to
and they
respond
did
to what I
not
just
get
said, or are
qualified.
you just like, are you so angry about
No,
this?
no. I am telling you. I just answered your fucking question, bro.
No, you didn't. Well, you're really mad.
He's not a racist because he's trying to get rid of DEI that supports systemic racism.
Who pissed you off today, bro? First little crowd.
You did, bro.
Bro,
you're racist.
I just got on live.
Because you support systemic racism.
Who pissed you off, bro?
If you support DEI, you support systemic racism.
Wait, just because you support DEI doesn't mean you support DEI in every instance. Do you support DEI?
You said I said education, and you agreed with me.
Wait,
you agreed with me in education. Therefore, I agree rights.
Wait, I don't agree. We don't agree on the same definition of DEI, so you're also equivocating.
You agree with DEI in education.
That doesn't mean I agree with it in
That's
all
what
instances under your perspective, because you're defining it differently.
Racist. How are we defining it differently? We just said you just said that DEI in education should be a thing.
You're saying that affirmative action.
Therefore, that Asian document.
Okay, you're saying that affirmative action, right, is DEI, right? I'm saying it's not DEI. So obviously we have two different definitions of DEI. We can flesh that out and talk about it, but it's very clear that we have two different definitions that we're going off of. So when you're equivocating between the two senses, right, it's really weird. Secondly, like, you didn't address the point in terms of Donald Trump being a racist in which you voted for. So would you like to address that?
Yeah, if you can stop bending the corners here. Trump is actually not a racist. He's trying to get rid of like I'm gonna keep saying again because you try to curve and pivot.
Not a racist?
He is not a racist. No, wouldn't try
that?
to get rid of DEI because DEI supports systemic racism.
Can we talk about that?
If it doesn't, so if he can I talk?
I want to talk about that claim.
You
said Donald Trump's not a racist.
Systemic racism. That's for a reason. That's because he doesn't agree with.
I'll let you speak, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay. Yeah. He wants to get rid of DEI, which means he wants it based on merit, not anything else. And you want an example? The Harvard case where Asian American students got denied while they.
I changed my mind. Okay. So explain to me why you voted for a racist, right? Again, you said that he's not a racist, right? We obviously do know, right, that he's racist. We can base that off of plenty of things, right? One, he denied, right, the idea that Obama was born in the United States, even given a birth certificate, to undermine him being president of the United States. He like started the birther movement, right? Or not started the movement, like popularized it, right? He also said that the Central Park Five should have been executed, right? When it is the case that they were exonerated, right? He called for the death penalty for them, which is insane as fuck, right? He also said that Black people have a trait of laziness, right? That's clearly racism. He also didn't rent to Black people in the 1970s. And when has he ever addressed these behaviors? Never, because he still to this day perpetuates it, right? When he literally makes up types of things about Haitian immigrants because he associated someone who, just because they're Black in Canton, Ohio, right, to be a Haitian immigrant, right, eating quote unquote cats and dogs, when that was a US born citizen in a different place than where he claimed, right? So he lies all the time, right, to harm, right, Black Americans, right, people who are here legally, right, under the legal immigration status. He deported people who were here legally under that immigration status. But yeah, you can respond to that. Would you like to?
Did you just say he deported people that were illegal or illegally deported people?
They were legally in the country and he deported them.
That didn't happen. He deports illegal citizens, which is a problem when we have 13
they were legally in the country.
Illegal. Oh my god, dude! You don't even.
You just lied. If you lie, I'm sorry. If you lie, I'm gonna cut you off. I don't care. Welcome to my live stream. Today I'm cutting people off. Today I feel like cutting people off when they lie, and you just lied.
Okay.
They were legally in the country. Do you agree that they're legally in the country under the Biden status?
There are some individuals that are legal here in the country.
Legally in the country, and they deported them.
Yes. There are people that are legally in the country, immigrants. Yeah, that is a thing. But no, I can.
No, he also just deported someone recently, right? And he acknowledges it that it was wrong. Send someone to El Salvador, and they're not going to send them back to the country.
Wait, so how did we pivot so far off DEI?
Oh, I'm
you don't
sorry.
want to talk about that because
because you denied that Trump is a racist. Wait, you denied that Trump is a racist. I proved to you that Trump is a racist. You proved to me no response. I gave you a specific claim about how Haitian migrants were deported who were here legally in this country. You completely pivoted off of that, and I kept addressing and debunking all of your claims. So I mean, if you'd like to respond to anything I've said, you still haven't acknowledged the point that Donald Trump is a racist, and you voted for him.
You know, Trump isn't a racist. Actually,
He
you are,
absolutely
because
is
you
a
support
racist.
DEI and education.
Wait, that
because of
doesn't
the,
mean I support it in
facts on
all
Harvard.
instances. Wait, just saying I
Okay,
support
so
DEI
you're-
in some instances in education doesn't mean I support them in all instances. There could be contexts of DEI that you could disagree with. What? Like, that doesn't mean you have to agree in all instances. And also, again, you're not addressing anything I'm saying. It's kind of really weird. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to get up to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. We got an angry MAGA on the live right now. Wendy, think of the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Wendy. I did get some. Alrighty. Royalty, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Is he there? Are you gonna? Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. You made fun of Matt's weight in Dean's Discord. Do you want to address that, you fucking piece of shit? You want to address that? Unmute your mic and address that shit, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So you actually do agree with Trump's policy?
Hold up. Respond to what I just said. No, respond. Talk about that in a second. What the fuck is wrong with you? Seriously, address that. Address that right now. Why won't you address that? Are you going to unmute your mic and address it? Stand up like a fucking real man. Oh, we can't. You can't do it. He ran away. He ran away. Doesn't like accountability, I tell you. He doesn't like accountability. That's unbelievable. Oh, wait. He's back. He's back.
Wow, you muted me?
No, I didn't mute you.
You didn't let me talk?
Oh, wait, so speak. Go ahead. Talk
okay.
specifically about what you
Okay, I'm
literally
not going to talk about Matt because that's pivoting.
Oh, no, I don't fucking care.
It wasn't pivoting when you were in a Dean's live.
Yeah, like what? I don't care.
You didn't talk about my arguments. You want to talk about my weight as if somehow my weight impacts your life at all.
Yeah, Bird, if you say some shit like that to one of my friends, clearly I'm gonna fucking cut you off and address that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you a person? Are you a human fucking being? Am I talking to an NPC right now? Jesus Christ, dude. Address anything that you've done. Take any accountability.
Yeah, I'm trying to. We're not really staying on topic here. Yeah,
oh my god. Where? Can you fucking answer the damn? No. Address and take accountability, or shut the fuck up and get off the stream.
Because Matt started talking about what's his name, Charlie Kirk running, and I know that's just something he doesn't do a lot of. It's actually kind of intelligent. So
okay, so that's not intelligent, you fucking moron. Dude, you think that's intelligent? You think that's intelligent? The fact that you think that's intelligent shows me you're an absolute moron. I'm sorry. Like, dude, that's actually unbelievable. I can't even believe that you're my first guest tonight, dude. Wow, dude. This guy is unbelievable. You don't acknowledge that Charlie Kirk's running when he kicked me out of his Turning Point event because I asked him questions that were too complex for his little fucking face. Watch, he's gonna get mad at that one. He's gonna get mad at that one. Watch this.
Yeah. To get back on topic, I'm glad you agree with me with Trump's policy with removing DEI out of education because it is systematically racist.
Okay, he's not addressing what I just said. First of all, you address systemic racism. Systematic and systemic are two different things. Systematic is going to be predicated off of like the law, right, directly. Whereas there can be indirect impacts or social elements that can discriminate against people when we talk about systemic racism. That's relevant. But also, like, it's really fucked up that you sit up here and justify you, like, literally being a fucking absolute asshole to Matt. Seriously, and you don't acknowledge it. So I'm literally going to tell you, take accountability for it, acknowledge it, or you can get the fuck off my live. Yeah, he left himself, dude. Why is he leaving?
Want to come back?
What a fucking weirdo, dude. What an absolute weirdo. He's such a weirdo. Dean was right. There's definitely not bans happening today. I would have totally got banned on a normal live stream. Would have got banned.
Oh, you're on your data?
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm 68 years old.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sure did.
Okay. Why so?
Yes, I did. Well, I just thought I just didn't like Kamala.
Kamala?
Let me
Why,
step
why not?
outside.
Why'd you not like Kamala Harris?
I mean, listen, man. I just had more trust in the 2016 run that Donald Trump had. So I thought that he proved himself to be a good candidate.
Okay. Why so? Like, can you tell me one policy of his that you like?
I just know he started a bunch of jobs and everything.
Hey, can you turn your camera on real quick? I gotta see your face, bro. I for some reason feel like you're like making a troll voice.
How am I making a troll voice? I'm talking to you one-on-one.
Okay, can you
I
turn
stepped outside on the porch to
can you
talk
just
to
turn
you.
it? Can you turn your camera on real quick? I just want to see your
No,
face.
I'm not doing no camera thing
Why not? Where's the gem gun?
because I want to just debate you. I don't have to put my face on the camera, man.
I got banned. There we go. Yep, I knew it. That's actually my fault. That one is my fault. I let the guest get to me. That's my fault. That's my fault. Harassment and bullying. Yeah, that was definitely my fault. I did jinx it, for real. For real. And I don't have another account until 5:35 that I can stream off of wait, I can try my girlfriend's maybe? Is my girlfriend's account gonna work? No. I don't have an account right now, chat. I have no account. Matt, do you want to go live and I can join you? If Matt can hear me, Matt, do you want to go live and I can join you? Because I have an account I can join, but I can't go live for like the next 20 minutes. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Make sure to like the stream. Everyone, make sure to like the stream. Bruno, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll get on here in a second. Everyone will do that. But what's up, everyone on the YouTube stream? Do make sure to like the stream. It helps send it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm going to join Matt's live here in a second. Do give me 1 second, y'all. Do give me 1 second. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. That person had to have been a troll, that last person, though, right? I definitely think that person was a trolling. Deborah, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I feel like everywhere calls it subscriptions, but YouTube calls it membership, so I have to add the subscription in my head, like after. I'm so weird. All right, let me go on my second account. Sid, thank you so much for the
Mandarin orange seltzer.
Oh, I like how it's on Matt's stream. Sid, thank you so much for the $50 for a high king. Happy Monday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. It's always good to see you. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Space Nation, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 for keeping the good work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Space Nation. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to join Matt here.
I like these because they hit my spot when I want like a soda, right? But I don't want to drink the soda, so this hits the spot because it's like carbonated and it has just enough sweetness that it's like good, you know.
Wait, what is that, Matt? Tell me. Hold up. Get me in there, Matt.
Cheers.
Cheryl, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the membership subscription.
Mother-in-law's tongue is
What is
Swedish.
it?
Oh, very nice.
What is it?
They like my guitars? Oh, well, thank you. We can actually put something together now if you want to. Anybody, we can put Liquid Death. I've never had it. I bought this extender for this because I need to put my Ibanez on there. Because I'm tired of having to get it out of my case. Where did you get the Doodle Bob? Oh, I made it with a 3D printer.
That's sick.
Yeah, Doodle Bob holding my pen. Yeah.
I want one.
Me.
I totally want one. Imyoy. Okay, sorry, this is loud. I need to turn it down.
I got my extender stuff. So.
Matt, invite me in. Come on, Matt.
Just throw this down.
Matt,
Hold on 1 second. So
Matt. I need to text him.
you all can maybe hear me, but I'm getting my.
I need to text him, chat. Give me 1 second.
Getting the
Hold on.
Ibanez. I typically keep this one in my case because it's signed. It's signed by Steve I. So I typically keep this one in its case, but I want to play it more, and so I want to.
We're almost there, chat. There we go. Okay, he got me. He finally realized we got him.
What's up, broski?
What's up, broski? How you doing? How you doing?
I'm okay.
The Doodle Bob is fucking sick.
Yeah, I made it in my a 3D printer at my school.
I think that's really fucking cool. I love that. I love that.
There you go. Yeah.
And what was the drink you were showing? I'm like, dude. I was like,
oh yeah, the drink. So this is the local brand, but it's basically just seltzer water, but it's flavored, and it has enough sweetness and like carbonation to like hit that like kick that you need. You know?
Is it 0 cal?
Yeah, it's just water. Like that's all it is. It's carbonated water, and it has like natural flavors, but it doesn't have like. So it's different from like
not artificial flavoring.
Yeah, so it's not sparkling water. That's different. Sparkling water is more sweet. This is just seltzer water with like basic natural flavors. So it's like 0 calorie, no sugar.
Sparkling water has sugar in it?
Yeah, it has aspartame.
Oh, okay.
That's what makes it so sweet.
I didn't notice that like sparkling water was sweet.
Mm-hmm. This isn't very sweet, but it's sweet enough that it like hits that spot.
Okay.
And so I've been chugging these things like God knows what. So
yeah, I always need carbonation to like help me eat and stuff. So we need to get some debates though. We should get some debates right now.
Oh yeah, okay, sure. Well, here I have background.
I'm because I have sorry. I have my I get my camp back at like 5:35.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, here, hold on. Let me I'm gonna make you bigger. And then we will get some people up here.
Yeah, we're gonna get some debates. Don't worry, everyone.
And then
you see my nose is still cooked, bro.
I was going to come in and say, bro, you were out for like 8 hours and you got so cooked. You know that a dude does not get sun often when he walks outside and immediately his skin turns
it's just that I didn't put on sunscreen and I didn't bring it like an absolute idiot. That's my fault.
It is like LA sun, so I mean LA sun is also like pretty, intense. So
I also didn't know I'd be out that long. Like they told us that Bernie was gonna start speaking at 1. He didn't start speaking till 3, and they had us there at like 11 o'clock.
That fucking always happens. All right, but you can add people up because you have the power to. So I'll let you add people up, and I'm gonna put up the background.
All right, so I got you. I'll see if we can find someone. There's someone I talked to yesterday in the box. Let me make sure. Can't manage guests when live creators away. Oh, okay.
I'm not away. What?
You were when I did it, apparently.
Oh, like the fuck. That's fine. Is this it? Yeah. There we go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yeah, 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Israel.
Okay, do you support the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
I wouldn't call it that. They don't have time.
The forceful displacement and no right to return?
Yeah, they're not native to the land, so I wouldn't apply that to them.
Wait, you don't think someone quote unquote native to the land can be ethnically cleansed? So I have a question, right? Do you think that if white Europeans in the United States were ethnically cleansed out of the country or removed from the country without a right to return, would that be ethnic cleansing?
Which country? Is it like Nigeria or is it
in the United States? I'm talking about in the United States. They were just removed from the United States.
Sure.
That would be ethnic cleansing? Why would that be an ethnic cleansing under your view?
Because they have ties to the land.
In what way?
They founded the country.
They founded the country. Okay, so because you don't recognize Palestine as a state.
No, actually the name Palestine, it used to be Israel, but it was changed by the Romans to mock the Jews. If
Wait,
you're aware. They
so
used to call it Judea,
so
and
regardless of what you believe that to be, because
No,
I
it's
mean
not what I
there are
no,
wait, there are
that's
other people that believe otherwise, at least to my knowledge. So
no, that's a historical fact. You can look
okay,
it up.
okay, sure. I mean, even if that is true, what is that supposed to give you?
Wait,
No, it is.
why
It is.
why start with the Romans? Why not go to the Babylonians?
Yeah,
Like
like
the
at what
Babylonians
point
took
do
over
you
along-
establish ties to the land? Like, what are you talking about? What does ties to the land mean?
We've been there for thousands of years.
The white Europeans have not been here for thousands of years.
Yeah,
They're not native to this land. White Europeans are not native to the United States.
Because America wasn't a country for thousands of years.
Okay, again, so your basis for saying it's not ethnic cleansing was that they don't have thousands of years, specifically, right, ties to the land, right? But it would be ethnic cleansing with white Europeans in the United States, even though they don't have thousands of years of ties to the land. So what is this?
Yeah,
That's contradictory.
Because they're the ones who built the country. It wasn't Africans. It wasn't Asians. It was Europeans.
Built the country.
They were the
Do you
ones with the
recognize
con-
Palestine as a country?
Again, the name Palestine didn't even exist.
Wait. No, that's not even an answer to the question. Is it a country?
I just answered. I said no, I do not.
No, it's
I do
not a country. What's a country?
I guess a state.
A state? Do they have a state?
Like you mean like a government, quote unquote?
Wait. Can there be a country without a state?
No, I'm just asking you. Is it like
Can there be a country without a state?
I don't know.
No, you don't know.
No.
No
I
country.
don't know. I'm just being honest. I honestly don't know.
Okay, so again, you're not really very clear with what a country is, right?
Well, what is your definition of a country?
Well, it's going to be a certain piece of land with borders, right? That we designate a certain name to.
Here, let me look it up.
That's it. That's all. It's pretty simple.
A nation with its own government occupying a particular territory, right?
Okay. So if they wait. So then
I'm asking, is that the definition you're going with?
that's not the definition I went with. No.
Okay, I just looked. That's the first.
I just said a
definition.
certain piece of land, right, that we refer to with a certain name. Like, do you agree that that's a country? I think it's pretty simple.
I mean, I don't know, but all I know is that,
you don't know what a country is.
all I know is that the name Palestine didn't even exist.
Wait,
until
that
it was
doesn't change
changed.
anything. I don't care
No, it
if
does.
what you think about that. I'm just asking you,
When
right?
you're referring to, hold on. When you're referring
You're
to
not even
Palestine,
answering.
the name was literally changed.
Your response to like it being ethnic cleansing is saying that like they don't have ties to the land is crazy. Can you just address that it's ethnic cleansing?
No, it's not.
What is ethnic
No.
cleansing? Tell me, what is it?
It's when you remove a people, like ethnic people that have ties to a certain nation. So if you're to remove, like let's say the French people from France, I think that would be ethnic cleansing. But if you're to go to Birmingham and then you would remove,
What about removing the Palestinian people from
hold on,
Palestine?
let me just finish. But if you're to go to like Birmingham and you would remove like all like brown Muslims, that's not ethnic cleansing, because the nation, it's English that have ties to the nation.
That's
No.
actually not the definition of ethnic cleansing.
I'm kicking
Also.
them. What a fucking disgusting piece of shit, dude. What a fucking weirdo, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was nasty.
What the fuck, dude?
It's been wild today.
Yeah, what is going on, dude? What is going on? Yo, what's up? How old are you? If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Liam, get the hell out of the box. Do you just want to be blocked, Liam? Yeah, we'll just do that.
Yeah.
We'll just block Liam.
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't give a shit.
I'm gonna save you some time, Liam, because you're just gonna sit in the box all night, dude. We're gonna block you. Thank you very much. Later. Oh, and then there's also Trinity in the comment section. Blocked.
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 I blocked her on like 10 accounts.
Blocked. Later.
Be gone.
Blocked. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm on a tour.
All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Wait, stop. Okay. I just want to say something. Like, I like watch your lives all the time. Like you.
Appreciate you. Yo, thank you so much. Hey, we are just looking for some debates right now, but I seriously do really appreciate that. I seriously do really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, fuck me in the ass, daddy. I love being fucked in the ass. Yes.
Why won't it let me kick you? Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you do that? Like, what do you gain out of that?
Go
like,
read a book.
Like, are you just like happy with people in discomfort? Okay, there's a person in the guest box that says mostly trolling. Okay, so we're not gonna add you up. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe hit him with a block. You know, you have about 5 seconds to leave. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, let me suck your dick. Parker, let me suck your dick. Parker, let me suck your
Okay,
dick.
you're getting
Let me suck your dick.
you're getting blocked. You're getting blocked. Let's go to the next person.
Is it a full moon?
I don't know what's going on today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I love you. Have you watched the Minecraft movie?
Yes, yeah, I have. Chicken jockey.
Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
What was that?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
I believe that like it just makes sense that a billionaire, somebody who's familiar with business, could run America like a business.
Oh, okay. So he's a good business owner. Can you name one good business owner with 6 bankruptcies?
As a New York resident, I see Trump Tower standing tall every day. So I believe that that's a successful business. That is more successful than any failure.
A building being standing isn't indicative of him being a good business owner.
Well, I believe that
Are you saying
it's
that everyone who owns a house is a good business owner?
No, I'm saying that like since it's been standing since like 1980, like 1990, something like that. I believe that it's continued its existence. An expensive building. It's a beautiful building, and he still maintains it.
Tremendously beautiful. Are you telling me that you think that's tremendously beautiful? It looks ugly. What are you talking about?
No, look at the marble inside of it. It's a beautiful thing, and it's a very expensive. It's not coming out of.
You're
like,
totally
it's
trolling.
not-
I don't believe you're real.
No, I swear I'm not even trolling. It's a very. Wait, have you been?
Wait, hold up. I'm serious. Like, no one glazes Trump like this. Like, who's not like trolling?
No,
Like,
I'm not even trolling. Like
no,
it's
like
a
you're
beautiful building.
glazing Trump right now.
No.
Like, this is just next level.
Well, have you
If
seen
this
it? Yes
isn't
or
real,
no?
like that's really sad. But like I can just
Well,
like
have you
hear
been
you like
inside of the
partially
building?
smiling. Like I'm just like I'm about to get to the point where it's gonna like break the troll, you know? Like you're smiling, I can hear it.
No, wait. Like, have you actually been in the building?
Have I been in the building? Yes, I have.
Okay. Well, okay. So, well, I see it pretty often as a New Yorker, and I just believe that I was.
I
using that
also
as
live
really
in New York.
example.
I also live in New York.
Oh, nice. Okay,
Yeah,
so we're twins,
I
right?
literally see it all the time. It's absolutely disgusting.
Well, how is it disgusting? Describe that.
I just don't like the look of it.
Okay, well, that's just subjective. But
Wait,
anyways,
it's
I just
also
believe-
subjective for you to like the look of it, is it?
Okay, well, I was just using that as an example, right? But it's an
Okay.
expensive.
Okay,
building,
but
right?
it looks fucking ugly. Even though it's expensive, it looks ugly.
Okay, well, he maintained it in this pretty good brand image. His brand image is that
It's
he-
terrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Well, do you think that The Apprentice is a failed show?
Is that relevant towards him being a good business owner? That has nothing to do with
Well,
him being
I
a
mean,
business
he
owner.
kept it running.
That's a reality TV show.
Yeah, but I feel like he kept it running for a long time. He has a lot of connections, and he has like a building that, as you said,
Okay,
he maintained it since
Hold
the
on.
90s.
Do you think that Bill Gates is qualified for presidency?
I would say that since of the work that he's been doing for humanitarian aid, and he has a lot of connections, I would say, yeah, he's actually a fair fit.
Wait, okay. What about George Soros?
I would say that he's a fair fit.
You're totally trolling. Fuck
No,
off.
I'm not even trolling. Like, what
No,
makes
no,
you,
you're
like-
totally trolling. I would never be able to get any MAGA supporter to concede that point. Oh, I should have asked Nancy Pelosi. God damn it. What the fuck is wrong with me? I should have asked Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God. I could totally make a better argument for Nancy Pelosi being a better businessman than Trump, or businesswoman than Trump. Sorry, I don't know why. Absolutely, absolutely diabolical. Right? Like, isn't that like the argument? Is that like they think that like she's quote unquote insider trading? But if that was Trump doing it, they would be like, that's the best businessman I've ever seen.
Smart, so smart.
He should be president. Am I right? Unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I just wanted to tell you those Penguins fucking deserved it, man.
Oh, god damn it. Why are you tariffing the Penguins now? How dare you tariff the Penguins?
Have you seen the videos of like the AI generated penguin? They're like getting ready to like march on the US and everything.
Real question. Do you think this is a troll or not a troll? Watch. Go ahead. Go ahead, Clark.
I've heard him speak, so.
What's up? Is we were talking and then you cut me off. I
got banned. I got banned. That's why we're here.
All right. Well, I saw your backlight. One of the reasons I want to talk to you is because I thought that you got a big grasp on the youth, and I respect that you're very successful, but I think you're a little bit misled. But maybe you could teach me something too. Well, I don't know. I just listen. I just want to see more conservative values in society.
Why?
Why?
Because I mean, no society is really the best. You know what I mean? More progressive or more conservative, but the rate that it's progressive nowadays, I mean, my God, we got to bring it back to a more conservative place to equal it.
What does that even mean? Can you give me an example of a policy that's conservative that you like?
No, I'm just talking about morals in society. Things that we put out in society.
What morals?
In the media.
What morals? Like the cheating on every single one of your wives, the being held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
I ain't never cheated on one of my wives.
No, I'm.
Who are you talking about?
Wives?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about Trump. Well, I ain't the biggest Trump supporter. But listen, I mean, he ain't perfect. I did vote for him, but I mean, he ain't perfect. I don't love him. But I do think he's a lot better than Kamala.
Clark, but like he has no morals, right?
How can you say he has no morals?
He's literally held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about grabbing a woman by the vagina without asking. He literally denied the 2020 election results and got literally a fourth of the country to believe that shit.
Listen, man, some of this, a lot of it is propaganda, and it's meant to divide the country. Can you concede that? I understand.
I've heard that word so much today. I want to throw.
Donald Trump is the propagandist.
No.
Yeah.
Media. Well, no, the media is completely against them, and the media controls what propaganda is in society.
Icy Pain, thank you for the membership subscription. Restate that.
I said the media is against Trump, and they wholly, put out what's in society, the propaganda. I mean, if you look at some of these,
what media is against Trump that you think is not right?
Well, look, man, a lot of these articles and stuff, they will be like the same exact article on 100 different businesses putting out.
No, give me an example.
Well, I mean, you can look this up. I don't have it off the top. I don't have a website.
What media do you consume?
What did you say?
What media do you consume?
I mean, I watch a bit of Fox News. I watch it all really just to see both sides of it.
Okay, so Fox News and what else?
MSNBC.
MSNBC? Can you name one host on MSNBC?
David Moore.
That's way NBC. Too. Yeah, what? That's NBC, dude. MSNBC. You said MSNBC, right?
Yes.
So name one host.
It's David Muir on it.
Okay. All right.
I mean, well, you asked.
Yeah, no, I'm just
asking. I'm just answering the question.
Okay, who else do you watch? Can you give me specifics? Like, do you watch Tucker Carlson and Alex News? Or Alex News, Alex Jones. Jesus.
Well, I don't watch a whole lot of Alex Jones. I do know who
You
he
watch
is.
some though.
No, ever since that Sandy Hook thing, they took him off. I don't even see him. Tucker Carlson, I think, is a reputable source, sure, but it's not to say that I only think people on the
Reputable?
right
Really?
are reputable.
How is he? How's he reputable?
How is he not reputable? Give me a reason why he's not.
Yeah. So isn't like the
They
biggest
don't have
lawsuit
these
against
Eugene
Fox
Carroll
News?
things on
Wait,
him.
isn't like the biggest lawsuit against Fox News like because of what Tucker Carlson said?
Well,
on
what
Fox
did he
News?
say? What did he say?
Maybe like the denying of the election results.
He claimed also that the data systems were like.
I mean, I don't believe the election was. I'm sorry, Matt.
Do you believe the election is rigged?
The 2021, yes, I do.
Oh, why so? Why did they steal it in 2020 but not in 2024?
Because like 10 elections before that, the average vote on the Democrat side was what, 65 million? Then it all of a sudden is 80 million. And if you look at the graphs,
because so many people hated Donald Trump.
well, you can say that, but it doesn't. I don't think that matches up.
Why? I think it does.
I've seen graphs, and
I mean, you might forget because we have like short-term memory loss, but like because of like how society functions today. But it is the case that like literally everyone hated Trump because of his response to the COVID. That's why Joe Biden got put in office. And the mental state that Joe Biden even was. I mean, we acknowledged it at that time. It's better than Trump. Why? Because Trump had a horrible response to COVID. Because Trump, right, literally didn't do anything economically speaking to get people to work together.
Yeah, I mean, the whole COVID thing was horrible. Trust me. I don't know. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I still don't think, because I've seen graphs, and these type of graphs, they don't occur in nature. They're not natural. Like 30,000 votes out of nowhere for the Democrats in some counties.
Yeah, they don't happen in nature because we're talking about human beings counting votes.
Yeah, but they don't happen naturally in graphs.
What's
is
up?
what I'm saying. Statistically, I mean, would you think that you could flip a coin and get heads of 30,000 times?
Well, then how come none of
Answer
the
that. Answer that first.
How come none of the audits indicated this? How come none of the independent reviews, right, indicated this? How come none of the court cases indicated this?
Well, I can't tell you that, but I'll tell you, go look at these graphs of some of these places that people are voting. You can't flip a coin 30,000 times heads in a row, can you? No, that wouldn't happen.
That's just the process of counting the votes. Isn't it more likely that's the process of counting the votes rather than it just being that like there's fraud involved, especially if it is the case that none of the court cases indicated that to be true. None of them proved it.
Parker, come on. I mean, I understand you don't believe that it was rigged. I'm telling you why I think it was. I don't have any other reasons than this, and I can't prove it. Well,
If you can't prove it, then why do you believe it?
I mean, so many coincidences, quote unquote, coincidences happen, and we're just supposed to buy it.
What coincidences? No, tell me this coincidence. Why did this coincidence? Tell me why this coincidence happened, please. Tell me how they. Listen. Tell me how they were able to steal the presidency when they were not in office, but when they were in office, they couldn't steal the presidency. Explain that to me.
Wait, hold up. I didn't understand what you're saying. Can you?
Yeah, how come when they were not in office, right, they were able to steal the presidency in 2020, but when they were in office, right, in 2024, they weren't able to steal the presidency?
Well, I mean, that's due to Elon Musk making sure that there was no, for lack of better words, can I curse on here? I'll just say it, tomfoolery there.
How did Elon determine that?
Well, that's something that he contributed to the team was everyone.
By doing what? What did he do?
Fair counting. Well, listen, in 2020, they shut down all of the counting booths, and it was just Democrats in there, and they didn't allow like other people to be in there.
So, do you think Elon like cheated?
How would he cheat if he's regulating its authenticity?
Wait, so again, why wouldn't they just like literally steal it and just claim that they're delusional and that they're lying, like they did the last time?
Well, I'm telling you right now.
Why didn't they do that? Seriously, why? Like, you think that they just like, put my hands up, I wave the white flag. Galactic, thank you for $8 Australian dollars. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I had to belch. What I'm telling you is that Elon Musk implemented some type of artificial intelligence, and this was what helped keep it authentic.
Okay, this is why I don't think you're real. What
I'm
do you
telling
mean? What
you, man,
artificial intelligence? You think he had Chat GPT fucking identify it?
Look, Parker, because I can't tell you the ins and outs and specifics of it, doesn't mean that it's real. Doesn't mean that it's not real.
Why do you sound younger right now?
What are you talking about, man? I'm sitting here just debating you in my kitchen.
Okay, turn your camera on.
I'm not turning my camera on.
Why not, Clark?
Because we're in live with 2,600 people. I'm not just putting my face on the camera.
What is your profile picture?
That's me.
Well, then why did not show your face? Because we see your face.
Because
what an absolute troll, dude! What an absolute troll! I caught you there. You didn't realize that. Turn your camera on, bro.
See, you want to derail a conversation.
Turn your camera on right now, Clark. We already see your face,
can't
right?
Answer what I said.
Wait, can you just clarify that that's your face? Because I already see you.
You can't clarify. You can't debate what I'm saying, Parker.
Well, I want you to turn your camera on.
No, I'm not doing that.
Turn your camera on.
Nope.
Turning it on.
And everyone knows what I'm saying is true. I mean, you can.
No. Turn that shit on, brother.
See, we're just Parker.
How old are you? How old are you? Wait.
I'm not doing that.
Wait. Here's the question. Here's the question. How old are you?
68.
What's your birth year?
I'm not. See, we're not doing any of that.
No. What's your birth year?
I'm telling you my birthday.
What's your birth year?
We're just going to have a normal discussion.
I asked you for your birth year. What's your birth year?
Derailed a conversation.
What's your birth year? You can't do the math.
No, I'm not doing any of this.
I can't do that math. That math is too much.
See, you're scared.
That math is too much for me to do here, sir. I promise you, 68 years. That's too much math for me to do. I promise you, dude. That's too much math for me to do, sir.
See, you can't have a normal conversation because you know I'm right.
Turn your camera on.
No one's turning their camera on, Parker.
My camera's on right now. Math camera's on right now.
You're a public figure. If I don't want to do that, stop pressuring me into doing this.
Dude, you're clearly trolling. You already showed your face. You have a profile picture of your face, dude.
I don't care, Parker. I'm not putting myself on camera.
Yes, you are.
Just deal with what I said.
Yes, you are. Yes. Wait. Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in God.
If God commanded you right now to turn your camera on, would you do it?
No. Well, yes, of course, but
yes,
you wouldn't do that.
You would?
The book of Matthew, chapter 20, verse 13 says Clark must turn on his camera.
Yes, seriously.
No.
Jesus rose and said on the third day, Clark should turn on his camera.
Boys, listen to me. Matt, can you tell him to stop pressuring me? You be the moderator of this so you can be unbiased. I know you
no, come on.
No.
Here, hold up. Let me cite a real verse. Let me cite a real verse. In Exodus 21:20-21.
That's the Old
God
Testament,
literally
Parker.
says, wait, God, no, hold up. God literally says, right, thou shalt not, right, ever hide their face in TikTok live. That's what it said, okay? Exodus 21:20-21. That's what it said.
Wait, no. Shut up, Parker. Come on.
God told Moses, thou shalt not have your camera off.
See,
thou shalt not keep the camera off.
That's the 11th commandment.
You can't have a normal conversation.
We're having a normal conversation right now. We're addressing the Bible. That's what you believe in, right? If that's what it says in the Bible, wait, hold up.
Even if I wasn't who,
if that's what it says in the Bible, everyone let us know. Type a 3 in the comment section if you think that is in the Bible. Everyone looked it up. I looked it up. Exodus 21:20-21. That's what it says. Type a 3 in the comment section if that's what came up when you looked at it. Look at all those people, Clark. All these people that did the same type of due diligence that I did by looking up Exodus 21:20-21 to see that Clark needed to turn on his camera, according to, again, God and fucking Moses. Okay?
Clark, let me ask you. Once you unmute, let me ask you. What is holding you back from turning on your camera?
Because I don't want to do any personal, private things like that and stop pressuring me.
No,
you already show your face. You already show your face.
You have your face.
Dude, he's so good at gaslighting.
Who cares? This is the thing. Whenever a conversation doesn't favor you on the winning side, you start to derail into this ain't an ad hominem, but this is a personal You're derailing into some weird.
We're not
attack.
gonna, we're no personal attack. I just want to clarify
I'm
that
not
you are
saying
who
it's
you
a
say you
personal
are.
attack, but you're bringing up some weird. You're trying to derail it. Why don't
Dude,
you
it's not just me. It's
what
like
I said, Parker?
like 70% of the chat thinks you're a troll. Okay, it's not just me. Stop gaslighting me, bro. Can you please like just turn your camera on so we can verify it's you?
Parker, listen.
Yeah,
I just want to have a
that's all we
good
wanna
faith
do.
debate. I just want to have a good faith debate, man.
I understand, and I would love to have that good faith debate with you.
Well, can we
I just
please
wanna
talk
clarify.
about something interesting? Because I think
Yes,
you're
this is
smart
very
individual,
this is very
and I
interesting.
want to talk to you because you have a grasp on the youth, but I think you're misled.
JB, thank you so much for the $1, dude. I just want you to turn your camera on real quick, bro.
Parker, I'm not doing this. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing it. If you got to kick me to do it, then that's fine. But I just wanted to have a debate with you because I think you're intelligent, and
Okay.
I wanted to
All right, bye.
say, come on, man. That's not cool, Parker.
Come on.
I'm not doing it, brother.
I'm not going out of character here. Come on, just do it. Just do it. Seriously.
No, I'm not doing it. If you got to kick me to do it, I mean, I'm right there on all these points, and you can't contend with them.
Okay, come on.
You can't contend with them, Parker. Stop pressuring me to do this.
I seriously, I actually think
I don't
you're
care
probably
what you want me to do.
to
I'm
be
not doing it.
totally frank with you, you are probably one of the best trolls that's ever come up in my life. I'm gonna be totally
Okay,
serious.
well, cool. Well, why don't you contend with my arguments? Because I'm not a troll. I'm a real person. I'm not putting on my camera. You understand what I'm saying? Just why can't we get back to the argument? That's a lot more interesting than talking about me putting on a camera. You see my face right there. And I know you and your audience probably gonna make fun of me if I get on here, even though you just got on to your last caller for calling Matt fat, right? Exactly.
We're not making fun of you with the way you look. We think that you're
I
trolling.
mean, it's all contradictions.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick him.
Trolling.
Exactly, because I'm right.
I don't like being gaslit. It's really pissing me off. At this point, it's just pissing me off. Okay. It's not even if he's a troll. Everyone fucking knows he's a troll. Like, dude, at this point, bro, just
I am kind of curious. Like, what the fuck? Well, hop in the box if you're MAGA.
All right, let's get this next person up here. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, there's like no new people in the guest box. Should I go over to my account? Or I mean, we have 2.6K here. We just have no new people.
Up to you.
Alrighty. I'm gonna wait for people to come up. Do make sure to like the stream, everyone on YouTube. And also, yeah, I don't add trolls up on the live. I would never keep someone up who's a troll, like purposefully. Like I actually genuinely like that person was such a. I mean, they were good at the voice of that. Like I just wasn't sure, but I'm pretty sure now. You know. I've already talked to you, right? You've already been on the live.
Oh, I didn't mean to join.
Okay. I was just totally wrong. They've never been on the live before. They accidentally did it too. Oh. Did it just kick me out?
Oh shit! What happened? Did Parker get bananaed? Yo, did Parker get bananaed?
Just add me back. Accident. It was an accident.
No. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck happened? So, no, that was not me. All right.
Sorry, I did not mean to
Yo,
join.
what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join. Sorry.
You're good. I mean, I might just try to go back to the other account. It's just we're not getting new guests. That's all.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's getting late for me anyway. Fine, so.
All right, everyone. I recommend everyone go over to YouTube, and I'm gonna hit a start on my live stream on my third account. Parker, get a real job. But everyone go over to my YouTube. Parker, get a job. That's the best place to watch me. I'm serious. The best place to watch me. You don't have to deal with this whole going to different accounts, getting banned, and all that shit. You just stay there and you're good. I appreciate everyone. Give me a second. I love y'all. I'll be there in a minute. Everyone go over to my YouTube. Parker, get a job. Everyone, is there a chat on YouTube? There absolutely is. All right, I'll see y'all.
Bye.
Alrighty. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. TikTok is shit. Yeah, it's horrible. It's like a terrible app. All right. Let's go. My nose is so burnt.
And when it comes to
It's unbelievable. Alrighty. We're already live. Bro, sounds like Arthur Morgan from Red Dead Redemption 2. Diabolical. Harrison, thank you for $5. Okay, what a weirdo. No, fuck you, Harrison. What a weirdo. You can't ban me, even your mods. Like, what? What a weirdo, dude. You did just get banned. You just got banned, buddy. What a fucking weirdo. Alrighty, we're gonna start getting some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yosef, how old are you?
24.
Did you vote Donald Trump?
Didn't your dad rape you when you were younger?
That is such a crazy fucking thing to say to someone. What a fucking crazy thing to say to someone. No, that never happened to me, but that's a fucking crazy thing for you just to go up and say to someone. What a fucking weirdo. What is up with the people today? Like, what the fuck, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? I can't hear you. You're covering your mic. No, it's very quiet. Nope. You sound like you're a million miles away from it. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yes. I did.
Okay. It honestly sounds like maybe you're in your pocket.
I'm on my iPad. Let me go to my phone. Hold on. I'll request it.
Okay. All right. Give it a second. Sid, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Literally nothing. That person just so fucked up. Literally just be here. Like, that's all that literally just existed. And like that person was fucked up. Now Liam's on this account. Liam, you're just gonna get blocked. Bye, buddy. They left, by the way, chat. They left. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, everyone, do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream because we might have to go over to StreamYard and just do StreamYard if it doesn't end up working for debates. But I think we'll be fine to be able to get debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I am a big fan of yours, bro.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Are you sunburnt? Yep. Oh, Liam just joined back. Watch it, chat. Talk, mute your mic, or leave the live.
Are you going to
Good
Boise
boy.
State
What a
tomorrow?
good boy. What a good boy. Nope. What a good boy. What a fucking good boy. By the way, on YouTube, inside joke. Don't worry. That person's like obsessed with us, dude. It's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I am kind of pro-life.
Kind of?
Yeah,
So you are, or you kind of? Like,
kind of.
How about this? Do you support Kamala Harris's child tax credit plan that reduced childhood poverty by 45% when implemented? That's pretty pro-life.
No, but
No?
well, I mean, I didn't personally know about that, but I do support Trump's stay-at-home mom thing.
What?
The
You don't want to give people with children more money? That's not only pro children, but it's also pro women who were pregnant, right?
yeah, but he
So if
supports
you were like pro life,
stay-at-home
right,
moms.
by any means, you'd be pro life to help the children, right?
Yeah, but he supports stay-at-home moms.
When did he say that?
He just did a tax cut.
What tax cut? You know that they
I
literally
don't
passed policy to like limit stay-at-home moms in plenty of instances who have changed their names from voting.
know, but
Yeah,
there was
they
a
have to
thing about
they have to have a passport, right? And you have to buy a passport, and not everyone has a passport, and some stay-at-home moms, right, are not going to be able to vote because of that.
okay. Like, I can get a passport.
Okay, never disputed that. Karen, thank you for the $5. Thank you. What else? Okay, are you pro their lives, or like?
Yeah.
Hold on. How about this? Do you think that we should have mandated the vaccine?
No.
No. So you're not pro-life there, huh? You're pro-choice.
I mean,
Even though like people not getting vaccinated led to more people dying, right?
people getting vaccinated drove to more
People
dying.
People not getting vaccinated led to more people dying.
I mean, are any vaccines mandated?
Yes. For public schools, like, but it's like mandated to go into those like societal settings.
I thought you could get religious reasons.
I think some instances do allow for that, but that's ridiculous to me, to be honest with you. Right.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that
that's insane to me.
Unless those are mandated,
But
then I don't think.
That's not very pro life of you, huh? Because that's going to lead to more people dying, right? Everyone's created in the image of God. You don't want those people to be dying, right?
By getting a mandate, they're not going to die.
Yes, less people die.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't understand what you're saying that right now.
You don't understand what I'm saying? People get vaccine, less people die. Would you want vaccine mandate to ensure less people die because more people would then be vaccinated?
Sure.
Okay, well then now you're pro COVID vaccine being mandated?
I suppose it's fine. I never had an issue getting it.
Okay. You suppose? Okay, but like you were against it being mandated before, right?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's why I asked if other vaccines were mandated.
Okay. So you're totally fine with them being mandated?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So you're pro-life there. Interesting. What about with guns? Like, do you think we should like restrict gun access to save human life?
I believe there should be more regulation, but less for women, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it's easier for women to get them?
Yeah.
Well, that would just be true by the nature of the fact that women are less likely to be criminals.
Right, but we
Yeah.
still have to go through the same.
Yeah.
You know.
So it is so under that perspective, it would be easier for more of the women, given that you have a standard on criminality.
Yeah, but I also think there should be more regulations, especially like.
But like that doesn't respond to my point. Like, would you be okay with like if it is the case that restricting a access to an AR, right, would lead to less death overall? Would you then support it?
Oh yeah, I only think it should be for handguns. I don't think anyone should be able to own an automatic or gun bigger than a handgun unless it's a shotgun for like hunting or something or a rifle.
You're sounding pretty liberal to me. Now, next point. Why should the fucking zygote have a right to over like the woman's body? It's a zygote. It's a single cell organism.
Because it's life. You know that life begins at conception.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck about cellular life, right? It's just cellular life.
We do on Mars.
That would just be to identify. Do you think that you value like all cellular life on the planet? There's cellular life that you kill when you brush your teeth.
But it's different because it's a human.
Okay, sure. So then, human cellular life you consider valuable, right?
Yeah.
Like of the human species, and it's cellularly alive. Okay. Do you value sperm
Yes.
cells?
Well,
If there were live sperm
no,
cells,
because they're not.
they're human
They're
sperm cells.
not. They are. However, a sperm
not
cell
living?
doesn't become a human.
But are they living? You didn't say. What do you mean by a human? Like you said, of the human species, right?
It's not human.
They're
It
not.
makes a
You
human.
mean they're not a person?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is personhood not
It's
based
not a
upon
life.
So personhood is not based upon cellular life and being a part of the human species.
Okay. It's still a baby. It's still a potential for a human life.
I have a question. Have you watched Severance?
A couple of episodes,
Do you think that
but
the
I can't afford Apple TV.
Do you think the innies and the outies are different people?
Just from what I know about the show, not really.
No, you don't. You think they're the
No.
same person?
Essentially, yeah.
So you think the innies are not real people?
Well, they're in the same body.
Okay. So
Would you say that someone with a split personality disorder is a different person?
wait, so we're talking about different subjective experiences. That's not a different subjective experience. That's still the same subjective experience. In the context of Severance, they have completely different subjective experiences.
Right.
So if it was the
But they're
case that
still the
someone,
same person.
if it was the case that there was like some type of personality disorder that led to people literally having different subjective experiences, well, then I think that's a genuine like concept as like, yeah, they're probably considerably different people under that respect. Like if it was the case that they had different consciousnesses, but that's just at least to my knowledge, not the case.
Okay. We also didn't go over why I'm kind of pro-life, if we want to go back to that.
I mean, we can.
Okay. So I believe in cases of SA, and can I say that? I'm sorry.
Yeah. But like, I mean,
in cases of SA, I think you completely have a choice. That was put onto you. But in cases of, I'm trying to say it in a way that won't get you banned. When you commit the act, you are taking that risk, and you should know about the risks. And obviously, even if you are on birth control, there are still going to be risks, but you still committed that act.
Okay. So why does that mean that you should have an obligation to the zygote?
Well, because
knew the
risks.
Then you think that Donald Trump's position is horrible because it restricts women who have been assaulted from getting access to abortion in certain states. You agree, right?
I think it should be. I think it should be up to the states. And if you have a problem with what is going on in your state, you should be able to come together as a people and vote on it.
Okay, so you think women's rights should be left up to the states?
Yeah.
Okay. What about women's rights to vote?
More democracy. I think women should be able to vote.
No, but like we should leave women's right to the vote up to the states, right?
That's a human right.
Oh, okay. So human rights should be federally protected. Am I right?
Yeah, but
so then why don't you apply that to women's rights as it relates to access to abortion and bodily autonomy?
I don't think that abortion is a human right.
It's not a human right for great victims. Wait, it's not a human right for great victims to get access to an abortion after they were assaulted?
It is.
Oh, it is a human right. So those human rights should be federally protected, correct?
Right, because
if those human rights should be federally protected, well, then it is the case that you would disagree with Donald Trump's abortion policy, and seems like Kamala Harris would be better.
Only for sexual assault.
Are you saying that there are not enough people that are affected by this?
What do you mean?
Are you saying not enough great victims were affected by this? You care more about the zygotes and embryos that were killed than the great victims that can't get access to abortion?
Oh my God, no.
So you care more about the
I'm
great
just-
victims that couldn't get access to abortion than you care about the zygotes and embryos. So clearly you should have supported Kamala Harris's position over Donald Trump's position.
I just think it should be up to the states.
Yeah, but then leaving it up to the states means those great victims couldn't get access to abortion in those certain states. Royal, thank you for the $2.
And I think you should be able to, as a person, come together as a people and vote on it correctly.
Collectively
So
vote.
making it easier.
Okay, so should
making it
they
easier
as a
for great victims.
so should they as a state be able to come together and vote on whether or not women should have the right to vote?
No, because
Why not?
Women are no different from men
Okay, so
in that regard.
okay, so then again, human rights should be federally protected, correct?
Abortion is not a human right.
Okay, so for a great victim, right? It's not a human right to get access to an abortion.
Abortion is not a human right, but having a baby forced upon you.
So you
having a baby
disagree
forced
that
upon
abortion is a
you-
human right for great victims? I think it's a human right.
No.
Why not? You don't. Oh, it's not a human right. So you don't believe they should have the right to get access to an abortion, right? Given that they were assaulted.
Because SA is going against your human right.
Obviously, yes. We're talking about abortion. Like, should an SA victim
know.
who got pregnant be able to get access to an abortion?
Yes.
So is them getting access to an abortion a human right then?
Give me 1 second.
That's clearly a human right. Okay. Then you need to federally recognize human rights, correct?
Sure.
Then you should agree
Sure,
with
but I
Kamala
think-
Harris's
I think-
position where she agreed to federally recognize human rights, whereas Donald Trump didn't.
But I think it should only be for great victims.
You could say that, but again, wouldn't you care more about like the great victims who had a restricted access to abortion in certain states than you would care about the zygotes and embryos that never had a subjective experience and never would?
Yeah, sure.
Well, then Kamala Harris's position would be more preferable because
Right, but Trump was the one that got rid of it and put it towards the states, which I agreed with.
No, which you disagree with because you think there should be federally recognized like abortion rights for great victims, which did not exist when Donald Trump left it up to the states.
Yes, and only for great victims. But Kamala was trying to make it a right for everyone.
Yeah, okay, again, it being a right for everyone is more preferable than it being left up to the states because it is the case that you care more about the great victims who had a restricted access to abortion than you care about the zygotes and embryos that were aborted.
Okay, and that's fine. But she still would have made it so it's a federal right for everyone.
Okay.
I do have to go. I have something to do, but I have to go. But
okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to get up to 100,000 likes. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. And for the people on the YouTube, it is in the description. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
That's a greatly debated question. You should look at my wiki page.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Nigger.
Okay, what a weirdo. Parker, are you sunburnt? Yes, I am. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw him, you would even say it glows like a light bulb. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what exactly are you and Dean gonna do on the Fuck America tour?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah.
Okay. I will talk about it more. I mean, I have talked about it a little bit. You can look up videos of me talking about it, but mainly debates. They're going to be there, conversations, answering questions, right? Responding to the Charlie's lies, things like that. We'll have our own podium. Those are basic things I can say. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I hate you, niggers.
Like, what is wrong with people? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 30. Of
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
course I did. You're a runner, you're a track star, you're a big back.
Why'd you just randomly start singing that? What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. He just sang that and left? Like what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Well, this isn't directly why I voted for him, but I particularly like what he's done recently with his tariffs and making other countries pay their fair share.
Oh, banned. I wonder what I got banned for. Guess violation, hate speech, hateful behaviors. Okay. Michelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Let's watch the clip. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Oh, so it's just one of those. Okay. I don't know why I'm getting banned for that. That's insane. That's insane. That's crazy. All right. Well, we're already banned. So, rip. Am I right? Rip. Hey, if you're on the YouTube stream, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Seriously, like, we get banned from TikTok every day. They hate us so much. Yeah, Matt, can you go live again? Matt, we need you. We need you again, Matt. I've got nothing. Chat. We're out of accounts. We might just have to do everything here on YouTube now for tonight because we've got no accounts. We don't get my girlfriend's account back until 8:43. Oh, geez, chat. What do we do? What do we do, chat? All right, chat. I don't know what to do. Robert, thank you for the $5. What Dean did after we started the live to help. That's diabolical. You StreamYard? Yeah, we could just do that. Let me ask Matt, see what he's doing. Alrighty, let me see what's going on with Matt. Matt, are you up? Banned already. All right, do give it a second. We have nothing. Otherwise, I'll just do StreamYard right now. He's already live. Alrighty. Hold up, it's loading chat. What's Matt's at? It is rockin.librarian. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, everyone. It helps send it out to more people. Seriously does. I really appreciate that, y'all. We've had 1,000 likes already. Make sure to like the stream again, everyone. If you or you can't like it again, but
Quite frankly,
like,
I am the life raft. I am here.
Yep.
I am here.
Very true.
But if you're
Can we get some W Mats in the comment section, everyone? W Mats right now, because we're banned on every single account. We're banned on every account.
damn, that's rough. That's rough.
I know.
All right. Well, here's what we're gonna do. Parker has the comms. I'm doing my newsletter, so I have to do this. So Parker can do whatever the hell he wants. I'm here just to be eye candy. So that's what I'm here for. But y'all can do whatever the fuck you want. So join the box if you're a MAGA supporter.
Straighta, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much, Straighta. That's a W. That's a WD. That's a WDM. WD. We love the progression. We love the progression. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah. 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Why'd you do that?
His tariff policy and his border policy, and then maybe cultural reasons, but the main reason is his tariff policy, bringing manufacturing back to the U.S.
Okay. So you agree that they're not renegotiation?
I think he's using it for renegotiation now that he got pressured, external pressure, but its initial purpose was for bringing manufacturing back now. But since he has external pressure from the donors and other Congress members, I think he's going to back it down. But I do support the initial.
So then the tariffs aren't going to happen. You supported the how large they were?
Yeah, I supported. I think tariffs are the way to go to bringing manufacturing back to the United States, 100%.
Why do you want manufacturing to come back at that level, given that you would increase prices massively for American consumers?
Because
Javon,
I think
thank you so much for pushing the $5.
Are you ready? I think it's important to have multiple job sectors in the market. I think that having another job that pays about 60 to 80K besides college is a good way to prevent, just people getting in college debt and other, taking out loans for college. I think that having a more diverse job market's important. And then it also helps small communities, and it also helps us rely less on foreign investment.
It's not true because, again, you're going to harm plenty of other jobs within the context of the market, because plenty of aspects of the production process rely on things that come from countries around the world, materials that come from countries around the world, which you're going to be tariffing, right? These Liberation Day tariffs.
Yeah, 100. But we're going to have to change the economy. You're going to have to make incentives for American.
We don't produce things in the United States. Certain things we don't produce.
Yeah, and that's a problem. I think we can't be too reliant on foreign investment.
That's a problem that we're not producing certain crops. Maybe we just don't have the climate for that.
I think it's a problem that we don't have a commercial industry when it comes to commercial shipping or commercial automobiles. I think that is a problem.
Wait, that's so that you want to do targeted tariffs for that then. You don't want to do universal tariffs.
So you have to have universal tariffs to prevent loopholes. That's why you need universal tariffs.
I talked to you yesterday, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, why are you on my live again, dude?
Because I was cooking yesterday.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. We already had this conversation, and you're just completely brainwashed. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
I'm a fan of his tariffs on other countries and his stance of world peace.
World peace, really? Didn't he just advocate for like bombing Iran? Didn't he also literally say that he wants to annex Gaza? He wants to annex Canada. He wants to annex Panama. He wants to annex Greenland.
Okay, so first things first. I say world peace because he wants a peace deal in the Ukraine and Russian war. That's first. Second, Iran deserves every single thing they have coming to him.
Why hasn't he got the peace deal? He said he would get it done immediately. How come it's not done?
Because Zelensky's not cooperating.
Oh, it's almost like that's something that is going to happen when you're trying to get a trade deal done. Or I mean, not
Well,
trade deal,
hold
when
on.
you're trying to
By
get
the
a
way-
peace deal done, and that's what Trump was lying about and saying that he could get it done when he
Yeah,
could.
and by the way, would somebody who's not cooperating say that if Putin agreed to the peace demands, that he would step down as president? A man is willing to throw away his entire power if it gets him peace.
That's nice. He says that and he doesn't do it. There's a bend in
Because
it.
What?
Putin rejected the
Because
peace
Putin
deal.
rejected it. Yeah, literally.
No. Zelensky doesn't like the terms. Now here's the deal.
No,
If
Putin
you're-
doesn't like the terms.
You're in a war with a country who's 10 times stronger than they are. You have to bend a little bit. You can't rely on your partners to save your ass for years and years and years
For
with no
a-
end to the war.
Do you know what
For
the
a
Budapest
country
Memorandum
that
is?
is 10 times less powerful, they're doing a pretty damn good job.
Yeah, do you know what
Say
the
that again?
Budapest
They're
Memorandum
doing a good
is?
job. People are dying every day. That's a good job.
No, you're
You're
not
cool with
understanding.
that?
Hey, wait. Then why? Wait, you are the one that's literally advocating for Donald Trump to like literally take Gaza after just killing plenty of Palestinians. Don't even give me a break about you caring about people fucking getting killed. What the hell are you talking about? 70,000 Yemeni children were fucking starved to death because of Donald Trump's policy in Yemen.
That's Donald
Right?
Trump's
What are
fault?
you talking? Yes, absolutely.
Not Joe Biden. He
Tens
was
of
just in
thousands of
office for
Yemeni
4
children.
years.
Joe Biden actually opposed it. Donald Trump, literally, his policies
Really?
it led to Yemeni children dying, starved
Say
and
that
bombed,
again?
starved and bombed to death. Yemeni
Because of
children
Donald
died because of Donald Trump.
Donald Trump's been there 6 months, Parker.
I'm talking about his
Joe
first
Biden was there for
administration,
4 years.
genius.
What?
I'm talking about his first administration.
So you're saying it's his fault that people are dying in Gaza?
Yes. And I was also referencing Yemen.
To tell you the truth, we shouldn't be getting involved in other people's wars, period.
Okay, so you're not engaging with anything I have to say. Then why are you saying that they have to get a peace deal with Ukraine and Russia?
Oh, you don't want people to stop dying?
Now you want the U.S. to be involved?
No. I'm saying.
Are you saying the U.S. should be involved at limiting catastrophes
I'm
worldwide?
saying with Biden in there, it was never going to end because Russia doesn't even talk to us when we have them in there. With Trump, though,
Wait, that's why it was going to end, because Russia sees that they can get something out of Trump, right? They would have they would not have been able to continue the conflict,
because
right?
they
If the
don't
entirety of the
respect-
West was against them still.
They don't respect Joe Biden or Kamala Harris.
Yeah, way more than Donald Trump. Because
They what?
Way more than Donald Trump.
They way more what?
Way more than Donald Trump.
Well, they know Donald Trump's not playing around when he says something.
They do not respect him more. No, that's a completely ridiculous take. You know that Donald Trump just found out recently that Putin was deceiving him. So Putin already knew that he was jack shit.
You realize they don't even sit down at the table with the liberals because there's not even anything to be discussed.
Because they know that they're not going to get whatever they want. He's a murderous dictator.
Who's a murderous dictator?
Putin.
Okay, and Zelensky's letting his people die every day.
Wait,
keeps this war
John, do you
going on.
agree? John, is Vladimir Putin a dictator?
Yes.
Okay. At least you acknowledge that.
But I'm not saying he's innocent. All I'm saying is
Dean wanted to click real quick.
There should be a peace deal made so people stop dying.
Karen, thank you for the $5. Kristen, thank you for the $25. And Linda, thank you for the $20. Thank you.
John, I was listening to Parker's YouTube live stream as background audio while I'm getting ready to eat my Panda Express, and I heard you come up here, and you've upset me so much that now I'm on the stream. I'd like to clarify a couple things. First and foremost, you said that Zelensky has been the one that's been unwilling to come to the table and agree on terms. Dude, Zelensky agreed to the terms of Donald Trump's peace agreement. The reason it never actualized was because Putin disagreed with his terms. He came up with a ceasefire. Putin said no. Zelensky said yes.
Yeah. When Zelensky came to the United States, why was he asking the United States for more money and resources?
Why are you pivoting? You said that
I'm not pivoting.
Zelensky disagreed to the terms of Donald Trump's ceasefire
Putin
agreement. That's
won
not
the
true.
war. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Would you like a source? He agreed to Donald Trump's ceasefire. It was Putin who disagreed.
When you have a country who's 10 times weaker than Russia is, You have to bend.
You
a
have
little
to. You
bit,
have to
but it's
just
not gonna be a
give
peace deal.
everything to Russia, man. Just give everything to Russia.
So what do you want?
Why is this?
Hey,
why
why
are you
don't you
pivoting
guys?
so?
Why don't you guys bear arms
Wait,
and go over there?
John,
and
what
fight
would
the
you
war
say with
then?
Taiwan? What
Go
would
help
you,
them out, boys.
John, what would you say with
Go ahead,
Taiwan?
boys.
John, would you agree with America defending Taiwan?
Listen, I'm gonna go to
Well,
drop. But before
I don't
this,
agree with. I
Zelensky
don't
agreed
agree
to
with. Could are you gonna let me finish or what? I don't agree with China at all.
Appreciate you coming up,
What-
Dean. So I asked you, would you defend Taiwan from China?
If China invaded Taiwan, I would not agree with it, but I don't think the United States should get involved.
So you would let China take over Taiwan?
Are you gonna go fight?
No, I was just asking.
No, I don't. But would you go and fight a war in Taiwan?
No.
Okay, so there you go. We agree.
LVZ, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I thought you were referencing me as a person. Right now, again, in terms of foreign policy.
Oh, you're cool with other people doing it.
I'm obviously not in the military, right? And also, no, I'm not okay with just like letting people die, right? That's a specific posit as a claim to restrict China from going there, right? So that they can underpin our chips manufacturing, right? Where we get our chips manufacturing from. That's essentially like what the argument is. So all you're saying is that like, oh, we're going to defend Taiwan, but I wouldn't advocate for like a war or like any type of like us get boots on the ground there or anything like that.
So how would you keep China if they really wanted to from invading Taiwan?
You can help Taiwan defend themselves.
See, here's the problem. And here, I'll give you the same scenario. Just like Ukraine, we could give them as many resources as they want, as much money as we have. It's never going to help them beat China or Ukraine beat Russia. It's never going to happen. So what I'm saying is it's sort of a waste of money and resources.
When you say it's a waste of money and resources, it was totally doing fine when like Harris and Biden were in office. The only reason it fucked up is because Trump. Seriously, Trump fucked up the entirety of our response against Russia. We would have been able to contain Russia. Russia wouldn't have gotten much more, right?
No. Russia was never going to lose the war to Ukraine. Let's be honest here. I'm not a fucking supporter of Russia, but let's be honest here.
You're just lying. You have no evidence indicating that.
You think Ukraine could hold their own versus Russia?
Yes, with the backing of the entirety of the West.
Really? So without the United States putting boots on the ground, you think Ukraine could hold their own versus Russia?
Yes.
I think that's crazy. I think Ukrainians are dying every day, and it's sad.
I don't dispute you there, but like if they want to defend themselves against Russia, literally taking over their homeland, they should be able to, have the ability to engage in that self-defense.
Absolutely, I agree. But
you're saying that they should have to give up their homeland, and they should go. What country should they go to? John, what country should they go to?
I'm saying Ukraine should be able to defend themselves.
What country should Ukrainians go to?
We shouldn't have to put up all the money.
If it's them alone, it will be Russia. Okay, that is the reality of the matter. It will be Russia. Everyone knows that.
If a country invaded the United States, I would expect us to defend ourselves. And if you die, you know what? You die trying. I mean, countries can only put in so much money and resources before they say we can't do this anymore.
Ukraine was not going to fully lose. Like it would have absolutely held up against Russia and
You're
contained
right.
Russia.
They're gonna have their women and kids end up fighting for them because they would have had no one left. It's just like what Stalin did with the Russians.
You're literally just lying, right? To not address my point. You absolutely are, right? You're not addressing my points at all.
I'm answering your point. What do you want me to answer?
You're not addressing the point that it absolutely would have led to containment of Russia.
If the U.S. kept funding them?
Yes.
I think what I'm saying to that is I think it would be wasted in the sense that eventually, if we kept funding Ukraine, eventually, maybe 5 years from now, 10 years from now, whatever it may be, Ukraine was never going to
last 5 to 10 more years.
You're right. It would be over.
The reason why, right, Ukraine would be able to uphold that is because Russia's economy cannot uphold continuing the war against the entirety of the West. They would run out of steam. They're already running out of steam.
I believe Russia would run Ukraine over, even with our help, eventually. Not right away. It would slow them down.
Okay, well, then you're not looking at their economic trends.
No, I'm looking at the facts. Ukrainians
you're not looking at the fact that their dollar has been massively devalued.
Say that again?
You're not looking at the fact that their dollar has been massively devalued.
I don't care what the dollar is.
They're still rocking 10, 11% inflation.
I don't care what the fuck about the. the economy.
That is larger than we ever saw.
Ukrainians are dying at a crazy level every single day.
Stop saying that you care about Ukrainians. You absolute piece of shit. You want their country to be owned by Russia.
Are you upset?
Mm-hmm.
You know, tough guy. You speak like a tough guy on here. Why don't you?
I'm upset with the virtue signaling.
Why don't you go fight the fucking war?
No, I'll dodge the draft like Trump, huh? You're not. You wouldn't look at me in a negative context. You'd vote for me then. Maybe then you'd vote for me, John.
I'm talking about you,
John. Maybe then you'd vote for me.
Actually, I don't even think you'd bear arms if they invaded our country. I think you'd roll over. That's you. That's you and your boys. Big talkers on TikTok, not much action.
When did I talk about shooting people and killing people? I would never do that myself.
You talk a big game about these wars going on and keep funding it. You're not willing to fight yourself, so why would you expect Ukrainians
I'm talking
to
about
keep dying?
helping Ukraine defend themselves.
Why would Ukrainians are dying every single day, and you want to keep the war going?
Okay. Stop acting like you care about Ukrainians because you don't give a shit about Ukrainians dying.
They're dying every day. You
don't give a fuck. You seriously do not give a fuck, John.
I don't get. You want to keep the war going, and I don't give a fuck.
I want to prop up Ukraine against Russia so they can keep their country.
Keep the war going.
So they can keep their country, defend themselves against Russia, so they can have a fucking country, right?
They're
And Russia is contained
their country
because Russia is going to continue invading other countries and killing people and doing that in other countries, right? Given that there's not containment of Russia.
Let me make this simple. If they keep fighting, they're going to keep dying for their country.
So wait, are you saying that like, okay, well then would you agree that the United States should have just like made a deal with the Nazis to give up the UK because a lot of people in the UK were dying during World War II? We should have just taken a deal with the Nazis to give up the UK, right?
United States fought their own fucking wars. We don't need anyone's help.
Wait, we weren't even involved in the war yet.
Actually, we did.
Japan came and bombed us, so we got involved.
Not with Germany.
What about Germany? What's your point?
I'm talking about Germany.
What about them? What's your point?
So again, people were dying, right, in the context of the UK. Should we have done a peace deal with the Nazis to give up the UK?
If we weren't involved?
Yeah, prior to us being involved in the war.
No, we have no business getting involved.
So we should not have done anything, essentially.
No, we have no business.
I have a question. If Japan actually, if Germany never declared war on the United States, should we have ever helped defend Europe from the Nazis?
If Germany never invaded the United States, should we?
Not invaded. They didn't invade. I'm saying declare war on the United States.
I think to a point, I think to a point you could defend them, give them resources and money. But if there's not a peace deal in sight, why would you?
Wait, you can defend them giving resources and money. Oh wait, that sounds very familiar there.
You know who you sound like, John?
That's why
John
I said there
sounds
should
like
be a peace deal.
They're dying, John. They're dying. Europeans are dying. Just give it to the Nazis. They're gonna win, right? You see how insane that is now? You see how fucking insane that is? That's why I believe in containment of Russia. Oh, well, he's out of the app now. He's going to run away. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. Let me thank some people real quick. Cheryl, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Cheryl. I really appreciate it. On Cash App, thank you so much, Cheryl. They left. Wow. Shirley, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Shirley. I really appreciate it. On PayPal, thank you. I have.
Thank you, Savannah, for the $5. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. I need to blow my nose, Loki.
Okay, I'll get somebody up.
Yeah, can you get someone up while I do that? Thank
you. Let's see about this person.
Hello?
Hey, Chris, how old are you?
19.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, okay? Parker, come back, Parker. You got removed. Parker got removed, so I don't know if he can come back on another account.
I got banned for harassment and bullying.
Wait, you got like banned?
No, I don't think he got banned. I think he just got removed. I'm not sure. I'm
April 5th. I'm banned on every account I have, chat. I don't have an account to join them on. Yeah,
on.
I'm banned. April 5th. I'm banned. Fully banned. Fully banned. Yep, everyone. I'm gonna be only here on YouTube now. Banned on every TikTok account. We love that. I love being banned on every single account. It's so fun. It's so fucking fun. How did me getting banned remove my account ban warning? That is diabolical. It just doesn't even make any sense. It got me getting banned on my second account on the Parker Needs a Job account. Literally got rid of the account ban warning. Like what? It just doesn't even make any sense. Matt's listening to me right now. Chat and Matt's account. Go over to my YouTube. We're only gonna be on YouTube. There's actually nothing I can do. I'm literally banned on every single one of my accounts. There's not even like an account I can go on to like get people to go over to my account. Would you? Diabolical. TikTok at this point is like totally useless. Let me put the StreamYard join in the chat. Let me put the join link in the chat real quick. Paste, enter, pin message. There we are, chat. Join up. Join up if you're a Trump supporter. It's very unfortunate, chat. Very unfortunate. What's your favorite dinosaur? A pterodactyl isn't a dinosaur. I'll go with T-Rex. Go with T-Rex. Yeah, my video got restricted today. I think the past two videos, they got restricted because of one thing I said.
For the last 4 years, we've had...
Yeah, that's diabolical. It's restricted. What's up, everyone, though, on YouTube? Do make sure to like the stream, everyone. I'm going to just do debates on YouTube, yo. Alrighty, let me turn on the... Sure, there we are. All right, perfect. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
How'd you do that?
Why'd I do that? I mean, for every reason in the book. The guy, first of all, my favorite reason is the man is hilarious. He is just comedy gold. Every time he's on stage, I see a clip of him every single day. It makes me laugh. Like, just the little things. Like, even today, what do you do?
You're laughing while like people are being like disenfranchised.
No,
right?
he is.
You think it's funny that people are like losing their livelihoods? You think it's funny that women have a restricted access to abortion? You think it's funny that our EPA regulations are getting like totally diminished? You think it's comedy? Isn't that pretty sick? He's just not talking. All right.
You said what?
Did you hear me at all?
I didn't hear that last part. Somebody was trying to beep in.
Yeah, MAGA Mobile?
What's that? MAGA Mobile?
Yeah.
No, I'm not even MAGA. Like,
You're not MAGA? You voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You are MAGA.
Nah, I mean, like, if Obama and Trump ran, like, I would vote for Obama if they ran in 2028.
Okay. What's the difference between Obama and Kamala Harris? That means you want to vote for Obama, but not Kamala Harris over Donald Trump.
Obama's the deporter in chief, and Kamala oversaw one of the worst border crises we've ever had in this country. There's a huge difference. We were invaded.
Okay. Okay. Invaded. Okay. So you think we were invaded. Okay. I have a question. Are you okay with the population of the country growing 1% to 2% a year?
Yeah, I am. I
Yeah.
think. I
Okay.
mean,
So how many people do you think illegally came to the country? When do you think of the $5? Yes, it is. And no, I'm not. It's the sunburn. And Hannah, thank you for the $2. Did you hear me, Timmy? Hey, Timmy Turner, did you hear me? You there, Timmy Turner? Okay, well, he's gone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, am I on this?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. I'm
Oh, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? By the way, Pierce, I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. Just letting you know, Dom, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Border.
Okay, what about the border?
That he's got it on straps.
Okay, can you name one border policy of Trump's that you like?
No.
Don't you see that as a problem?
No, because most Kamala supporters couldn't name a policy either.
I could name one.
I said most. I know you obviously could.
Okay, so just because most people, right, can't name a policy doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to answer what a policy is. That you,
Yeah,
it was
but
an
if you
immigrant.
go
You
on
said,
debate, you should expect
how
that,
is he? How is he better with immigration?
Well, he said he would, do a mass deportation on the first day, and he did it, and went down a lot.
He said he would do mass deportation the first day. What deportation policy did he pass that you like?
I said I couldn't name a policy.
Okay. Can you name something he did? Did he? Well, actually, I'll ask
Wait,
you
you
this.
cut out. Say that again.
Do you agree with him recently deporting like people who are here in the country legally?
No, I don't agree with that.
You disagree with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
obviously.
Does that make you regret your vote?
No. Well, was it intentional?
Yes.
Can you give me the context?
Yeah, people who are here in the country, who are Haitian immigrants legally in the country, right? Were deported by Donald Trump.
Completely knowing that they were legal?
Yep.
Well, yeah, then that's messed up.
Okay. So then, do you regret your vote, given that you heard this?
No, I don't treat him like he's God. I don't agree with everything he does.
Okay, I'm not saying you have to agree with everything he does. I'm just saying that, like,
well, you just told me that one example, and you said, "Do I regret my vote?"
I'm just saying, is that excessive enough insofar as you wouldn't vote for him, or like, is the sexual abuse excessive insofar as you wouldn't vote for someone? The election denial?
Nah,
bragging
I don't
about
think character plays a big part in it, honestly.
Character, not at all. But you don't
Very
know any of the
little, very
policies. So
little.
why does character not matter to you?
Well, what he said, I trust the guy. I mean, I trust him more than Kamala.
You trust him even though he lied 30,000 times in his first administration? You trust him even though he cheated on every single one of his wives? You trust him? Really?
Yep.
Why?
I don't know, man. I just think I could trust him.
Why would you trust a pathological liar?
You ever get like a feeling like you could trust somebody?
Bro, you literally have Pierce fucking face palming right now, bro.
Who?
You have Pierce face palming right now.
The fuck does that mean?
There's someone in the guest box who is face palming at you.
Damn.
How does that make you feel, dude?
Sad.
Yeah?
Yep.
You should feel, man.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed.
Yeah,
that someone's
should be.
face palming me in the chat.
No,
So where's
in the
Dean, man?
in the guest box. He's eating food. He's eating Panda Express.
Damn.
Why?
Nice. Nah,
Why?
I'm just curious.
Okay.
Usually
Why
y'all
you just
two are
randomly
like,
ask that?
because usually you two are like, steak and bone.
You can eat steak without the bone, right?
Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, it didn't really sound great, did it?
Peanut butter and jelly.
You can eat a peanut butter sandwich or a jelly sandwich.
Can you give me an example?
SpongeBob.
And Patrick?
Jay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
It used to be SpongeBob, Patrick, Mr. Krabs, and Squidward, but now it's just SpongeBob and Patrick, if you know what I mean.
Jay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you do this
That
a
is
lot for the
hilarious.
money? Like, do you do it like every night for the money?
Yeah, just for the money. I don't do it because
No,
I
but, like,
care about
no, I'm not
people.
saying fully
I don't
for the
do it.
money.
I don't do it
No,
because
no,
I
no,
care
I'm
about
not-
people. I don't do it
no,
because
no.
I want to educate. I don't do it because
No,
I
no,
like
no, no,
want
no,
a
no,
better
that wasn't what I
world
was
for like
saying.
my
What-
children and the children that come after them.
No, that's not
It's
what I
because
meant.
I
That's not what
just
I
want to
meant.
make money. Yeah, you're right.
I didn't mean it just for the money. I meant like, is that a part of it?
Obviously, it's my job. Yes.
Oh, it's your actual job?
Yes.
So why is that your name?
What? Parker get a job?
Yeah.
Because people would just come up and tell me to get a job just because I'm on TikTok or I'm just debating.
Nah,
And
it's a
they don't
job. I'll
consider it
give
a
you
real
that.
job.
It's a job. It's a
It
job.
is. It absolutely is. But it's a play on words because they're joking. Or not. I mean, they're not. I'm joking. They're being serious, right? And I'm like making fun of them essentially
So like
for
you're a
like saying I
D1
don't
rage
have a
baiter?
job when I do. What's
You're a
up?
D1. You're a D1 rage baiter.
That's not rage baiting.
Kind of is.
I'm making fun of them.
Oh shit. This is you got banned on TikTok. I saw that.
Yeah.
On all your
Is
accounts?
this an interview or is it a debate? Yeah, I'm
I don't know.
banned on
Bring
every
up a
single
topic.
account.
We'll talk about it. Bring up a topic. We'll talk about it.
Okay. Why'd you vote for like a rapist?
I don't really think he did it.
Really? Well, he was held civilly liable, forcibly penetrating. What was her name?
Eugene Carroll.
Eugene Carroll. Okay. Where did it happen?
Possibly New York. That's just a guess.
Oh, you don't know like the business. You've done no research into the case, so why do you dispute it?
Because it's just like it's not a criminal place.
Okay, so you do accept the felonies against Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, it's legal, so you kind of have to, I guess.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, it did happen, but like the felony charges, but I don't know if it's right.
Okay, you don't know if they're right, even though you just said criminal case would be considered right. So if he was
Yeah,
criminally
but it
held,
wasn't a, yeah, but he
if
wasn't
he was
criminal.
criminally held responsible for sexually abusing a woman, would you then not vote for him?
Yeah.
Okay, if he was held civilly liable, forcefully penetrating a child against them
Whoa,
against their will,
child.
would you then vote for him?
She was a child.
I'm saying if he was held civilly liable,
Well, you
forcefully
can't just say if it was a like child. That's a big difference.
What's the relevant difference?
One's a
Insofar as
minor
that
and one's not. I mean,
That's-
they're both
that's not
bad,
a-
but like that one's a lot
that's,
worse.
That's not a relevant difference insofar as that you say that one is not excessively bad insofar as you'd vote for someone, but the other one is. Stella, think of the $5. Thank you.
I don't know.
What?
Now you're confusing me.
What was
Talking
confusing?
too. You're saying way too fast.
Okay, what did I say that you didn't understand? And Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I
I don't
really
even know
appreciate it.
what
I
you
know,
said. You
right?
said it way
It's called
too fast.
you're the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Me?
Yeah, Zach, think of the $50. That's exactly what it is.
What does that mean?
You are at the very beginning of it. You have a high level of confidence for a very low level of information.
How am I confident?
You're confident in espousing your beliefs that you have no evidence to justify. All you have to justify is this book. Trust me, bro. You just seriously.
Is that what it
trust
says
me, bro.
on the book?
Yeah, it says trust me, bro.
Where'd you get that?
I just got it. It spawned into reality.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I spawned it in like Minecraft.
Oh shit. So
Yeah,
I'm playing right now, actually.
Yeah,
to tell you the truth.
I turned creative mode on.
I'm literally playing that right now.
Do you want to address any of my points or you got nothing?
Can you repeat what you said?
About what? Which part?
I don't even remember. What were you talking about? Something with if it was a minor or not a minor.
Yeah, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
No.
Okay, what's the relevant difference between the victim being a woman and the victim being a child insofar as that
Because
it's
I think if
excessively
it's
bad?
an adult, they're more likely to lie about it.
Oh, okay. So Eugene Carroll was more likely to lie about it. Okay. I have a question.
And I don't like how she came out and said
Hold
so
on.
long
Hold on.
afterwards.
What's more likely? A false accusal of rape, right? Or someone being held liable wrongly, like unjustly?
Say that again?
What's more likely? A false accusal of rape, right? Or someone being held liable, right? Incorrectly.
What's rape being false? That's more likely.
Someone claiming rape is more likely?
Yeah, that's more likely than
False. Around 2 to 10% of cases prior to the point in which they're held liable. So being held liable is an even smaller percentage, right? Are false accusals, right?
So
that's
you agree
significantly
that
less than the proportion of people that would literally be what's it called? That would literally be held liable and wrongly held liable.
Okay. So you agree that a lot of civilly liable cases are fake?
Not only are most accusations true, most people who are held liable are true, right? It's 90+%. So you're taking
Well,
because it's like a 2 to
I think
10%
Trump's a very
likelihood that it's a
unique
false
case because he's
accusal.
such a hated man. I think it's a pretty unique case.
You understand that plenty of politicians have been hated, yet you wouldn't dispute it in that context.
Yeah, but like he's
Wait,
like
so
the
here's
most
my
hated
point.
one ever.
Then
He's
here's my
like the most hated one ever though. You
then
can't
here's my
deny
point.
that.
Then here's the point I'd bring up to you. A child that has the same likelihood of lying as Eugene Carroll, right? Right. Would you vote for the guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing them?
No.
Oh, so it's not about the likelihood of lying.
But like think about it like this. If you had the opportunity to lie about Hitler,
Wait,
and then he would
it's
get
not
in
about
jail.
lying. It's not about lying.
But like just think about it if you were
And the
in like
fact that
someone's
you made
shoes.
the fact that you made a comparison between Trump and Hitler is fucking hilarious.
Well, you view him as Hitler practically. You view him as a really bad dictator.
Wait. That's
I mean,
the
you literally
comparison.
call.
If you choose to make that comparison, go for it.
Okay, well, I am. Let me finish. So, would you, if you had the opportunity to lie about Hitler and then he would get in trouble, would you do it?
Absolutely.
So that's my point with Trump. Since you really hate him, you would lie about him.
We're talking about Eugene Carroll. It's not me.
Yeah, well, yeah, I know, but in her like shoes.
So are you saying that every false accusal of a bad person is just immediately wrong?
No. I'm saying
But
he's a
they have
special case
reason.
with
But
him
they have
because he's
reason.
so hated.
But if they're a bad person, if they're bad enough, then you have reason to lie about them to get them put in prison. I would absolutely lie about a bad person to put them in prison.
So you're saying she could have lied to them?
It's obviously logically possible, but it's most probable that she didn't lie and that the story is legitimate.
But you can't say it's most probable if there's no way to really know for sure.
No, I can. You know how I know it's most probable? Because he was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. And in most instances, if someone is held liable, it is true.
Most.
Yeah, most probable.
But it's kind of like a special case with him, though. You gotta understand that.
I don't accept that. I think that framing is disingenuous propaganda.
So you don't think it's real?
I think that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. I do think that makes him most likely.
All right. Well, even if he did that, I still appreciate what he did with the deportation.
We're deporting legal.
Well, not obviously.
Citizens
There's still
and
some
immigrants.
So, like, you don't like agree with ICE at all?
What?
Do you think ICE should be a thing?
we should abolish ICE. There's a different enforcement mechanism for immigration than ICE.
All right, so what do you think we should do with ICE? Are you serious? You don't think we need it?
You reform it and add it into a broader system that has more accountability.
Like what? Give me an example.
I'm giving you the example. They have more accountability. Like, what are you asking for? What accountability on what? Yeah, for mistreatment, right, of people. But
that happens like all the time with cops. We shouldn't
for
change
processing.
the way cops are.
Make it more efficient for processing, right? Limiting when they specifically deport people, right? There's plenty of things.
Most cops do their jobs correctly, but there's always going to be corrupt ones. Same thing with ICE.
So obviously, we'd advocate for more accountability for police officers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So similarly, we advocate for more accountability for police officers. We should also advocate for more accountability for ICE agents.
Well, I don't think those people who did it wrongly are still in their job.
Okay. Well, regardless whether or not you think that, Kamala Harris had a bill, the bipartisan border bill, that would have literally built more wall than Trump ever built. It would have capped the amount of people coming into the country, right? Specifically in terms of encounters, right? And it would have made the asylum process go faster for people who are being processed in the United States, right?
But what would she do with the people that are already in the United States?
Are you talking about undocumented immigrants?
Yeah, that are already in the United States. She'll make it tighter, sure, whatever. Let's just say
I'm actually not quite sure on that one. I don't think she clarified her position on that.
See, that was that was a big thing.
I would assume there'd be less deportations than Trump for non-violent offenders. For non-violent offenders. Ask yourself. Think of the $5. Thank you.
See, that's what I don't agree with. See, that's what I'm saying. Trump had a better way to get rid of people that are already in the country. Can you at least agree on that? Can you agree with that?
No, I think people who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime should be allowed to stay and given legal documentation.
Well, so illegal immigrants who haven't committed.
Hey, Donald Rooster, send a guest request. You can click the link, the pinned comment. Click the link and join as a guest.
So illegal immigrants who haven't committed a crime should stay here.
Absolutely, they should be legal citizens.
Well, yeah, I agree. They should do it. They should be here legally, but the ones that aren't, obviously not everyone's going to be.
I'm saying they should be considered legal citizens.
Why?
Timmy, are you mad? Timmy, how mad are you?
I'm not
I can't-
mad.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just pointing out your misinformation claims.
What misinformation?
2 to 10% of rapes are false.
Of accusations, right? According to yeah, absolutely. That's based on many studies added together.
But you're not critically thinking about the study.
Okay, tell me how.
Because those 2 to 10% are just ones that are proven to be false.
Sure.
There are several, like an estimated in those same studies, like 20 to 30% at least, that are most likely false. They just cannot prove it without a doubt.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
you can't say for sure.
are you saying if something is most likely the case that you'd accept it?
Nah, depends
No?
on the evidence and the context.
Okay, wait, what is the evidence that's
Well, I'm
relevant
just
there
letting
so
you
that
know
you would
that
but you're accepting that 30% of people who accuse people are doing it falsely, and you're basing it upon something that's quote unquote most likely to be the case. One, that's not most likely to be the case. But even if I do accept that, if you think most likely is a relevant standard to accept, well, then you would accept that Donald Trump is guilty because it's most likely that he's guilty if he was held liable for sexual abuse.
Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. So you do realize that this case took place in Manhattan, where 90% of people voted against Trump, and
No,
they
wrong.
hate him in Manhattan.
Not all people vote. Secondly, right, there are plenty of independents, right, in Manhattan. Thirdly, right, it's also important to address the fact that in terms of the jury, Donald Trump's lawyers were a part of the process to select the jury. So how come they didn't hire good enough lawyers to be able to limit that bias?
No, they can't.
Not even one
They
juror,
don't have an
not even a
unlimited
single juror. Based on the probability that you just mentioned, it's still likely to be the case that at least one or two of the jury members, right, was someone that disagreed. Agreed with Trump and still held him liable because it was a unanimous decision from a jury.
because they knew it was a lost cause, and they weren't going to be stuck there in a stupid trial. For
You know how much hate they would get if they
It didn't
stuck
have
with
to be.
Trump?
Stop,
Their
stop,
lives would be ruined.
stop. It did not have to be. It did not have to be. What's it called? Unanimous. It could have been not unanimous, and they still would have. Held him liable. So they would not have been held into a courtroom or in a jury room, right? If they did just put liable, even if it was the case that he wasn't liable.
You know how much hate they would get, though?
What did you say?
You know how much hate they would get?
How do you know who they are?
The jury?
Yeah.
It's not public?
Do you think that would be relevant? Do you think that would?
Well, yeah, that would
like,
be
a
relevant.
jury?
Yeah, no. I'm
Do you
saying
think
is
that
it
would
public?
restrict? Do you think that would? Do you think that would restrict the jury from being able to make an accurate determination?
If it was public or not?
Yeah.
In a way. I mean, think
There
about
you
it,
go.
because if it was
Obviously.
public, it would yeah. If it was public, then there would be. If they were stuck with Trump,
obviously you'd keep it not public.
it wasn't public.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind.
There's just there was no physical evidence for that case, and when I look at it, there's no way in hell that case would ever be criminally convicted beyond a reasonable doubt.
I have a question. Where did it happen? In what store?
It's a department store. I forgot the name of it. What?
Called?
I forgot the name of it, but I've read the case. I mean, I understand.
What year did it happen?
It was
76.
No, it was in the late 90s. It was like that
96.
96, 97, somewhere in there.
It was 96.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't know these is actually indicative of the fact that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know anything about the case.
I just told you
the
it
only
was
reason
96, 97.
You
What do
said
mean?
96 because the other guest said it because he heard me say it.
No, he said 76.
Yeah.
He said 96 after saying 76 because
Well, I only
he
said that
corrected
because he
himself
said 90s afterwards.
Yes, because he remembered me saying 96.
Okay,
right, and he also associated with you saying 90s.
Okay, hold on, because I know that she went into a dressing room with Donald Trump in this department store willingly. And I'm not saying that.
Wait. Can you revoke consent at any time?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it's her word against his, and then there's no physical evidence of any kind that would say beyond reasonable doubt that he did
what
that.
Physical evidence would you accept?
fucking his DNA inside of her vagina with a rape kit.
Okay. So if there was DNA on a dress and he didn't give up
No,
his
they're in a
DNA.
dressing room together. Of course, there's going to be maybe they were kissing.
Wait.
They're
They're in a dressing room. That's completely different from what Trump said. Trump said they never met.
He did say
Are
that.
you acknowledging that Donald Trump lied?
Yeah, absolutely. He's a liar.
So if Donald Trump lied, please explain to me why you accept his account of what happened over what she
I'm
said.
not accepting his account. I'm just saying that there's
You
no
did.
way.
You totally accept. You accept his account over
No, I
accepting
don't.
E. Jean Carroll's. Wait,
no,
who's a more reliable person in this scenario? E. Jean Carroll. Wait, given that it's one person's word versus another person's word, who's a more reliable person, E. Jean Carroll or Donald Trump?
I'd give it the edge to E. Jean Carroll.
Okay,
But
so then obviously it would make most sense to believe E. Jean Carroll, correct?
no, not necessarily, because there's no way in hell that's anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no way in hell
Wait,
that would ever be a
we're
criminal
talking about
conviction.
we're talking about in a civil.
I
court,
understand
right,
civil.
for it held civilly liable. Wait,
You
I
can't.
have a question. I have a question. Does it have to be criminal in order for you to accept it?
There has to be evidence beyond a reasonable doubt for me to accept.
Okay. So all the civil cases that held people responsible for sexually abusing children in New York, based upon the extension of the Child Survivors Act, that specifically you don't accept because it's not in a criminal court.
Well,
would you hire them? Would you hire? Wait, I have a question. Would you hire
You
them
have
as
to look
teachers?
at the evidence.
Would you
If you show me
hire?
the evidence,
Would
I'll
you
make a
hire
decision
those
on each
adults?
one.
Listen. Would you hire those adults, right, as teachers? Given that they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child.
You got to give me the evidence of each case because that's what I like to do.
Okay. So you might hire them.
Analyze the evidence of each case.
Are there some cases?
Wait,
Hold
there's
on.
no
To
way you can hold this against him.
To clarify, are there some cases where you would put someone in the position of being a teacher if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
No, that doesn't sound right.
Okay, so there's no circumstance where that would be the case. Okay, so you don't need to look at the evidence. You just know that it wouldn't be the case that you would accept them to, be the ones to be teachers, given that they have a likely chance of being a sexual abuser of children, right? The same thing is also true. The same thing would also be true if the victim was an adult, right? So I don't know why you only apply this if the victim was a child.
No, it's different because it's a slippery slope. You can't ruin a man's career just because one woman said this about him.
That's not it. He was held liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. He also has a history
in Manhattan where they hate him in an election year.
Again, you're not listening. You're not addressing this, right?
All
Again,
right.
there are literally people that literally the jury was selected by the lawyers.
Yes, but they only get so many challenges, like 3, I think.
They didn't use up all their challenges, and no, it's not 3.
Okay, so I'm here. I'm interested in the future of America and what he's doing to save America.
And you don't care if the president of the United States griped a woman. You don't care if the president of the United States undermined the integrity of the election. You don't care if the president of the United States undermined the Constitution.
There's no
the rule of law.
There's no strong evidence for that.
There was strong evidence, and I proved it.
No, strong evidence. That's disingenuous. There was not strong.
Was there any
evidence.
physical?
You haven't even looked. You have not even looked at the case. Yes, there was DNA on
I
the dress.
just told you all the
Trump
details of the case.
Can I
How
please
did I
finish?
not look at the case?
There was DNA on a dress where Donald Trump didn't give up his DNA, right? Given multiple years that he was given.
Was
to
there
be able to
DNA?
Can
Wait,
I please finish?
was it confirmed to be
Am
Trump
I able
DNA?
to finish? Am I able to finish?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is the case that Donald Trump could have given up his DNA in the multiple years, but chose not to, right? If it was the case that it wasn't his DNA, given that he said that he wasn't even at the event in the first place, right, then it would be the case that he has best reason to give his DNA, right, to the civil court to be able to verify that it's not his DNA. Why didn't he do that?
Because he's not. He doesn't have to.
His DNA is probably on her
it's his
dress. They were in
DNA.
the same dressing room together. You know how small dressing rooms are?
Again, he's just a liar, and you accept that he's lying. Why is it the case that you accept that he's not a rapist?
Why isn't there DNA on undergarments? Because
Why
that
would
would change
Donald?
the whole
Can I ask you a
system.
question? Wait. Are you saying that if there isn't DNA on undergarments, then it is the case that they weren't assaulted?
Well, if he assaulted her, he would have had to take off her undergarments, right? Right?
So are you saying that if she doesn't have the undergarments, then it is the case that she wasn't assaulted?
Well, why would she give up the dress for DNA testing, but not
she had the dress,
undergarment?
but she didn't have the undergarments.
That's bizarre.
Why is that bizarre? That's common for grave victims to keep certain things about what happened to them. Right?
Why would they ever like the quote unquote most important part about it?
What?
Why would they give up? Like, why would they not give up? Or not keep the Undergarments.
Again, they don't keep just because a great victim doesn't keep everything, right? From when they were
Yeah, but I don't
assaulted
think it
doesn't
makes sense
mean
that
that
she wouldn't
like
give that up. Because obviously, if there's
she didn't
DNA
keep
on
it.
dress, that could have been like
She
from
didn't
anything.
keep it from almost 20 years prior.
I think that this
Well,
case
why would she
is
keep the
filled
dress though?
Because it
with
is the case
weight.
that some great victims, right, keep those types of things, right, when they are assaulted, right? Just because they didn't keep it's trauma associated. It's just because they didn't keep everything from when they were assaulted doesn't mean that it didn't happen to them. Why are these reasons that you're disputing that it
But
happened or
just because
reducing
there's
the,
DNA
why are
doesn't
these
match Trump's
reasons that
DNA.
why are these reasons that you're reducing the probability that this occurred?
Because I don't
There's
think it
too
honestly
much
makes any
reasonable
logical
doubt.
sense.
What about
This
this doesn't
case
make
is
logical
filled
sense?
with reasonable doubt.
Why you would keep
Wait, we don't
why would
okay.
you keep
I
the
don't
dress but not
what do you mean by so you aren't willing to accept anything that's outside of the context of reasonable doubt? So again, I'll ask you this question: held civilly
It's
liable of
reasonable to doubt it.
held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for Donald Trump?
This
No.
is crazy.
That's
No?
that's a
Crazy
totally different
hypothetical.
case.
Wait. So
Yeah,
then
exactly.
wait.
Exactly.
So please
Exactly,
explain to
Timmy.
so please explain to me why it is the case that if the victim is a child, you would accept the results of the civil case, but if the victim's an adult, you wouldn't accept it.
There's
Because the context. I mean,
yeah,
come on.
and children just
What
have
context?
extra safe than sorry protections because they don't have autonomy as far as making decisions. Like children is a whole different
Wait, are you
ballgame.
saying that it's a possible chance that she consented to the grape? That's contradictory.
No, I'm saying that children should be protected at all costs, even if like there should be more risk averse.
Couldn't you have reasonable doubt that it is the case that the child was even around Donald Trump in the first place?
Say that again. You lagged out for a second.
Couldn't you have reasonable doubt that Donald Trump was never around the child in the first place?
I don't even. Your hypothetical is so crazy. I don't even know where you're at with your.
It's not crazy. It's literally the
A
exact
child?
same case, but the victim's a child. That's the only
That's a
distinction.
big difference, though.
Okay, so if that's
why would he be in
but why is that such a
dressing room with a
difference?
child?
Then here's my question: why is that a difference insofar as that it is the case? Again, wait, you don't
So
accept the
what?
case. He claims that this didn't happen. The different accounts claim this didn't happen, and the other side claim this did happen.
So why is there such a big difference in killing a child and killing a woman? It's because you're killing a child. That's a big difference.
What? What are we
Like if you're in a court, criminal justice,
killing a
you're
child?
all right,
Killing?
raping. If you rape a child or you rape a woman, which one's gonna give you more jail time in a criminal case?
What? They should both be life.
Yeah, I know, but not necessarily. They're not.
They
both
should go to
life.
El
Wait, not necessarily.
Salvador.
Okay, so please tell me what should be the sentence
I
for
mean,
a rapist?
That to
At
go
least
to
a
what
life
should it be?
sentence. At least
if
a
they
life
rape a
sentence.
child, they should go to
At
El Salvador prison.
So at least a life sentence. Okay. So then if you agree that they're both life sentences, why would you say there's a difference in how long the sentence is? They're
No.
both
Life sentence is like 25 years.
No, life for the rest of their life. I mean,
No, I
literally
don't
for the
mean
rest of their
for
life.
life. I mean a life sentence. I'm pretty sure there's a big difference in that.
Oh, okay. So you'd be okay with a rapist getting out of prison?
After, going in prison, you know what they do to rapists in prison, bro?
Are you okay with rapists getting out of prison?
I'm
Well,
not.
they're obviously gonna get a taste of real hard medicine in
Oh,
fucking prison.
are you
You know
okay
how
with
bad that would
letting?
be?
Are you okay with letting rapists out of prison? And also, that
After a long time. After a long time.
fantasizing about people getting assaulted is really weird.
I didn't fantasize about shit. What are you talking
That's
about?
what you just brought up.
How was that fantasizing?
Okay.
Explain it.
You just brought up a literal scenario specifically. You're like, oh, they're gonna get that in prison.
Yeah, that's usually what happens.
So
yeah, that's not
again,
fantasizing, man. That's a big difference.
All right, let's move on to something that's
like what it sounds
totally unproven from 25 years ago. We're talking about the future of America here.
Wait, no.
Exactly.
Again, if the same evidentiary standards were assumed to be true, particularly about a victim in which is a child, in that circumstance, would you then accept the civil case if the child had the same probability of being assaulted as Eugene Carroll?
I just wouldn't let the dude around a child. Like, I don't know. I would just be extra.
Okay.
Like, children,
Would you let them be president of the United States? Would you let children look up to them?
The president of the United States is to make sure America stays safe from foreign adversaries and improve
And
our
we would be able to
economy.
stay safe even if Kamala Harris were the president, but you decided to vote for a rapist.
You can't say he's a rapist. He's.
He
I think that's a
absolutely is.
bizarre.
Actually, legally, I can. Legally,
No.
I can say he's a rapist.
I don't think so, but
Yes,
I mean,
I can. Yes, I can. I'm doing it
can,
right
yeah,
now.
you can. Sure, I would never call him a rapist.
Yeah, because you're a fucking cult member.
No,
How does
I'm
that
not
make
even-
you in a cult?
Because you're not willing to accept it, given any level of the evidence. I just said
No,
again, if you were
I
to
look
assume
at
the
the
same,
facts.
if you were to
I
assume
look
the
at the
same
facts and the evidence,
can
and
you
they paint a different
Can you
story.
listen? If you were to assume the same probability of a sexual assault being true, right? If the victim were a child, would you accept the case in a civil case, right? If the victim were a child, yes,
Dude,
you
you
would.
can't stop bringing up that scenario. It's such a like total different thing.
Yeah,
So it's not based on the
that's
probability
one
of
of
it being
those logical
accurate. It's
fallacies.
based.
I don't know which one it is.
Why are you even bringing that up? That's like so
That's
different.
not a logical fallacy. What I'm doing is
Yes.
I'm showing you a logical extreme of your worldview, because it is the case that I'm showing you that if you base it upon the probability of it being true, right, within that sense, right, then I'm saying that this probability of being true is enough for you to accept it if the victim were a child. So what's the relevant difference between the victim being a child and the victim being adult? Insofar as that it's enough to accept it if the probability is lower for it being true with a child, but the probability being higher for being adult is not enough to accept it.
What? Can you slow down, man?
Where'd you not get personally $2?
I get what you're trying to say, but it's like I said.
No, I want him to. I want him to understand before.
Irrelevant, and
I want him to understand before. What did you not get, Dom?
You just said that way too fast. It's too late for this.
What did you not get?
Dude, I don't even know what you said. You're saying the difference between a child and a woman, or a grown woman.
Yeah, there's not a relevant difference that you'd be able to provide.
There's not a relevant
based
difference?
upon the listen to what I'm saying. Based upon the argument that you provided in terms of probability of it being true, because
I
you
mean,
have
maybe
a
in a
higher
court of law,
probability.
but like morality,
Wow,
yeah, of course.
it is impossible for this idiot to listen. Absolutely, you're a fucking dumbass. Fuck you. You don't want to listen for shit. You don't want to engage in an argument. You didn't listen to shit I said, and you just made up a lie that you didn't fucking hear what I said because I spoke too fast. You're an absolute dumbass, right? Engage with what I have to say, right? Listen to what I have to say, or I'm gonna fucking kick you off the live at this point.
Understood.
Jesus Christ.
I bet you think Donald Trump's a racist.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm asking, you cannot determine a relevant difference between a child and adult in this circumstance in order to dispute it, given the argument you provided in terms of probability of it being true. Because there could be a higher probability under your perspective for it to be true that Eugene Carroll was assaulted comparative to a child, where you'd accept the case against it, where it was a lower likelihood that the child was assaulted comparative to the adult, but you wouldn't accept it where in the case of Eugene Carroll because she's an adult. It's really weird. Hannah, think of it $2.
Honestly, I think it's a morality thing.
What's the difference in the morality there?
Because I feel more sympathy for the child than a woman.
Why? Why don't you feel sympathy for a great
because
victim?
I never said that I didn't.
You said you didn't feel as much sympathy for women who are great victims comparative to children
There's
who are
a big
great
difference.
victims.
There's a big difference.
Why is that the case?
It's unexplainable, dude. It's just morality. Like, you don't feel more sympathy towards a kid than a woman?
I feel the same sympathy with children who are assaulted comparative to women who are assaulted because they were fucking sexually assaulted. The fact that you literally empathize with women who are sexually assaulted less, I think proves you're fucking misogynistic as fuck, dude. And the fact that you don't see that, you're not going to see that. You're going to be like, oh my God, left calls people misogynistic all the time. You just said you have less empathy for women who are sexually assaulted.
Than a kid, yeah.
You piece of shit.
How does that make me a piece of shit?
How do you have less empathy for a great victim? That's insane.
Well, less than a child, man. There's a difference.
So?
I mean, so.
They were both sexually assaulted. So?
Yeah, it's bad. It's extremely bad for both. But it's worse for a child. That fucks up everything for the entire rest of their life. I know, same thing for a woman.
Okay,
I know, but it's a difference when it's a child. It's harder when it's a child.
What's the relevant difference?
Because when you're a child, then, that's like you just started out life.
Okay, that's not a reason. You're just do you have less empathy for men who are victims?
No. I have the same. It's the same. Wait, what do you mean? You're saying you have more empathy for a woman than a man and get raped.
Parker, I've zoned in on why your argument
I have the same
is
empathy
wrong.
for all great victims.
Okay, so that's yeah, okay. I thought you said that. I thought you meant you have less for men than women.
No.
Okay, then I understood you wrong. I'm sorry.
Do you have less for men comparative to children? Destiny, think of it $5.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's
that's
the same.
also fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Seriously, bro.
I'm sure a lot of people think that, though.
No, hold
That
on,
doesn't make
Parker.
it right. A lot of people thought slavery was okay. A lot of people thought the earth was flat. Like, you use that as justification is disgusting.
But I'm saying this is my morality, though.
Yeah, your morality is fucked up. That's what I'm saying.
So you don't think it's worse for a kid than a grown woman?
I have the same amount of empathy for a grown
See,
woman
I
compared
just
to a
disagree with
child.
that, man. I just disagree. I think it's just worse. I'm not saying that anyone's better. I'm not saying like one's
You said
good.
you have less empathy for a grave
I
victim
meant
if they're a woman.
no. I meant a woman as in a grown person. I didn't mean I didn't mean their gender.
Royal, thank you for the $10.
There's
Yeah,
I
and that's
didn't see
insane.
that's oh I see what you okay. I didn't mean it as in gender. I meant it as in a grown person.
That's still insane.
No, this is why your argument sounds good, but is actually not equal, because when you say someone's been civilly held liable of a child, like obviously we don't know the evidence of that case and the facts of that case, and if they've been civilly held
You
liable,
also didn't know the evidence of the case with the victim being
I
Eugene
did
Carroll.
know the evidence.
No,
I
you
told you
didn't.
the
We
year.
talked about
I
this.
told you. Yeah, I told you they went into a dressing room. I told you about the. I know all the evidence. She
Wait,
told
you
her
didn't know what? You
therapist
didn't know. You
20
didn't.
years ago, and her therapist story didn't change. Like I know the evidence.
Psychiatrist.
Yeah, whatever. Therapist, psychiatrist. I mean, we're splitting hairs here.
And no, it wasn't that. It was that they verified the trauma in court. The trauma.
How do you verify trauma?
That's
yeah.
sounds insane.
Wait, are you saying psychiatrists aren't able to identify certain types of
No,
behaviors
that's not
that
what
are
I'm saying. I'm
consistent?
just I genuinely meant how.
Or psychologists, sorry. They're able to identify based on certain behavioral mechanisms. So it's based on their speciality.
Which at the end of
didn't
the day
know
is
that.
still an opinion. It's not like
Yeah, was there only one psychiatrist
by
or
a
were there multiple?
professional. By a professional.
Was there only one or was there multiple to get multiple opinions?
Do you need multiple in the context of a court case?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, you need more than one person to say. You can't just take one person's word for it.
You typically would take an expert's opinion.
Yeah, multiple.
In
You can't just take one for sure.
And plenty of court cases, there's testimony from one expert that identifies them to be guilty.
See, I don't agree with that. I think there should be multiple.
So are you saying any case in which only has one person?
I'm not saying
that is
every
an
single
expert.
one is
Are
like-
you saying okay? Well then, why are you only applying the standard to Eugene Carroll?
Well, I mean, don't you think it's a big difference when you're talking about former
No.
president of the United States?
No.
All right, well then I just disagree with it in general. I think there should be multiple opinions on it.
Okay. So again, what you're not understanding is that again, right? So then why didn't the lawyer of Donald Trump's ask for that?
It beats me, man. I couldn't tell you.
Why didn't they put someone on the stand?
That's just my opinion.
Why didn't they put a counter on the stand?
Dude, that's just my opinion. I couldn't tell you that. I can't speak for them.
Okay, well, so you thought of more to do than the richest, one of the richest people in the world's, best lawyer possible, right?
I guess so. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Interesting.
I mean, don't you think it would make sense to get more than one expert's opinion? Like if you go to a dentist and they say, "Oh, let's pull this tooth," are you gonna listen to that one dentist, or are you gonna go to a different dentist to see if they should also say that?
I probably would listen to my dentist, to be honest with you.
You wouldn't get a second opinion just to be safe?
If my it's my dentist. I trust my dentist to work on my teeth in the first place.
I don't know. I would just.
There could be some circumstances where I do, but for something like that, I probably wouldn't.
For something like being civilly liable or something crazy like that, I think it would make sense to get a second opinion.
Okay, that was relevant to the case, then Donald Trump would have done that. Donald Trump's lawyers would have brought up a counter expert.
Well, maybe I don't know why they didn't. Honestly,
there are
to me
plenty
personally, I would have.
because there wasn't a counter expert that they could identify.
Well, it's all done now anyway, so.
Yeah, so you just saying that is just reinforcing rape culture within our society, because you're even in the
What?
case.
No, I just
even
said
in the
that there
case
should be
where a
more
rape
precautions
victim,
with it. What?
even in the case where a rape victim holds their abuser accountable in a civil court, you still dispute it. You still say it's not enough.
Well, I think there should be multiple opinions from a psychiatrist. I mean, I don't think there
like
should
a
be
coin
only one.
flip.
You didn't even look into this in the first place, and you didn't even care about the opinions then. You guys thought it was enough evidence to dispute that it occurred by not even looking at the evidence, Because this is the
I looked
first time
at
you've
the
ever heard
evidence.
this in your life. No, you fucking
No,
didn't. You absolute lying piece
I'm the
of
one
shit.
that
Shut the
told
fuck
you
up.
they went into
Shut
the
the fuck
fucking
up,
dressing
Timmy.
room.
Shut the fuck up, Timmy. You're
You,
lying.
no, what are you talking about? You can
You're a total
rewind the
liar.
tape.
What a liar.
Anybody in the chat will tell you that I just told you they were in the same dressing room together. Like, how would I know that if I didn't research the case?
Because you heard typical things without actually looking into the contents of the case. You didn't know plenty of the aspects of the case.
I knew all the aspects of the case,
No, you
every
didn't.
single one. Yes, I
You did not know
misspoke
every
about
single one.
therapist to psychiatrist.
Total
Yes,
fucking
okay,
lie.
my bad. Ooh.
I can go back and you're just totally lying, man. It's
No, I'm
actually
not.
unbelievable.
You can go back. I would love for you to go back because you'll show that you are wrong. I think you might be confusing our two voices and thought I said something and he said.
No, oh my
I've been on
God.
point the
I
entire
hate
time.
the gaslight. You're such a fucking gaslighter. It's
Oh
unbelievable.
my gosh, you are gaslighting me.
No, no, I'm not. You can go watch this back.
Well, he did
Bro,
talk
they give it
about
$10. They said
dressing room.
ask him if he's okay with teaching children that they shouldn't get as much empathy if they grow up and become victims.
What?
Yeah,
They shouldn't get more empathy?
Are you okay with teaching children that they shouldn't get as much empathy if they grow up and become victims?
If they grow up
and become victims?
That's a good question. You know, when you put it like that, that's true. You know what? Yeah, I agree with you. You're right. Like when you put it like that, that's actually fucked up.
Okay. So then my point that derives from that is that then like there's not going to be a relevant difference between these two cases if the victim is a child insofar as that versus being an adult insofar as that you would say that one's excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for a candidate, but the other one's not excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for the candidate because it's not based upon the probability of them being true because we're assuming that the probability of them being assaulted is the same.
Well, regardless if the case happened or not, I still would have voted for him.
So regardless if he's a rapist, you'd still vote for him?
Well, again, I still don't actually think he is.
No. You said even if he is a rapist, you'd still vote for him?
No, I said even if the case happened or not, I said.
Okay. If he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child, would you vote for him?
No. I no.
Again, I ask you the question again. What's the
Yeah,
relevant difference between the adult and the child? That means you'd vote for one but not the other.
I know, but when you just put it like that, like I don't know.
I understand. That's why I'm putting it that way. Because I'm trying to get you to see it from my perspective.
Yeah, but civilly liable doesn't mean anything. That just means 10 people decided it was more likely than not. I like to look into evidence for myself because throughout life, I have found that I am more intellectual than most people that I'm around. And so I actually like to analyze myself.
Yeah, I don't think you're more.
That's why this case is the way it is.
Wait, Timmy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Name how many branches of government there are.
Oh my gosh, dude. Legislative, judicial, and executive, my friend.
Okay, how many continents are there?
7.
What are they?
Oh my gosh, dude. North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, Antarctica, and Australia.
Okay. One more thing. I got you. This is gonna be a absolute banger. Absolute banger. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
Name the 2 aspects of the legislative branch.
The Senate and the Congress. Or the Senate
This
and
is
the
what I
House
mean.
Senate and House of Representatives. Congress. Yes, I get it. I know. I just misspoke. Senate and House of Representatives.
Okay. So smart. Am I right? So smart. Am I right? He's very smart, chat. He's very smart. What's 10 squared?
100.
What about 9 squared?
81.
Okay. He's got his timetables memorized. What about 11 squared?
121.
He got his timetables memorized. Smartest MAGA, am I right? Now name 2 Trump economic policies that you like.
His Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and economic policies. Well, I guess his tariffs would be another economic policy.
Name a specific tariff that you support.
Or the Phase 1 trade deal with China, or renegotiating the NAFTA and the USMCA agreement.
Okay, so the USMCA agreement that he just went back on because he advocated for increasing tariffs. So you advocated for tariffs while simultaneously advocating for trade policy that decreased tariffs. That's laughable.
Because there's the USMCA.
He's so much more intellectual than the people around him.
Are you there?
Yeah.
The USMCA agreement is actually up for review in 2026. So that's next year. So he's actually just setting the table to renegotiate it even better for
Yeah,
Americans.
Rob, send a guest request, please, Rob.
And there's also this issue of the F substance coming across our borders and killing everybody. So he's just like trying to help out Americans. America first. That's his whole promise. Promises made.
Again, that was
promises kept.
that was literally happening when Trump was in office the first time. So
It wasn't as bad as it wasn't as bad. Not nearly as bad.
Oh, okay. So then you're arguing that like that many people dying from F drug back then was not enough to justify.
Well, how many
it?
people were dying back then? I don't know.
You don't even know.
You don't know either.
Wait, but you're the one making the claim. You're the one making the claim that the difference in them is relevant insofar as that he made a different determination.
Yeah, because they've increased exponentially since then.
Oh, but you don't even know how much. You don't even know what.
I don't
was
know the
difference.
exact number. I know they've increased. And that's why he's coming down on these tariffs with Mexico and Canada, because he wants them to, pay their own share of protecting the border because they need to stop the flow because they're the ones that harbor these damn. What are
the tariffs? What do the tariffs get? No, there was no negotiations.
It gets them to increase border security on their side. It's leverage.
Increase border security on their side.
Yeah,
so again, there has been none of that.
Yes, there has. They
hasn't.
set up their own perimeter and they stop people before they even get to the border now.
You're just talking about things that were already established in December of 2024. Give me anything that's unique. I'd love to see. Kenzie, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Well, in Canada, appointed their own F czar due to these Trump tariffs because he's putting pressure on them, letting them know. In December of 2024, that's Trump still playing the game after he got elected. So people are bowing down to Trump before he even gets in office.
Bowing down to Trump. Oh, so you've just proved to the chat exactly what this is for. It's not about actually like getting anything to help people. It's about them bowing down to Trump.
Yeah, that's his style. And it works.
You see it. You see it. He doesn't give a fuck about anything else. He just cares about them bowing down to Trump. That's why that's why we call you a cult member.
No, it's because that's how he is effective. That's why border crossings are down 95% because he
Give
has
me a single source.
Deterrent effect of
Wait,
what?
give me a single source that's down 95% from what time periods?
From a year ago to this year. Like,
why are you looking at a year ago? Why aren't you looking at since Biden's been in office?
Why wouldn't I look at a year ago? That's when Biden was in office.
Oh, let's compare the end of Biden's administration to the end of Trump's first administration. Who had more border crossings at the end of the administration?
Let's look at the total number of border crossings.
He can't answer that, can he?
No, you can't answer mine. You can't look at the total number of border crossings. I think that's a more reflective of people's policies and effectiveness if you look at the total number of crossings. Not just cherry pick your own month.
Can you restate that one more time?
I said it's a more effective way of looking at somebody's policies and effect by looking at the 4 years of border crossings from Trump's term to the 4 years of border crossings from Biden's term. It's not cherry picking a single month that might be.
I'm not cherry picking a month. I'm cherry picking the last year, right? Specifically because it's relevant towards seeing, what was the effect of their administration by the end of them being in office? By the time their policy was actually in effect.
If you look at the 4 years, it is dramatic how much.
Yeah. There were more border crossings the end of Trump's administration.
Not just more, like unprecedented amounts of people coming over our border.
You said you're okay with 1 to 2% population increase, right?
Not if they're unvetted and undocumented.
So are you okay with a 1 to 2% population increase?
Of people that we want and are invited into the country. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So then here's my question. How many people do you think came to the country undocumented?
What in a year or what?
During Biden's admin.
I know there was over 7 million encounters.
Okay. So that's significantly less than 1 to 2%, right? Significantly less. So if you were to legalize every single one of them, you'd still be below your number of population growth by far. It wouldn't even be close.
Yeah, but these are not
because what is 1%? What is 1% of our population?
We want high skilled workers. We don't want everyone.
Timmy, what is 1% of the U.S. population?
I don't know if you 330 million. What is that? That's 6.6 million. So
nice
it's
math.
actually more than
very good math. Very great math. Wow, that was
incredible. No, I'm saying
math.
that's
he is so intelligent. I asked him 1%, and he said 6 million.
I was going off your higher number of 2%. So
Yeah.
I'm saying even if it's 2%, it's more than 2%. You said it was way less than 1 to 2%.
Yeah.
I asked you for 1%, and you gave me 2%.
Yeah, because I was thinking of you said 1 to 2%. So
Well, regardless,
I asked you for 1%.
You
okay,
said 7 million is
3.3 million.
significantly less.
Yeah, you said it was significantly less than 1 to 2%, which is not. So
Wait,
how smart are you?
Dude, that's encounters. Half of the encounters are not let into the country.
Yes, but do you realize
And
how
also,
much
you're not listening. You're also not listening.
the
Hey,
Border
listen,
Patrol has to do to track down all these people?
Okay, I gotta mute you. So, what you're not taking into account as well is that's 1 year. Multiply that by 4, please. Now it's significantly less, isn't it? Even if you were to look at 7 million, the entirety of every encounter being in the country, that's definitely less, right? We're just talking about 1%. 1%. So
Yeah, but we're talking about
do
unvetted,
3 times
unchecked.
4. 3 times 4. What is 3 times 4, Timmy?
You just want people not to be checked.
What
or
is 3
vetted?
times 4, Timmy?
It's 12.
Good boy. Good boy. Brian, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Thank you so much. So it's 12. It's 12. 12 million is just 1%, right? Over 4 years.
I would like these people to be vetted because otherwise you get MS-13 members and Tren de Aragua members flooding over our borders.
Okay, so then incentivize people who are coming to the country undocumented to come legally by making it faster to get into the country legally. And also, again, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to be violent criminals, commit drug crime or property crime. Multiple times less likely compared to natural born U.S. citizens.
Not citizens in the suburbs. Maybe less likely than people that live in the crime concentration areas like Detroit and Memphis and Chicago, but not people that live in West Des Moines.
Wait, so you're gonna say Des Moines? You think Iowa will be better? I grew up in Iowa. Great fucking choice, right? You think people in Iowa are gonna be better off because of tariff policy? Really? Really? You don't think that many of the jobs in Iowa rely on aspects of production that come from countries around the world? Materials that come from around the world, consumer products that come from around the world. You don't think Iowa relies on global trade?
We are restructuring global trade. We're not getting rid of it. We are putting ourselves back in a position.
I have a question. Do you agree with the level of immigration that we had in the early 1900s?
I don't know. What?
You don't? On Ellis Island? Yeah. Ellis Island. Do you agree with Ellis Island?
Yeah, because they came here and they assimilated with our language. They learned English.
They assimilated the language. Oh, now it's about learning English. Okay.
Well, that's what immigration is all about.
It sounds like he's saying that, like, oh, they're white.
What's wrong with them being white?
Yeah. You're. Oh.
What's wrong with them being white? I don't know. Just tell me. Is there something wrong with being white? I don't.
No, there's nothing wrong with being white. It's the fact that you only will accept them as immigrants, right? If they're white.
No.
How does him saying
you're specifically selecting characteristics, right, that you're going to associate with being white.
No.
How would you can't even say that. You have no evidence to prove that. You just literally just said because he wants people to speak English, they have to be white.
You know that that's specifically what he's looking for. He's looking for assimilation.
You can't say that.
And also predominantly the immigrants coming in the early 1900s were white.
So he just said he wanted them to speak English. How does that equate to them?
You can't make it, dude. Wow, your brain must not function properly. How about you be quiet?
Dude,
listen to the conversation.
Him being racist.
How about he absolutely is, and I'll show you.
Because he wants people to speak English. All right, explain.
Yeah, you just got to listen to our conversation.
All right,
Timmy.
Yeah.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, can you give me some of the reasons why you think that, like, the immigrants in the early 1900s were better than the immigrants now?
Because the immigrants in the 1900s weren't sneaking over the border in illegal ways, breaking our immigration laws, not learning English, not assimilating to American values, undercutting blue wage workers by working under the table. I mean, there's just so many reasons. And then with the immigrations, there aren't like
I think $2.
Cartels and terrorists.
Wait. Okay, that's just wrong. One
kill people.
One that was actually happening through the 1900s. There were plenty of things that were brought into the country that were drugs that led to people dying. Right. That's just a complete and utter lie. Secondly, like we can also look at the
can you show me
the early 1900s? Yeah. What do you think led to the drug war? You don't think there were countries around the world that were bringing drugs into the United States to sell that? What do you think the cartels are doing?
The drug war that started when? In the like 60s or 70s or something?
Yeah,
I
and
thought we
there
were
were
talking about
drugs.
the early 1900s.
Yeah, the drugs were coming into the country from before then.
Which ones? Which drugs?
During Prohibition, there was alcohol. During Prohibition, there was plenty of other types
There
of
was
drugs.
alcohol?
Yeah.
Give me a
It was
break,
illegal.
dude.
It was illegal back then.
Yeah, do you know what Prohibition is?
Yes, I know what prohibition is.
And you know that alcohol kills people, right?
Yes, so does cheeseburgers, and so does ibuprofen. If somebody drinks enough water, water can
That's
kill
exactly.
you too.
Wait, that's the point we're making, right? Again, right? There's a proportionality of things, correct?
Correct. And the proportionality of fentanyl deaths is one of the worst we've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that, but you understand that there were plenty of drugs that were being brought into the country back then that was negatively impacting people, especially like we can point to things, but like you're not addressing those things.
Yeah, because I'm not worried about alcohol being brought into the country in the 1900s. That's not
Dude,
something
It
I
wasn't
was
plain alcohol, to be fair.
You're not listening though. You're not understanding that
Yeah,
like the
but-
same argument that you just provided is
It's-
also true at other points in history, yet you didn't dispute that type of immigration. Secondly, the immigrants are not the ones bringing the drugs. It's natural born U.S. citizens that are bringing the drugs.
Yes, then this is what.
So then why are you blaming it on immigrants?
Because they're taking all of the Border Patrol's time to go apprehend the 7 million people that are trying to
And
cross the
take
border
$5.
illegally.
Oh,
When
okay. So
those
then make
people
the
didn't have to be.
So then make the legal process go faster. And if you make the legal process go faster, it will then be the case that they are not worried about deporting so many people, right? And instead they can worry about the people who are violent.
Even if
If
it was
they're just
faster,
worrying, if they're
just
just
don't-
worrying, you know, under Trump's administration, increasingly they're deporting people who are nonviolent.
Are they here
Well,
illegally?
Yeah.
Are who here illegally?
The
Illegal, the
nonviolent
immigrants
people.
that aren't nonviolent, yeah.
Yes.
So okay, it doesn't matter that they're not violent; they don't
We
belong
need
here.
AI is about to
Okay.
start
Oh wait.
taking jobs.
But like they should be allowed to be in the country. There's no reason to restrict them. The reason
Yeah,
why you
because-
want to restrict people from coming to the country is because they could create a higher likelihood of crime or violent crime or something like that, right?
No, they cheated. They broke our immigration laws, and they cut everybody that's been
Wait,
waiting.
are you
in
saying
line
are you
legally.
saying oh
No
so,
one
so
here
if
said
they're
they
if they're a
weren't.
criminal if they've committed a crime, you wouldn't let them in the country, correct?
Yeah.
But you would let them be president.
Dude, we just spent 30 minutes
Okay.
about this.
No,
we
we're
know our
we're
positions
not
on it.
talking. We're not even talking about sexual abuse. We're talking about the 34 felonies he was convicted of, because you guys do accept the criminal case. Shannon,
Yeah,
thank you for the $5.
I don't
Thank you
care
so much.
about that criminal
Sure.
case because it was a
yeah.
political witch hunt
Wait.
during
Okay.
an
So
election
now,
year. It was
so
abuse
the
of
way that
power.
you guys respond, right? So, but even though it was beyond a reasonable doubt, you still don't accept it. Interesting.
No, it's Trump.
This
It's
is why I
so
say you're
amazing.
cult members.
They tried
Because,
to
like,
kill
whenever
him.
it's
They
a
tried
civil
to put
case,
him in jail.
whenever-
They tried to take all his money, and this dude still came back.
Whenever it's a civil case, they're like, oh, it's not criminal, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. But whenever it's a criminal case and it's beyond a reasonable doubt, then they
Yeah,
like
but what's the
come up with
crime?
some other conspiracy.
What's the crime? You have to have some
Falsification
critical
of
thought here, Parker.
falsification.
Nobody gives a shit. No other president would ever be tried and convicted and witch hunted
They
like
would.
he was.
It was no witch hunt.
It's Trump derangement
literally,
syndrome all over this country.
you didn't even want to hear my answer to the question.
Go
So
ahead.
if you want to actually talk about people who are denying science, like people who would be engaging in like literally witch hunts, Donald Trump is the person who denies science. He says the climate's going to start cooling and the science just doesn't know it yet.
So why were
deny
we the
science.
number one country in reducing our energy emissions under Donald Trump? Why did we
Um,
increase our green energy
The
and
only
solar
the only
wind panels by
reason
30?
that greenhouse gas emissions decreased was because of the pandemic. You fucking moron.
No, in 2019 we went down 2.9% and we were number one in the world. 2019 was not the pandemic.
Wait,
my
give me a
friend.
source. Give me a source.
1 second. I've been waiting for this moment.
In the
Becky, thank you for
meantime,
the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we do W's for Becky in the comment section? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
what happened to your nose?
And then
bro?
Hannah, thank you for $2. I got sunburn.
Oh,
I went outside.
no way.
I know, right?
Oh, so okay, I got the IEA. The United States saw the largest decline.
You mean the EIA?
No, the International Energy Agency.
Okay, I'll have to see that.
The
Tell
United
me.
States saw the largest decline in energy-related CO2 emissions. See,
Okay. This is okay.
On a
So
country basis,
I actually have something from the EPA here. The trend that you're referencing is from Obama. That's from Obama's policy. He didn't cause any decrease. If anything, he caused an increase in it.
I don't think so.
The massive decline though happened
you're
during the
accepting
pandemic.
that we were #1 in the world at reducing energy emissions under Donald Trump. You're telling me you accept that?
No, because it is the case that like if you look at the decrease, that's from Obama.
But we were #1 in the world.
Because of Obama.
Okay, I'm just saying, like,
why'd you give a misleading stat like that? Because like the only reason it was a decline is because of Obama's policy.
Do you explain why?
Yeah, because of the policies, particularly through the Paris Climate Accords, through the policies specifically through like cafe restrictions, right? To increase cafe regulations, increase miles per gallon. There was investments in solar and wind. And I can keep going, but it's undeniable that the Obama administration and what's up?
It had nothing to do with the shale boom.
The what?
Shale. You know what shale is, or fracking?
So the fracking ban. You're talking about in terms of greenhouse emissions?
Yes.
No, it has nothing to do with the fracking ban.
No, it's the production of shale is what I'm talking about. Like we had a shale boom, which allowed us to have liquefied natural gas and energy of other sources that was cleaner than just coal and oil. And because of all the energy that came from a better technology called shaling.
What policy did Trump pass that did that?
He deregulated the whole industry, and
which made pollution worse, huh?
No.
Okay, so can you give me a single source that says it reduced pollution? That policy?
Yes, 1 second. 1 second.
And also, I haven't run this against y'all yet. If even a celebrity has 26 women that have accused him of sexual misconduct, do you think that's pretty good reason to believe that he's engaged in some sexual misconduct?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
That's true for Donald Trump.
Is it though?
Yes.
When did this come out? When did they come forward? When did they all come forward?
Yeah, it's different times. I can't tell you all the different years at once at the top of my head.
I mean, what was the earliest? What was the earliest?
I'd have to look. I don't know. I think it could be
one
of his ex-wives, right? Probably around the 90s.
And they came out and said it.
By the way, when he says he means like the earliest, chat.
Yeah, when was the earliest?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. I don't quite remember. I don't know how I was supposed to know that off the top of my head.
Probably 90s. So you said probably 90s?
Probably around then. Okay.
No, I mean, that doesn't make him look great. I'll be honest.
And multiple of those victims that were also great by Donald Trump came out and spoke in the case against Donald Trump.
It doesn't look great, is that right?
ZZ, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Ivana Trump, 1994. That's what they said. Everyone keep liking the stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link to the Bible post. You can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm banned everywhere right now. I actually don't have a single account on TikTok open right now, y'all.
So he probably used guilty of some shit.
And I think the $2. So I mean, if you do believe that to be true, like, why would you want to risk voting for this guy? Like, this guy's clearly like a horrible person.
Yeah, but I'm not here. Yeah, I'll agree.
I'm not here to vote for him because he's a good person.
Yeah, I'm not voting on like.
But you wouldn't want a bad person to be president of the United States, right?
Well, I mean, I think everybody's bad.
I want who's gonna put America in the best.
Do you think everyone's bad?
Globally.
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, but that doesn't mean you think everyone's bad, right?
It
Do
is.
you think your mom's bad?
Sinful.
Do you think your mom's bad?
I think I'm bad. I think everybody's bad. Yeah, I do.
Okay, so you wouldn't say your mom's a good person?
No, yeah, to be a good person, you have to be
Oh,
perfect.
Jesus Christ. So no one is a good person. That's just such an insane
Only.
view.
Well, that's what the Bible says.
Let me put this in terms I think
which
you can
is
understand.
which would be an insane view. Also, like I think that you could still, as a Christian, say people are good people.
No. The standard for good is perfection, according to the Bible.
Okay, so I have a question.
Don't bring up slavery because slavery
Ask
wasn't
yourself,
the
think
same back
$2.
then.
No, I'm not even asking about that. Why would you let any immigrants in the country if you agree that they're bad people? Why would you want bad people in the country?
You're not missing the point. Everybody's bad because we sin.
So are you saying you want bad people in the country?
What?
You want bad people in the country?
Everybody is bad. We all have a bad nature, is what I'm saying. We all have sinful nature. It's what we are.
Are babies bad?
The Bible doesn't specify, actually. It doesn't. The Bible never says if babies go to heaven or hell or anything like that. The Bible is it doesn't say anything about babies.
So you don't know if aborted babies go to heaven?
No.
They could go to hell?
I don't know. I literally don't know.
Is it possible that they could go to hell?
I mean, hypothetically, yeah, but I couldn't tell you.
Okay. I mean, like, I think it's a pretty insane take that aborted babies go to hell, right?
So you're agreeing that they're a person?
Again, I don't think that it's a person, right, prior to the point of sentience, but you're talking about their
So
souls.
then how are they going to heaven or hell if they're not a person?
Under your perspective, their souls would, because you believe souls begin at conception.
I never said that.
Do you
but
understand
yeah,
that's an I like how you don't realize that it's an internal critique of your view.
How?
I'm referencing your perspective. I don't believe in that nonsense.
As a nonsense.
Because there's no good evidence to substantiate it. There's better evidence substantiating, absolutely better evidence substantiating, more first-person accounts substantiating that Donald Trump sexually abused women, and there is that, Jesus walked on water or turned water into wine or rose from the dead like a zombie.
Well, do you think it's logical for to be a god in general?
Not a perfect God, no, but it's logical for there to be like some other version of God.
A creator,
yes.
like a creator.
It is logically possible, absolutely. Just not the perfect notion of God.
Why can't God be perfect?
Because we live in an imperfect world, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. A perfect being couldn't possibly make a choice to create something that is imperfect, because that would entail that they desired flaws. They desired to create flaws.
They didn't. Well, the humans, Adam and Eve sinned.
I know, but he desired to create them knowing that they're flawed. So he desired to create flawed beings.
They weren't flawed at first. They flawed themselves.
Yeah, but he's all knowing. So it's like that's just not like an argument against what I just said.
Well, the whole point is that eventually we get Jesus to save us from that.
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying there's what?
I said I don't know what you're saying. Can you clarify?
That the whole reason why, the humans sinned first.
No, God created humans before they sinned.
Well, yeah, he created humans, and then he created Adam and Eve, and then they sinned.
Actually, wait, you know what, Dom? Dorn, give me 1 second. I want to finish this conversation. I just thought of something I really wanted to ask Timmy. Dylan, thank you for the $1. Timmy, you said you're smarter than like most people around you, right? How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
3.
What are they?
Their vagina, their pee hole, and then their butthole.
What's the pee hole called?
I don't fucking know.
Interesting.
I know how to please it. I don't know the names of it.
That was really cringe. And I highly doubt that, to be honest with you. That was really cringe. That was really cringe. Well, I mean, it's not just me that doubts it. God knows, right?
You and I both know you don't believe in God.
Wait, do you have a wife, Timmy? I can't hear you. Do you have a wife?
Yes, and 2 kids.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were talking about that sin, sir. You
You
please
what?
you please the pee hole.
No, I don't. I please the clitoris.
Wrong. Spaced. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Wrong. We're muting him now because he's like, we just all know he's lying. Go ahead, Dorn. Gorilla. Thank you for the $5.
So I'm saying is, hold on. All right. So what I was saying was, God didn't make them bad. They made themselves bad.
No, but God created them knowing that they're bad,
That they will become
knowing that
bad.
they're flawed,
That they would become bad.
knowing that they are flawed.
No, they weren't flawed at first.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. He created a world knowing. Here, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
A perfect being, would they prefer a state of affairs that would be perfect or a state of affairs that would go from perfection to imperfection?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
Clearly, they would prefer perfection over a state that can go from perfection to imperfection, because the state in which has imperfection within it, right, indicates that there's some flaws within it, indicating that the entirety of that solution is imperfect. Meaning that you're essentially saying that like a perfect being desires imperfection over perfection, which is contradictory.
No. He doesn't desire that. He desires, God the Father desires everyone to come to Christ, but not everybody does.
I understand. God desires a perfect world, right? Perfect world's the maximally desired state, correct?
Well, what?
Do you agree a perfect world is a maximally desirable state?
Is it a desirable state? Yeah.
Is a perfect world a maximally desirable state?
The maximum, yeah.
Okay. So then there's nothing you could desire more than that. Okay. So then why would God
desire
ever?
God more? You desire
so
God
why,
more.
so why you can't desire God more than perfection, because God is perfection?
No. I mean, desire. You said desired world. Yeah, I'm saying you desire God more than a perfect world.
That makes no sense.
You're saying a world and God.
Okay. Well, then we'll run that then. God existing alone is more preferable than anything else, correct?
Well, he created us for his glory.
God existing alone is more preferable than anything else, correct?
Oh, no. I don't think so. Because he wanted.
No? So there's something
said,
more
I
desire.
don't know.
So there's something
Sorry,
more.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
So there's something more desirable than God alone.
I mean, a bunch of people praising him. Isn't that more desirable?
Oh, okay. So a world where there's people praising God, plus, all the sin and all the bad things that happen in the world, like starvation.
No. That's human
murder.
error. That's human error.
That's for something with $2, but that's involved in the choice that God's making when he chooses to create the world.
He knew that would happen, but then that's why Jesus came down as a human.
I understand. That's relevant towards this point because it is the case that God has a choice between a world where he exists alone that will always stay perfect and a world in which will not always stay perfect. God clearly prefers the world that will always stay perfect comparative to the world which will not always stay perfect, as it is the case that the world that will not always stay perfect is flawed.
Humans were the one who made it flawed.
You're going to make me throw my head through a wall. I'm going to say it one more time. If you don't get it, I'm just going to kick you from the live. Okay?
Okay.
And think of it $2. Okay? I'm going to say it one more time.
Explain it again.
Perfect states are more desirable than imperfect states, right? Because imperfect states have a flaw, which makes it less desirable because it's flawed.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right? Okay. So the state that God exists in alone is perfect. The state where God creates human beings will be imperfect. So given that one will be imperfect and that the other one will always be perfect, the one in which will always be perfect is always more desirable than the one which will be imperfect. Given that that's the case, God would choose to never create.
But what's your goal in this conversation? That's what I don't get.
I just proved that the perfect God is impossible. That's all I did. That's all I cared to do there.
I don't think that proves that, honestly.
I just proved it. I literally just showed you.
In your opinion, I disagree with that.
That's not an opinion. It's logic. It's true independent of a stance. It's true independent of anyone's opinion.
Well, I don't know, man. Why is this even? Why did he even bring this up? How does he even come up?
Because you asked me like how a perfect God is impossible. All right. Have a good day, Dorn. All right. Sammy, you got anything else for us?
Just that I bet you think Trump is racist.
He is.
No, he's done so much for black people.
Like what?
Like, first of all, you just have to look at the stats. Like, they say that people, when you want to know like what they're thinking, that they speak or they vote with their feet. In every election, he has significantly grown his black vote. He like over tripled it from his first election to his last election, in which he went
Can you
against
name
a black woman.
Can you name a single policy that he passed that benefit black Americans?
First Step Act benefited like 95% African Americans. Opportunity zones put billions of dollars into black communities and made them safer.
Okay, can I address the first one? So the First Step Act was a Democratic policy that Republicans wouldn't vote for until a Republican was in office. Secondly, if you want to address this, right, if you're saying that that's beneficial towards the black community, well, then Donald Trump continuing to keep all these different types of drugs illegal in the country is going to disproportionately negatively impact people who are black, who are non-violent offenders, right? So like that's exactly what you just said. So you just argued that Donald Trump's policy as it relates to drugs is significantly worse than Kamala Harris's.
What policy as it relates to drugs?
Yeah, like Donald Trump wants to keep them illegal, and Kamala Harris wants to legalize things like M-drug. Salty,
Kamala
thank you for
Harris
$20. Thank you
has a
so much,
lot of
Salty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Salty.
Kamala
really
Harris
appreciate
had a lot of criticism for putting a large amount of minorities in jail for those types of offenses as her time as
None for possession. 1, 2, as it relates to this. Again, if you disagree with that happening, well, then it is the
What
case that
about
you would
her-
support Kamala Harris's policy.
What about her legislation
And
for
Moser, thank you for the
truancy, which
$5.
impacted black communities because they didn't have as much means to go to school or something like
Name
that?
one person that was put in prison based on that policy.
There was a woman who went to jail.
Not put in prison.
Yeah,
They were
went
they were
to
de-
jail because her daughter was sick.
No, they were detained specifically, right, to identify what is the reason why the kid wasn't going to school. That's it.
Cherie, her name was Cherie or something. We'll have to look into that. But first of all, Obama said and Bush said, like they all said they were going to pass this criminal reform for nonviolent offenders. But guess who did it? Trump. Trump got it
That's
done,
only
baby.
because
That's why he's a great negotiator.
No, because Republicans wouldn't vote for it until a Republican got in office. So that had nothing to do with Donald Trump's negotiations.
I mean,
if he was so good at negotiations,
that's the way you.
If he was so good at negotiations, how come he didn't get an infrastructure bill? How come he didn't repeal and replace the ACA? How come he didn't do all the different things like build a wall, right? And all the things he advocated for.
Because the Democrats, Trump was willing to give all the people that were in the country illegally a path to legal citizenship. All they had to do was fund the border wall, and the Democrats were the ones that didn't agree. Yes, no, that's absolutely true. No, that's true. Oh my gosh.
Give me a source.
1 second.
Everyone tap that screen. Make sure to like the stream. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in the description of the YouTube stream, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I would really appreciate it, y'all. I'd really appreciate it, y'all. Been getting banned everywhere, y'all. Banned literally everywhere, which is very unfortunate. So literally anything always helps. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are amazing.
Okay, the Texas
Like the stream.
Tribune.
I appreciate it. What's up?
The Texas, just put Trump offers protection dreamers in Google.
Dreamers are not all undocumented immigrants. Dreamers are also not undocumented immigrants now. They're legally in the country. And
So
they
why
were
would
protected
Democrats
under
not want
Obama
them to have
already.
a path to citizenship?
They did. That's
They just
literally-
didn't want to fund his border wall.
That's what
they didn't
Dreamers
want to.
are. So that they did actually through the bipartisan border bill have a bill that would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. Why did Donald Trump call for people in Congress to undermine the bill that would have built more wall than he built under his entire administration?
No, you're pivoting from my point. Why did Democrats not want to build his wall and not give the
They did.
path to citizenship to dreamers?
So again, that was not giving enough to Democrats, particularly within the context of the bill, right? If we look at the bipartisan border bill, there was a bill specifically where they were willing to build more border wall, right? If they were able to get more concessions. So that's just like what people are willing to vote for in Congress.
Yeah, but it's like they screwed it up and wanted to take credit by saving it at the
Donald
last
Trump.
minute.
No. Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill.
Yeah,
That was Donald
because
Trump's
the
fault.
Democrats screwed up the border and had us invaded, and
No,
then they don't get to just come in at the last second, try to
So you
save the
didn't
day
want
and take
that was
credit
not last
for it.
second. That was not last second. That was like 6 months after.
I don't know about that.
It was.
When was the vote on that bill?
2023.
That's not 6 months after.
6 months after they started after they what's it called? 6 months after like the huge increase.
That's after that's 2 to 3 years into his administration. That's 5 million encounters.
No, your brain cells do not function properly. You understand that 2021 was the beginning of his administration. We're talking about in 2022 would be 6 months.
You said 2023 is what you said.
Yeah, 6 months prior to May in 2023. Amara, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. That's in 2022, by the way. And then also Sid with the $50 for L TikTok. Also, Texas is literally a week from tomorrow. I'm so hyped. Yes, I'm so hyped. I'm actually going to be going out before, but I'm so hyped, chat. Y'all have no clue. Y'all have no fucking clue. I'm so hyped. Are you hyped, Timmy?
I'm so hyped.
Do you even know what we're referencing?
No, I wasn't listening.
What state do you live in?
What state do I live in? Missouri.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, if you're in Texas, you can get dropped off in person.
College Station.
Texas A&M.
Oh, okay.
April 22nd.
April 22nd. I'll be in LA for that day. Gotta go see my buddy.
I'm happy that I will not be in LA at the same time as you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Kushstock.
I grew up in Iowa too. Shirley, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Shirley. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Are you a West Des Moines guy?
Too old. Nah, I grew up in the Quad Cities.
Oh, word. So Trump also was a pioneer for civil rights.
That is a joke. He literally didn't run to black people in the 1970s. Right? He said that Barack Obama shouldn't have been able to run in the United States because he was born in Kenya and there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States.
Whoa, hold on. The 73, sure, but that was like a widespread issue, and there was
it was already illegal at the time.
Yeah, but it was a widespread issue, and there was no admission of guilt.
Saying that it's a widespread issue to not rent to black people is not a justification for Donald Trump renting to black people.
What I'm saying is they
not renting to black people. Isn't that racist? Do you agree that's racist to not rent to black people?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So do you agree that Donald Trump was engaging in racism?
It's hard to say whether he was himself or if it was like people that were doing it under
whether
him.
He wasn't. No, it was identified that it was from orders from Donald Trump.
That was just the lawsuit. There was no admission of guilt as a result of the lawsuit.
I might go live, Jaslyn. I don't know specifically what I'll be able to do.
This guy was a pioneer. He came into the Palm Beach area in Florida.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited black people in America?
The opportunity zones that he had billions of dollars flow into black communities.
Really? What policy gave opportunity zones?
I don't know the exact policy, but I know that he.
Interesting. How much money?
Do you disagree?
How much money did the opportunity zones provide?
Billions and billions of dollars.
Are you saying free money? Are you just giving out free money? I thought giving out free money and social programs like that were bad. And they make people dependent upon the government.
Whoa! Yeah, now you're putting words in people's mouths that aren't there.
Okay? So you agree that like we should be engaging in more social programs, right?
Who
do you think should be advocate? Either. Okay, well, you just said that a social program was good.
The one that he did was good. The opportunity zones,
okay,
because it helped minorities.
Oh, okay. So you're saying social programs that help disenfranchised communities are good?
It's got to be the right one.
Okay, well, so
giving incentives to invest in those communities to make them safer and more prosperous, I think, is a great thing.
Would you support a policy that reduced childhood poverty by 45%?
Probably. We got to get more details.
American Rescue Plan passed by the Biden-Harris administration reduced childhood poverty by 45%.
Well, what I do know is under Trump, we had the lowest official poverty rate that we've ever had in the United States of America.
How did Donald Trump reduce poverty?
By passing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and by raising blue
How did
collar
the
wages.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not reduce poverty?
By deporting a lot of people. It all contributed.
He disproportionately deported less people than Obama.
Yes, but okay, he also had the effect where illegals weren't coming over as much. Well, yeah, Obama was deporter in chief. I'm not taking anything away from Obama's border. Obama was great with the border. So I don't, Obama and Trump were both great at the border. So I don't think, let's compare apples to apples right there.
Yeah, and then the Biden-Harris administration deported people.
Fucked it up.
Deported violent criminals at the exact same rate.
No, but they had millions of more people crawling over the border, spreading our border.
Actually, wait, I take that back. Joe Biden deported disproportionately more violent criminals than Donald Trump.
Yeah, because he had 10 million more people encountering the border. I mean, not 10 million, but like 7 million as opposed to like 2 million. Even if he was...
Wait. You think there were 2 million encounters for Donald Trump in the first 3 months?
No, and during his whole term, I'm saying.
You mean under... it wasn't 3 million? What? Where'd you get that number from? But it was increasing under Donald Trump's administration. It was increasingly like every year.
Yeah, because it went down like 90% his first year because people are so scared to cross the border under Trump.
That's just wrong. It did not go 90%.
Okay, well this term it did.
Border crossings went up under Trump's administration comparative to what they were under Obama. Hannah, thank you for the $5.
Yeah, but they still stayed at a rate that,
maybe it would. I don't
and
know.
They exploded under Biden. Like,
again, due to what? Due to what?
Due to Obama and Kamala giving this weak energy, and then there's
it's their vibes. It's their vibes, bro.
Well, yeah. I mean, look at Biden. The dude couldn't even get off the stage without being guided off.
It's seriously just the vibes, dude. Even though Donald Trump's one of his leaders literally said he's a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. John Bolton, his third national security advisor.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that talk crap about him because they don't like him. Trump probably made fun of him, and so he's pissed off.
Oh, really? And is it own administration, by the way?
Yeah,
and it was just him. It was also other people in his administration saying that he puts himself over the Constitution, that he's unfit to be president in the United States, right? That he's a threat to our democracy. This is what someone also called him a fascist. These are all people that he appointed into that position.
Everyone has a right to their own opinion.
These are people he appointed.
Yeah, it's all right. You can break up with people and have disagreements.
Can you tell me something Trump could do that could make you not support him?
He could, gosh damn, he could really destroy our country. I would not support him.
By doing what?
By increasing the poverty rate to levels
like causing a recession?
Well, no, that's not. First of all, we're not in a recession.
Would you be okay with him? Would you be okay with him causing a recession?
I'm saying in 2 years, if our country
I want you to answer my question.
Worse off.
Timmy, would you be okay with him causing a recession?
Nope.
No,
not really.
Would you? So would you regret your vote if he caused a recession?
I would give it time to see how we ended up at the end of the term.
So the Atlanta Fed says that we're on track for a recession in the first quarter of Trump's presidency. We're set to go down 3.7% in GDP.
No, that was before.
Katie with the $50 for the Elevation Fund. Thank you so much, Katie. Can we get some W's for Katie in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Katie. W's for Katie right now in the chat. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Katie.
Shout out, Katie. Hell yeah. That's what's up. That's with the assumption that those tariffs are going to be permanent. So that's a misleading stat.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. That's with the assumption of those tariffs.
The 3.7% reduction in tariffs, reduction in GDP is actually came before the tariffs were even announced. I cited it before they were announced. So it's going to be worse now, buddy. It's going to be worse.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I gave you a source from before the Liberation Day tariffs. Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
You're
but
cooked.
At
You're
the
totally
end of the day,
cooked,
that's
bud.
still just like a random ass prediction.
No, it's not. It's from the Atlanta Fed. It's from
but that doesn't mean that they're wrong all the time on these projections.
The Atlanta Federal Reserve, full of economists that have PhDs, and Masters. Those people are wrong. And you know who's right? Timmy on fucking YouTube.
I'm not saying any. I'm just saying you can't be 100% certain that's what's going to happen.
I'm not making a
let it
claim of
play out.
100% certainty. I'm claiming that this is what's most likely to be true based on what the experts are indicating.
Yeah, but indications don't tell the whole story. You have to let it play out and see what happens. Trump has a plan. That man has a
What
plan to restructure our trade deals just like he did in the first term to benefit Americans. Just like he did with China, a phase 1 deal, just like he did with the USMCA, like he did with KORUS. He restructured many deals that benefited Americans. And he's going to do it again.
The USMCA is something he went back on. Dude, what are you even talking about, bro?
Dude, it's up for a review next year, and he's setting the stage. This is what it's the art of the deal.
It's the art of the deal. And if it's the art of the deal, you're not going to be increasing domestic manufacturing because you're not going to have a tariff implemented.
He is negotiating things to benefit us, like stop the flow of fentanyl into our country. Like
he's not. Name one thing he's done to actually reduce the spread, because it was already reducing under Trump's presidency, or not under Trump, under Biden's presidency.
And he's reducing it even more by having the border crossings go down 95%.
Again, give me a source.
That the border crossings are down like 90%?
From Biden being in office.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's been all over the damn news. I'm surprised that you don't. I think you're just being.
No, just provide me a source. Provide me a source.
Okay. Not a problem. That should be real easy. CBS News, illegal crossings at U.S.-Mexico border down 94% from the same period last year. Border Patrol Chief Mike Banks told CBS News in his first sit-down. 94%. So that allows the Border Patrol to focus on the actual ports of entry and find the legal citizens who are being hired by the cartels.
Can you actually restate what you just said? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Illegal crossings at U.S.-Mexico border down 94% from last year. Border Patrol Chief says.
You're talking last year. You're not talking about since Biden was in office, because a lot of that decrease was because of Biden.
From last year when Biden was in office.
Yeah. Under Biden, there was a big decrease because of Biden's policy.
No, it dropped sharply the day Trump came into office.
Again, can you give me a source that says it dropped 90% since Biden left office?
It's down 94% from last. Okay, let's look more in
a different claim.
I mean, 94% from last year to this year.
And what percent of that happened under Biden?
What are you talking about?
What percent of that? What? What percent of that happened under Biden? What we were just talking about, bro.
Okay. Probably not much of it.
Okay. So go ahead, go find it. Go find that source and come back.
I am.
In the meantime, everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube, y'all. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube, y'all. What's up, everyone? This is my only TikTok account, and I don't even have the ability to actually go live on this account until I do 3 separate days with 30 minutes. So might as well do it right now and to get people to go over to my YouTube stream. Parker, you got a tan? I did. Hey, you banned on your main account? I'm banned on every single one of my accounts on TikTok. Every single one of the accounts. Very unfortunate, am I right? This account's not even going to send out. I should ask Matt to go on his account just to be able to send people over to mine. Yes, everyone, make sure to like the live. Make sure to like the live for the 3,000 people on my YouTube stream. Make sure to like the live. Yeah, I need to get a MAGA Tears cup, chat. I totally need a MAGA Tears cup. I totally need a MAGA Tears cup.
All right, I'm on the Custom and Border Patrol website. Let me read you the numbers. October 2025.
For Discord, I cannot tell the difference.
You hear me?
Yeah.
October of 20. October 20. Why does that say 2025? Yeah, October 2024, 106,000. November 2024, 94,000. December, 96,000. January, 61,000. February, 11,000. March, 11,000. So consistently about 100,000.
What's the title?
Customs and Border Patrol, Southwest Land Border Encounters by month.
Oh no, what's the title?
It's just the cbp.gov and Southwest Land Border Encounters.
That's not the whole border.
That's the main part of the border where everyone's coming from, Mexico and Texas and all that.
But okay, we'll look at the numbers though. Let me see. Where do you see this?
You just go down where it says
2024, 2025. Here we are.
Went from about 100,000 every month to about 10,000.
So it went from 61,000 on a trend going down to 11,000. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, but look at the 3 months before that.
Those are okay. Yeah,
January is when
it was on a trend down from before. It went from what 100,000 to 94,000,
and it
to
jumped off a
60,000.
cliff in February. It jumped off a cliff.
You understand that I get what you're saying, but like you understand that it was already on a trend down, right?
Not anywhere near where.
And that's also not 90%.
Yes, it is from November to February. Look at November to February.
Okay, you're not. I like how you're fucking. That's not since Biden left office. Biden left office January 20th. So most
but
of
Trump
January
was elected November, and that has the effect.
Listen, I understand most. That's a ridiculous claim.
No,
that's
it's
ridiculous.
not.
You think
it's called.
Then why was there a decrease between October and November? A greater decrease than there was between November and December. Because Donald Trump getting elected should have decreased the amount of people, right?
It did. Look at in January, it went to 61,000. It decreased it by 30% just there alone.
No, but November to December, why wasn't there a change?
It was about equal.
No, it actually went up.
Yeah.
So then it went up by 2,000 encounters. So
I don't know how you're trying to defend these numbers. February and March at 11,000 when every other month is 100,000.
I'm saying it was already on a trend down, so there's no reason I would attribute that just to Trump.
I think that's crazy.
So why was it already on a trend down? And also, here's my question: why are lower encounters overall better for the country?
Because the Customs and Border Patrol can focus on the legal ports of entry and trying to find the F drug.
This is even with legal ports.
So this is also like apprehensions and them going after people that are trying to cross the border illegally.
It includes accompanied minors, individuals in a family unit, single adults, unaccompanied, undocumented children as well. So it counts both.
It counts apprehensions, exclusions.
I read that from the CBP thing. Oh, too much thinking for Timmy.
No, this is too much thinking for you.
Not really.
Yeah. I mean, you're trying to defend it going from 90,000 to 10,000 in 2 months and been like, oh, it's on a trend downward when it was like reducing like July to October. There was no trend downward. Like June to,
there was a trend downward. We already went over that.
July had 104,000. October had 106,000.
Dude, you're not listening at all, right? If you look at the CBP numbers, right, you can literally see that it's on a trend down. If you look at October 2024, 241,000.
Look at these numbers.
If you look at October 2025, 106,000. Is that a trend down?
What about the beginning?
Is that a trend down?
Just barely. It's not even comparable to the trend that Trump started in February.
A decrease in 140,000 isn't comparable.
From where?
From October 2024 to October 2025.
Okay, so what is that? That's a decrease of about 60%.
140,000 almost.
So it's a decrease of 60% in
I have
a
a question.
year.
I have a question. Would you rather have?
You answered my question.
Would you? I want to finish my point. Would you rather have a decrease in encounters by near 140,000 or a decrease in encounters by what, less than 50,000?
Bro, it's 60% in a year to 90% in 2 months. That's the difference
No,
here.
that's not
You're
90%.
misrepresenting it.
The
Obviously,
difference
there's going to be
between
less if you
you're
allow that more.
misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting because if you look at January at 61,000, right, to the 12,000, right, that is not 90%.
January is when Trump took over, so half of that is contributed. That big decrease from December to January is attributed to Trump.
So then no, it would be from November. So can you please explain to me how the difference between November to December isn't attributed to Trump?
Because Biden was still in office.
Oh, okay. So Biden was still in office between up until January 20th, which was most of January. So the 60,000 encounters are going to be relevant to look at.
And so that's why January went down 30%, because Trump was in office for 30% of the month.
Wait, also, like, do you think that there's going to be a reduction in the amount of people coming when it's the winter time?
Well, down there, probably not.
No?
It's actually probably better. Down in the southwest border? Are you kidding me? It's freaking hot as hell down there. It's not like it's snowing. It's not like they're crossing the Siberian.
No, I'm just
blizzard.
acknowledging that if you look at January, February, and those types of months, typically you're going to see lower levels of encounters anyway, right around those months.
Like in December of 24.
In December of 2024. Yeah, you did. In December 2024, you saw a massive decline.
December of 23,
and that decline,
300,000.
Yeah, the decline kept going. So yeah, during I think during typically the years or during the months of during the winter time, you do see a slight decrease.
The biggest number I see on this whole page is in
does
December.
snow in Texas in some places. What's up?
I said the biggest number I see on this whole page is December. 301,981.
For December, where did you get that from? That's from December 2024? And then in January, you see a decline, right? In 2024?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
But I mean, December is a winter month.
So it's so I'm just saying that typically within the context of those months, that's when it decreases. So given that we've seen that trend in the past, that's one of the things that you take into account when looking at those statistics right now. Secondly, like what you're not looking at again is that like it's nominally in terms of the number decrease. There was clearly a greater level of decrease under the Biden administration. But again, I'm not even saying that's good. The decrease is actually a bad thing. We want more people immigrating. We want more people immigrating to the country. Immigration is a great thing.
Yeah, but these are just people that are turned away because they don't have no right to be here. This doesn't take into account.
You say they have no right to be here. You're the one determining that they don't have a right. They should be in the country. They do have a right to be in this country.
The Customs and Border Patrol is the one determining this.
Wait, and you're justifying it, correct?
I am agreeing with them. Yeah, like
okay.
I mean, I have faith in the Customs and Border Patrol.
Okay, so you have faith in the criminal justice system?
I have. That's the most faith that you can have, is other than random people talking on the internet.
So in the criminal justice system, you have lots of faith in it?
And not lots of faith, no, but it's better than nothing.
You see how he teeter-tots on like when he's going to like
you're
believe in the institutions and when he's not going to believe in the institutions.
You think
and he
I'm
decides
like
to believe
these little traps
he decides to believe in the institutions whenever it benefits him, but he does not decide to believe in the institutions.
I'm going to believe it over random Parkers on the internet.
Yeah, and I'm gonna believe the experts over a random Timmy.
Yeah, you have every right to do that.
And that's what you should do, correct?
Yes, and that's why I do.
And that's what Donald Trump should do, correct?
Donald Trump is the expert.
I'm about to kick you for saying that to me. I'm serious. I'm not joking. That was really fucking stupid.
Oh, that's just Trump derangement syndrome.
Get the fuck off my life. What a fucking weirdo, dude. That is just honestly such a dumb thing to say that I just had to kick him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Question mark. How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? MK, you there? All right, everyone. We have no one in the guest box. We have no one in the guest box that's debating. Pierce, you're not debating. I got you. Don't worry. I got you, Pierce. I do not play. I do not play. We're looking for some debates. Give it a second, everyone. If you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request by clicking the link and joining in. Click the link to join in. And then for the people who are in the box, Amelia, if you're in the box, it doesn't let you in because you don't have any device connected. Pierce was saying some base stuff in the comment in the private chat. W Pierce, honestly. I did ban you from the studio, but that's because you agree. Parker, stay cooking? No, I'm currently cooked, bro. Do you see my nose? I look like one of those lifeguards. Like from the movies, you know? Is it time to be done with the guest? Oh, we're already done with the guest. I'm waiting for a new one. There's no one. There's currently 3,200 people in here, and no one wants to debate currently. So do give it a second. I can't watch the clip right now for the Discord. Chat, I can't watch it while I'm live. Yeah, you can. I'm not going to. Also, I'm just gonna say, like, don't at me and just random things like that, chat. I just like I do want people to at me like when it's necessary, not like with like little things they want to message me with, because like, I mean, then I'm just gonna get spammed with ats. No, it's okay. Don't worry. You're fine. I'm just trying to let people know for the future because I don't want people adding me all the time in the Discord. You're totally fine, Lovey. Don't worry. All right, everyone. We're waiting for people in the guest box. We got nothing currently. Oh, wait. With this account, we could low-key join. Is Dean still on that live? Is he live still? All right, we'll join on this account. But everyone, when we join on that account, like, y'all got to stay on YouTube because we don't want to help out the live. Should we help out Dean? Because we don't have anyone else. Like, seriously. Wait, Parker, is this actually you? Yes. I'm currently live on YouTube right now. You can check. Go to my YouTube right now, y'all. All right, let's go see what's happening to Dean. All right, add L. Donald. Is he debating a Trump supporter, chat? Oh, yeah, he is. All right.
It's getting more
Briar,
expensive.
thank you for
That's kind of the
for the
problem.
$10. Thank you, Briar.
Very slowly right now. Okay, it doubled under Biden.
So do you not think that average rent prices is an issue for the average American?
Well, the amount of people you want to let in here, it's going to go up tremendously.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you right now.
I don't know how
housing is unattainable for the average American. Why are you dodging?
I'm not dodging, bro.
So then answer the question head on.
You're denying
is housing
everything they're
unattainable
saying.
right now for the average American?
Yes, it is. It is attainable.
Okay, is attainable or unattainable?
Yes, it's attainable.
All right. And this is why I say that you're completely separate and apart from the average American. If you think right now that rent and housing is attainable and not expensive and there's not a crisis on our hands.
We're joining in,
because we
everyone.
have a
Make sure to
lack
like
of
the stream.
supply,
Let's go.
and big companies like BlackRock are buying single family homes. I'm just absolutely like disgusted.
You want to regurgitate anything else you heard from the news, bro? Or
That's
you want
not
to say something?
regurgitative. Bay, I actually have a question for you on that. If
that is true, then why is the average American class and the middle class struggling so much to make ends meet? Why are so many living paycheck to paycheck?
Yo, could somebody let L Donald up? I don't know. Maybe just like
for 40 years.
Let up L Donald, like a mod.
We've been living like that for 40 years. That hasn't changed. But they can't afford houses. You know how many people I put in houses, that they didn't even know they could buy, and when I broke it down to them, they're like, "Wow, if I just cut a few things here, I can own a property." Yes, you can. A lot of people don't know.
They gotta kick someone so I can join.
And they listen to this garbage. All right. And here's a proof of the fact that Americans don't know anything. You remember Kamala was offering $25,000 to first-time buyers and all this, And
yeah, great policy. Great policy. Can somebody let up L Donald?
Cool. You want to know what? I had a lender that had that policy for a year. Do you know how many deals I made off of it? And they were doing it for free. So if you don't know, government, it's called down payment assistance from the government. And your rate is actually 1.25, 25,000 she gives. All right. Now, the lender that I had was offering 30,000 free, giving you the conventional rate, not the higher one. And I had made one deal off of it. I offered it.
You want to know where your fatal
many people, and they never took advantage of it because they have this delusional stuff in their head that they can't buy a home. So nobody. You want to know? Had they known about it, I guarantee I'd have made a deal because the people I said it to, I made a deal off of that one guy.
Hey, Bae, do you want to know what your fatal mistake is?
What?
Assuming that the subsidy has to be repaid to the government.
even if it doesn't, the point I was making was it didn't make anybody buy a home.
Wait, a tax credit for like buying homes?
No,
Yeah,
25,000. No, the 25,000.
You don't think a tax credit would incentivize more people to buy? That is like actually
you get a
delusional.
tax credit. You get a write off on the interest. That's like 101. You don't need a brain.
That's not just on the interest.
Yes, you get to write off the interest.
That's not just the interest. 25,000 is not just for interest
from the government.
But it still acts as an incentive to like buy new homes, right? That's how they would stimulate the building of new houses, right? It's particularly by having a tax credit for that. So not only does it make it not less affordable for people who are having the tax credit, but it also incentivizes a greater development of houses, which also decreases the value, the demand on already built homes, which will make it more affordable for people to buy homes that have already been built.
Cool. It won't make it more affordable, buddy. Okay, the houses will go up.
I just explained. Can you respond to what I just said?
My lender had been offering that free money with a better rate for the last little over a year.
Wait, can you repeat to me like why I said that it would lead to decreased levels? Actually more affordability for houses that have already been built.
You wouldn't build the houses fast enough for the program going on.
Oh, so he just didn't listen to what I said. I'll repeat. It's fine. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is the case that if there is a greater level of people who are buying new houses, right, houses that are being built, more houses are being developed, which creates more houses and which have already been built, which then lowers, increases the supply for already built homes and lowers the demand for already built homes. So both of those things make it more affordable.
So
also increase supply and lower demand.
That doesn't increase the
Your
price.
mortgage broker, I'd expect you to know
increase
these
the price when everybody wants to buy a home. So what happened in 2021?
I can't hear you right now when people are talking
What
over you.
happened
Go
in
for it.
2021 when everybody wanted to buy a home? How much more were they paying over? How much did your offer have to be? So you defend the fact.
Wait, this wasn't implemented in 2021, so I don't know what you're talking about. Can you respond to like what I said? It does decrease the
The
price.
housing bubble we are in a double bubble. It is 8% higher than 2008 crash. It's if you look at the actual data, it's 8% higher as of today. So what does that mean?
That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a greater bubble.
No,
You're just talking about the
so
prices.
I see. I lived in 2008, right? I don't know how old you were when you was in 2008, right? So the houses was out of reach for the average American, right?
That's not necessarily the reason why the prices.
Listen,
that's not necessarily the reason why it happened. It's because of how the mortgage-backed securities and how the different types of bonds were put together.
Right.
Right.
That's all great. That's great. But guess what? It's 8% higher than it was in 2008. So what does that indicate for the guys that love data? If
that's not the reason. That's not the reason why the crash happened.
No matter what the situation was. If it's higher than that,
that's not the reason for the crash. The reason for the crash is based upon the ratings of the loans.
Again, it doesn't matter the reason.
Some prime mortgages, it does matter the reason.
It was. Okay, so let's go with your theory. If it's that reason and it's in the corruption or whatever is going on, if it's higher than what it was in 2008 when it happened, when it crashed, if it's higher than that point, What do you think is going to happen?
Oh, okay.
Currently
Okay.
now?
Well, right now we're higher than what it was during the Great Depression. So does that mean that there's going to be a Great Depression?
Yes, because we had.
Wow, what
no,
a fucking
we had
idiot.
we
He
had
thinks we're in a
crash.
bubble because
Did we
it's
not have a
higher now
crash?
than the Great Depression.
Did
What an
we not
absolute
have a
moron.
crash?
Get this guy off the lot.
Did
He
we
has
not
no
have
clue
a
what he's
crash?
talking about. He thinks that right now, because we have a higher economy, higher
All right,
standard
but
of living
did
than
we-
what we
so we
had
didn't-
in
so-
during
so
the
now
fucking
let's
Great
forget about
Depression time. That means that there's
2008,
going to be a
Let's
Great
forget about
Depression.
2008.
Oh
right?
my God. This guy is
Yeah,
this
that's
guy's
what I thought.
incoherent.
Let's
Wow,
get
I'm with
rid
you. I
of
understand what you're
2008.
saying,
That
right?
never happened.
But I don't agree with everything. But let me ask you this: 25,000 down payment assistance and a tax write-off, all of a sudden makes it affordable for them.
No, it doesn't 100% make it affordable. It makes it more affordable.
Yeah. So basically,
So the average house is $680,000.
So my lender, well, I had a couple offering up to 30,000 free money. You don't have to pay it back either. It doesn't go as a second balance. And the conventional rate, which is 1.25 better than what the down payment assistance. That's one thing you don't know. Down payment assistance means you pay 1.25 higher than a conventional. So what about that term is worse than that? And it didn't get anybody in the market or didn't help anybody out.
That would just be for one, your area. Two, this would be on top of what you're referencing.
It doesn't-
And then
the
three,
areas
and then
vary.
three.
You have an average income and you have an average house. The math is the same, buddy.
Wait, yeah, I'd like to
the average.
I'd like for him to like actually like, let me finish, but it's fine.
The house is 1.6
Yeah,
average in my
babe,
town.
real quick. It would be super nice if you let Parker finish, but I don't think using a microcosm of a lender in your area to speak for how this policy would work if implemented.
National. UWM, they're actually in Detroit. They're the biggest wholesale market in the U.S., so it's everywhere. Okay, and there's 3 of them that we're doing them, not just that. But I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
Yo, who just
So
turned the mic off? What
the average house in America, from what I saw, is not like over throughout all of America is not $650,000.
I live in California.
Okay, so
and
we're
for
speaking
California,
about
it's even higher
America.
than that.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know where you got the 680 number from. That was just like out of your ass, it seems.
No, I don't play with asses like you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good for you.
Okay, what? You said something stupid.
You know women also have women also have asses, right?
The thing is this, bro.
Hey, do you not know that women have asses?
Analytical data. There is a bubble that's coming, right?
Thing for him to say.
What a weird thing. Like,
it's odd.
Man, you odd.
they just turned off my microphone. What moderator turned off my microphone? What a weirdo.
Nobody turned your microphone off.
No, they just did. I literally just saw the notification.
So, I have a question. So, what you were saying prior to all of the gobbledygook that just got spat out, like, would that also incentivize the building of new homes and the allocation for land for residential areas in the US?
Yes, and then also she talked about how she would want to like reduce zoning restrictions within large states, or within large city areas, which would specifically like limit production of houses in those certain areas. So she was wanting to build 3 million new homes by the end of her administration, which would obviously be beneficial for people who are trying to buy homes. Now that's a policy. Donald Trump didn't even have a plan for housing affordability.
Yeah, and then on top of that, his policy actively makes new houses more expensive, as a lot of the raw materials we source, like lumber from Canada, steel or drywall from Mexico, is now all of a sudden 35% more expensive for consumers in our country. So, in other words, Kamala Harris had policy that would reduce the price of housing. Donald Trump has policy that will increase the price of housing.
I've never seen any president where everything is negative. Like not one thing is positive. That's called like
what a pivot. Nice dodge, bro. It's pretty.
Also, bro, is it possible you can fix your mic, Bay Area? Because it's like kind of really hard to hear you.
Who's gonna pay? Who's gonna pay?
Hey, Bay Area, I do just want to let you know, like it sounds like you're speaking in a cup. I just want to let you know so that like you can fix your audio so it makes it easier to hear you.
Who all Kamala offered was
Kamala
taxpayers paying for everything.
So
that's not true. Actually, she signed off on less debt-related spending, and her campaign plans would be less debt-related spending comparative to Trump. So you just lied.
So tax credit for the child and
and yet she would still have less debt-related spending. Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, that's hypothetical.
Not talking that
she didn't win. That's why she didn't win.
All the money that we give to other countries still going on.
Hey, Bay, I'd love to make a point real quick. I think it's absolutely like hilarious when Republicans will complain about the expenditure on policy that Kamala Harris had proposed when her policy was benefiting working class Americans and families in poverty. But then when Donald Trump wants to spend 2 to 3 times as much as she did disproportionately on policy that helps the wealthiest among us, you just stuck on that boot, dude.
Man, the boot is if they cared about poverty, they wouldn't be helping undocumented immigrants, buddy.
Why is he scared of letting me
No,
finish?
why are you scared of Americans? Why do you want to help out migrants and not Americans? You want to talk about poverty?
I will happily allow
Why
you
aren't we helping out poverty?
Migrants are Americans.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Citizens,
yes,
they're not Americans.
legal migrants are Americans.
They're
Donald
not
Trump
Americans. A lot
deported
of
legal
Americans-
migrants that were in the country that are Haitian
asylums and
migrants.
Undocumented. So the 50 million people here are Americans.
Could somebody mute Bay real quick so I can finish? I still wasn't done.
You're talking about undocumented immigrants. Go ahead,
So,
Nate.
anyways, thank you so much for muting Bay. I just want to point it out. You interrupted me before I finished. But basically, what I was going to say is that Kamala Harris's policy was projected to cost anywhere from a half to a third as much as Donald Trump's was projected to cost. But she was going to be spending it on the average American, working class Americans, and families in poverty. And I guess that's an issue. But then when Donald Trump wants to spend $4.5 trillion on tax relief, where 80% of that funding is going to the top 1%, that's going to make America prosper. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'd also like to say, you did interrupt me there, but while you're interrupting, you said that, well, the Democrats just want to spend money on undocumented migrants. You will never be able to name a single federal program that benefits undocumented migrants. You simply won't be able to do it because they don't get benefits. So stop repeating propaganda and fake claims that you'll never be able to substantiate. And I know the second I stop speaking and you start speaking, you will do anything but name federal programs that benefit undocumented migrants because they don't exist.
Again, why do you care about families in poverty when you don't care the other way, buddy? You can't have a.
That's not a question.
What? Did he mute himself? And also, he didn't answer Dean's question. And also, he cares about people in poverty because they need help. And also, Dean was one of those kids when he was younger that was getting those social programs that you are advocating for the person who's literally cutting and who's advocating to cut those things.
National immigration reform.
He seriously won't respond by naming a federal program. That benefits
Undocumented migrants eligible for federal public benefits relief. Okay?
So
Are
what's the name?
eligible to receive most federal public benefits. Okay, including test benefits, supplement, nutrition. Okay, SNAP. All right, Medicaid.
Why are you lying?
SSI. I'm reading it right here. I just Googled it. Go read it.
Are you reading off of ChatGPT?
No.
If you go
I
to
don't know.
USDA.gov,
Bro, here we go.
USDA.gov
If
will
I'm going
tell
to
you
find
that
you a source,
undocumented migrants are not
don't
eligible for SNAP.
debunk it because you don't want to freaking hear the truth. All right?
Wait, I'm telling you, USDA, the federal organization that is in charge of SNAP and EBT,
EANF,
will tell
SNAP,
you in very
SSI.
clear language that they do not
Such
offer benefits to
limitations include a 5-year bar. Okay?
Are you going to
Requires
respond to what I'm
evidence you have
saying?
maintained an LPR status in the U.S. for 5 years before being eligible for benefits. No.
Anyways,
All
I'll
right.
repeat what I just said. Undocumented migrants do not receive SNAP. And in fact,
No. They after 5 years they get all these programs.
Are you talking about the
right?
programs that Trump is literally cutting, though? Like all these programs, Trump and the Republicans are voting to cut down.
Oh my God! There he goes.
I just like to quote. I just like to say. So I have a feeling that you either. I have a feeling that you either just made that
I
up on
can't
the
talk to
spot,
delusional
or you literally
Democrats.
asked
They just proved
ChatGPT.
it, and now you're
Because
like,
if you-
oh, he's cutting them. Cutting them doesn't mean you're not going to get them. It means you take the money out of funds you brought Peter to pay Paul.
If you
That's
go,
what it means.
if you go to the USDA website, okay, sir, can you stop speaking over me?
No, because your point was to talk to you. I
If you
just
go
proved
to
them, and
the
now you're
US
like,
Sir, Bay, if you go to the USDA federal
baby.
Sir,
I'm begging,
stop
baby.
interrupting me. If you go to the USDA federal website, which is the federal entity sir, stop interrupting me. You're scared of the truth. If you go to USDA's federal website, which is the federal agency in charge of SNAP, the USDA website will literally tell you that non-citizens are not eligible for benefits. So when you just told me that undocumented migrants are eligible for benefits, you either straight up lied or asked ChatGPT and you were lied to.
You're crazy for not even believing they get money. There's no way they could survive without a little bit of help, buddy. Here's the California Assembly Bill, 540.
I don't know if you just said like California Assembly Bill. So undocumented
California Assembly Bill, 540.
So yeah, undocumented migrants have access to some benefits in some states, like Medi-Cal.
Not federal. That's not federal.
Hold on. Hey, hold on.
Yeah, they're federal.
Dean, hold up a minute. Babe, listen, you cannot be talking over. I can't understand it. Give me a headache.
I know, but he knew they were getting benefits, and then said,
No, because you're not talking about federal benefits. You're talking about state benefits.
Oh my God.
Yeah, undocumented migrants get benefits in states like California with access to Medi-Cal, which is healthcare for undocumented migrants below certain income.
They're getting help from the government, correct?
With state-driven programs in states like my own, like Colorado, they have access to like an offshoot of EBT benefits from the state, and then in states such as Illinois, they have access to some forms of healthcare as well. There is state programs that give some benefits to undocumented migrants that I absolutely agree with. But my question was, can you name a single federal program which benefits undocumented migrants?
Who cares?
Not a single one
It's
exists.
a government. It's a government funding them. Who cares if it comes from federal or the state? It's a government funding undocumented migrants. Who gives a shit
This is
where
the
it comes from?
thing, right? Is like
That's not going to be changed given a different president in office. You're just like completely like misrepresenting that.
I want to get back to the 3 million homes by Kamala Harris promise.
Dude, I can't believe Liam's. What a good boy.
3 million homes. Parker, 3
Liam, can you
million
keep
homes,
speaking?
right?
Liam, can you keep speaking?
Parker, shut up and listen.
What a good boy. What a good boy.
So 3 million homes, right, Parker?
That's what
How
she
many
wanted.
homes
That's
were,
the goal she
How
wanted
many
to do.
homes were built? How many new homes were built under Donald Trump's first presidency, Parker?
None due to
Without
Donald Trump.
Without a promise.
None due to Donald Trump.
4 million new homes under his economy.
Not due to Donald Trump.
So listen, that's a million more than your fake promise.
Hey, Liam, what policy?
So Kamala Harris, wait a minute, I'm not done. That was the first cook.
No. What
Kamala
policy
Harris was
passed
not going to have the Senate.
Hey, Liam,
So
what
was she going
policy
to
did he pass to cause that?
What was she going to pass with no Senate? Genius.
Liam, stop pivoting. What policy did Trump pass that caused 4 million?
A thriving economy under his leadership. That's what he did.
No, not a policy.
So wait, no, you guys are right. It takes policy to make things happen, right? Like 1,000 troops at the border to secure the border at a 90% droppage of illegal immigration. 90% with no what policy?
Well, I mean, there was
Trump
policies.
Whoa!
Trump
Was
vote
that
no
a
on
pivot
border
or was that
policy?
truth?
Didn't Trump try to vote no on border policy?
By the way,
Was it back
weren't we
2019,
comparing to
2020?
weren't we comparing to like the first
Dude, you
administration?
just got dog walked with
No,
your
you didn't.
policy bullshit.
You did not
okay?
dog walk
It takes
anyone.
leadership.
Dude, if you think that you dog walk someone, you have like literally 3
Dude, I
brain
put
cells.
a leash on you right now twice, dude.
No, the only one got called a good boy
All
was
you
you,
can do
Liam.
is kick
The only
me
one got
and
called a
call
good boy
people
was you.
names, dude.
The only one that got called a good boy was you.
Also, like your buddy
Donald,
Harry
you're
that I
just
told
great.
you was a piece of shit
You
too.
got 4 million under his watch, and you're like, oh, it wasn't policy. You don't need a policy to create shit all the time.
I wanted to meet you
Yeah,
in
you
Boise
do.
yesterday. You're not coming to Boise.
Yeah, you do.
are
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. What
Yes, you
policy
do.
is from you right now that made the stock market crash?
I thought that it would be.
Tariffs.
Hey, are you guys aren't going to be in Boise tomorrow, are you?
No, hey, I thought that it'd be very valuable to say this. So when we're referencing policy, we're also referencing executive orders. And when you make
No, you're not. No, you're not, because you said policy.
So when
It was a
say
policy and executive order. Are those two different things?
An executive policy is a policy. But
So I use the term policy to refer to bills passed through Congress.
Oh, now you're pivoting because you know you got
It's-
cornered.
Now we can use
What?
executive orders for policies. Cool.
Wait, yes, it depends on the context. Absolutely. There are
Listen,
some
wait a minute,
circumstances
wait.
where we're asking for Congress, and some circumstances where we're talking about executive policy. as well.
Donald Trump
I mean, my
blocked the
definition of policy would include executive orders or bills passed through Congress.
Dude, Donald Trump blocked the Lankford bill. He blocked it. He blocked it. So that's why we have a problem at the border. You guys are buffoons. Trump showed that we're already paying our military, and we can stop the problems at the border with no extra cost to the American people. Genius. Okay.
Wrong.
Right.
Here's my thoughts on the people.
You guys are so dumb, man.
If I'm not smart,
I cannot believe you guys. Hey, Pallet has already dropped one of you guys. Who's next?
He's just gonna keep talking. So now,
who's next, Parker?
Wait,
who
did
Dean?
Pallet? I'm not signed with Pallet.
Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah. Your boyfriend, dude. Remember your guy? Remember the white knight for women's rights, Harry Sisson?
Well, I was trying to respond to your claim.
He's been what? Dropped on all platforms now?
Hey, Liam. Dude, I was trying to respond to your claims about Border Patrol. Are you going to allow me to do that?
Yeah, let's go.
Great. So you claim that Donald Trump signed an executive order into law in which put 1,000 agents on the southern border, somehow fixing an issue. I absolutely deny that. I don't think it's fixing shit. I think that it is putting a Band-Aid on a 4-inch cut. If we want to fix the issue of undocumented entry into America, we have to be willing to offer a long-term sustainable solution. And the only way to do that is to reduce the amount of time that it takes to legally migrate into this country, as that is the root cause of undocumented.
So we need to wait. You see your monologuing. We need to go. Listen, slow down.
Hey, everyone, again, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, description in the bio. Also, make sure to like the stream, everyone. Or you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everyone. I'm muted on the stream, so don't worry, everyone.
It doesn't matter.
I'm so sorry that you can't have any nuanced conversation.
Listen, dude, you guys
cares about veterans.
You guys are for an easier road for immigration, right? You want more judges. You want more border patrol. What else do you guys want?
Liam, do you care about veterans?
I'm gonna go and let Parker.
That's a major pivot, but we're on.
No, I want to know this personally, Liam. Do you care?
No,
about
I don't really. I'm not in the middle of talking. I'm in the middle of talking to. Oh my God, he ran away.
Well, I don't think that happened, Liam.
He didn't run away. He just had to go.
He just ran away from this
dude. I'm sorry. His girlfriend.
Holy shit!
Hey. His girlfriend.
Dean just ran again.
Liam, his girlfriend got home and he has to hang out with his girlfriend. I'm sorry you've never been around a woman before, but that's an obligation that he has.
He just ran away. No, dude. That's a lie. He got.
So I'm going to assume you don't care about veterans, Liam. Yeah. Do you care about veterans?
Not as much as you care about the unborn children who are being unalived in mass numbers.
So Trump has put forth policy in which debilitates the research around prosthetics, the research around cancer. It absolutely reduces. Sorry, I'm nervous now. It distracts away from being able to hire individuals who are veterans, who are trying to get into veteran-appointed jobs to help veteran services.
Really?
We have seen a mass decrease in the ability to help our veterans in this administration prior before. And there were policies in his last administration that I agreed with, but not during this administration. We deserve individuals in office who are going to support veterans. He has done nothing.
Oh, really? Really? He's against veterans.
The people that got dishonorably
according to his policy, yes.
So let's see. Wait a minute. So you guys are up here whining about illegal immigration, okay, in this country, and we have 800,000 plus people living on the streets.
Yep.
This is the Democratic
Name one Republican
bullshit
policy that reduces homelessness.
that
Name one.
Parker pushes.
Liam, name one. Name one Republican policy that reduces homelessness.
Donald Trump put a light on veterans living.
Can you name a single policy?
Again, we don't need to talk about policy.
He can't name it. He can't name a single Republican policy that decreases homelessness.
I want
policies don't fix the problems, okay?
Policies are how you change things, you fucking moron.
Really?
This is where we get funding from and how we enable individuals to
No,
help.
Parker.
Reform the Department of Veterans Affairs.
If you don't have bipartisan, if you don't have some type of camaraderie in government, you're never going to pass policy. So shut the hell up.
Yeah, that's why
Stupid
Trump didn't get an infrastructure bill. That's why Trump didn't repeal. Wait, hold up. Hold up. That's why
I'm sick of you saying policy.
Let me respond.
Because it's
That's all they have.
Okay, that's why Donald Trump didn't repeal and replace the ACA. That's why Donald Trump didn't get an infrastructure bill. That's why Donald Trump didn't build the wall. That's why Donald Trump didn't do practically anything in his first administration because they could not get people to come together to work to get policies passed.
He didn't build a wall.
His bipartisan border bill,
miles that he built?
Wait, that's refurbished.
So he didn't.
That's refurbished. He did 52% new wall. Wait, not percent. He did 52 miles new wall. The 400 miles that you're referencing refurbished. Can I respond, please? The 400 miles.
But you're lying.
The 400 miles that you're referencing refurbished. That's literally less than 23% of the border wall.
Okay, so wait a minute. The 400 miles, like you said. So you're saying that people putting in hard work and labor refurbishing is not a border wall, or what are you trying to say?
I'm saying that's not new wall, it's refurbished wall.
Dude,
can I please finish? 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 Can I please? Thank you. Let me please finish, please. Okay, can I please finish? Thank you.
Nearly 500 miles, though, by the way.
I would love to.
How long is the border?
Can I hold up? Let me please finish real quick.
You've never let anybody finish, Parker.
Oh my God. Yes. Well, you should ask my girlfriend about that. So again, in terms of, hold up, let me just talk, dude. Fuck. So, if we talk about the, where were we even at?
Stop blocking my accounts, Parker. You're a child.
I can't even speak. Jesus, what were we talking about so I can go over it? Because you just fucking
your border wall.
Sorry, I got it. So again, the border wall that you're referencing, the 400 miles that's refurbished, that's less than 23% of the border wall. If you literally were to have a double on terms of that for the next 4 years, that he does the exact same amount, you're not even gonna get 50% of the border wall refurbished, let alone new wall built. The bipartisan border bill would have built more wall than Trump built on under his entire administration. Yet Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that bill.
No. But listen, Langford himself said that the bill was not blocked because of Donald Trump being against it. No, there were Democrats as well as Republicans that did not like that bill. So don't lie.
No, No, you're lying. It was going.
You're a liar, dude.
No, I'm not. It was going.
And also, how many?
He's not going to let me say this. It was going to pass. It was going to pass. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. It was acknowledged by Mitch McConnell. It was acknowledged by Lindsey Graham. It was acknowledged by Langford. You just lied and said that Langford said otherwise than what he actually said.
How many miles of wall was built by Obama? How many miles?
He didn't want to build the wall.
And then you said 23%.
What is a wall?
How many miles were built by Obama?
He didn't want to build the wall.
Tell me more how you hate Donald Trump more.
So wait, guys, wait. Obama didn't add to the wall.
No, I love our country so much, and that's why I hate Donald Trump.
Parker,
One second, guys. There's 900 people in. Can we please tap the screen?
No,
please.
Don't. Everyone in the live, go to my YouTube. Parker, get a job.
Parker, don't be a jerk. Dude.
I'm live on YouTube. Parker, get a job, everyone.
No, dude, you like to sit on your own. You like to sit on your own panel where you can dictate, dude. You're being a
wall
jerk.
What actually does it accomplish having
You're a jackass, Parker, is what you are.
They're muting me now. Dude, that's hilarious.
Chill, Liam. I know you got big feelings.
No, dude, seriously. This guy is like,
chill, dude.
He likes to mute people and talk over him.
Okay, well, where you're not in Parker's live, we're in a different live. You're not being muted. So answer the question. What does a
I know,
wall,
and I'm impressed he's being a big boy.
What does a wall actually do to protect the American people?
What does it do? It doesn't give you an imaginary borderline is what it does. It gives you an actual point of reference where you can place a sign that says do not enter because there will be consequences.
Well, the consequences are kind of plainly stated, right?
How does it protect the American people when most crossings they build?
Oh my God, you are deranged.
So the consequences
Pillar, think of the $5 pillar.
It's pretty plainly stated if you enter a country illegally, it's to be assumed, right? So that doesn't really affect the concept of illegal immigration by creating some type of signage or some type of structure that disincentivizes them from entering the country illegally. So I don't know exactly where you're coming from.
Yes, it does. Because if you have a wall, you have a place to put cameras, okay, for visibility. Because you don't have to fly drones constantly all over nowhere, no man's land. Okay, the Trump wall, the wall that was actually designed and built has wiring in it so it can actually take electrical devices such as cameras, all kinds of stuff. It's equipped and ready to actually help, okay, the problems that are at the border, okay, gotaways, you know, children being unalived, children being harmed, so many things, okay? This is what you guys are failing to, wait. This is what you're failing to understand. Barack Obama was strong at the border too. He added to wall. Trump added to wall. Biden added jack nothing to the wall.
Policy, but it doesn't mean that it's actually helping to discourage violent individuals versus individuals who are coming here to seek asylum. When we need to make a discrepancy between
if people are not going by the legal route entering this country, they're actively wanting to break the law.
I let you fucking speak, dude. When we talk about individuals who are coming to this country to seek asylum because of policies that we've had in Mexico and had in other countries, they are deserving to be here. They come here and they work really hard. This country was built on immigration. It was built on individuals.
Nobody deserves to be here.
And yeah, no, everyone.
It's built on immigrants, not immigration.
You sound like you're under the ocean. You sound
thank
like
you for the $5. W move.
Please stop moaning and groaning. Nobody can. You just sound like muffled.
And do you know why nobody comes across the border here? Also, you don't even need a wall.
Hold on. Can we tap the screen and get the live up to 50K likes?
Yeah, there's no incentive.
I'm about to leave. I don't think this is. I mean,
hold on. We're going
to
deport you, and you're not getting any incentive or money from the government.
No, can we get the live to 50K likes?
You're about
Parker,
to make me
I
leave the live.
know why you don't bring me up anymore on your panel because
you're a raging racist.
Because you're frightened of me, dude. Is what it is.
Think they're behind like Megan Thee
frightened.
Stallion. You base no policy and all you do is attack people. Why did you ask me to shake my behind like Megan Thee Stallion, saying that Kamala Harris brings up no good people and all she does is brings up celebrities to her rallies? You're a weirdo. You're a weirdo, Liam. This is why we call you a good boy.
Who is this person talking?
Prove us wrong, buddy.
Is it appropriate that Megan Thee Stallion shakes her rear end on the political stage?
Absolutely, 100%. And Smitty's getting a fall for that. W Smitty.
And they have more art than your left pinky, Liam. That's what I was saying. I've already been up on
This
your
is
live
why
saying
you guys will never win elections again. Look at it.
Liam, we're gonna beat you in 2028. I promise you.
No, you're not. Not with this.
Dude, you're a buffoon, Parker. You haven't been right in
Liam,
decades.
there's not been
Decades?
precedent in
What are you
history
talking about, Liam?
after-
That claim you just made was wrong.
You haven't been right.
implementing tariffs-
You haven't been right since you said, "Mommy, nursey."
I don't give
Liam,
a
after implementing tariffs, not a single president has won after doing this.
Listen, I don't give a fuck what's going on in this panel. Show the host some love and get her to.
All right, I'm getting off. All right, have a good day.
Parker, wait before you go, bro. Before you go.
I'm getting off. All right, have a good day.
Before you go, bro. Before you go.
Bro. I'm not gonna just let them, be. I'm gonna kill the push of the stream. That's what I just did, chat. I was doing that to kill the push of the stream. Christian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Not being a good boy, I know, right? Not being a good boy. I know, yeah, he's horrible. The host turn off the. Let's see what their live goes.
Dude, I've been called worse.
I hope their live loses viewers, chat. I hope everyone comes to us. We're gonna go live on this account. We'll tell people to go over to the YouTube. Alrighty. Give it a second. What's up, everyone? Glad to see everyone here on what's it called? The YouTube. We're gonna be here for a little bit longer, everyone. We should be here for a bit longer. Let me see what time my girlfriend's coming back. All right. He got so mad when Parker plugged his stream because he knew it was a wrap. Yeah. That's hilarious. I'm watching the viewers dwindle. That was beautiful, Parker. Thanks for joining. It was like Christmas. Oh, of course. I'll do that every once in a while, maybe. What was that one person they were so stupid? Oh my god, it was that what was that they were like at the top of the panel. What was their name? Trinity, get the fuck out of my comment section. You've been spamming in the comments that I'm cheating on my girlfriend. You fucking weirdo. Why are you saying that? Literally spams that in the is this a burner? Yeah. Spams that in the comment section because they just want to troll. Like, bro, no one believes you. Not a single damn person believes you. Not a single person believes you. Bay, was it Bay? Or one daily? Oh yeah, something like that. That person was really fucking stupid. I wish we could debrief. I wish I could add you up too right now. If you hey, Smitty, if you join my YouTube stream and you try to join as a guest, I'll add you up. I'll add you up. Just name yourself as Smitty. And then we can talk about the debate that just happened. Just join up. Just join up. It was one credit guy. Yeah, that guy was such a fucking idiot. That guy was such a fucking idiot. Who were you just talking to? I don't even remember. I don't even remember, to be honest with you. Did their views go down? Oh, they're massively going down. NJHS, I don't see you in the queue. You have to click on the pinned comment. That should take you to a link to join as a guest on my stream. Anyone who wants to join as a guest, you have to click the pinned comment. Dude, as soon as they were like, "Oh, yo, tap the screen, make sure to show the love," they did it like 3 times. I was like, "I'm out." Liam got kicked now. I'm not surprised. Yo, you're good, Smitty. I appreciate you, Smitty. Are you done debating? I mean, I want to get some more debates. I just don't have any guest requests, you know, and I don't have the ability to get people on TikTok. If some people join up here on YouTube, that'd be great. Liam is such an idiot, dude. Like, everything that comes out of his mouth is just stupid. Why'd you want to make their live less viewers? Because they're Trump supporters. Nose, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. No one in politics seems to talk about Trump banning collective bargaining agreements for federal employees, 800,000 lost representation under unions. Yeah, that's actually crazy. Yeah. I mean, I've talked about the federal employees every once in a while, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely not talked about as much as it should be. For all the people on the TikTok stream, make sure to join the YouTube stream. Make sure to join the YouTube stream. Kat, think of it $2. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Plus, you can support me over YouTube, Super Chat, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, wait, I can't hear. Hold up. Hold up. You stay on the stage. I can't hear you. Give me 1 sec. All right, there we go. It should work now. Sure. There we are. All right, y'all. No sound, Parker? Yeah, I know. Actually, let's get Smitty up first. Yo, what's up? What's up?
Yo, hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you.
Lovely, lovely. Yeah, that was also, I should be in bed hours ago. It's midnight in New York. And I mean, I just stay up to watch you, and you inspire me to do lives myself. So anytime I can hop in, hopped into Liam's, him being like, "Who is this?" And he obviously remembers the Megan Thee Stallion comment. He made the exact same comment. What a ridiculous man. He needs to be put on a watch list.
Seriously. It is crazy. I just don't understand how he can actually continue to have that thought process and just not realize that he's insane. Like, it's been like this for like a year and a half now.
The amount of people also that are like, "Yeah, I've talked to you before," and don't realize how ridiculous they are that they stand in the same basis. That you've already cooked them on the same topic. Y'all come up and try the same thing. It'll work this time, right?
Yeah, seriously. You've been up on one of his lives before?
Yeah, I went up on Liam's. Didn't last long. I got muted and kicked like they always complain about.
Yeah, it's really funny because I definitely mute and kick a lot less than they do.
Oh, well, here's the thing, though. For my live, if anyone wants to see that, I constantly mute. I crash out, respectively, as they need to be, especially at 8
Hey,
o'clock in the morning for
totally
neighborhood,
based.
super based. The for me, what's funny, they call you a grifter as soon as you left. Like you were talking about the likes, that just shows your humanity, dog. They were like, I don't care what's being said, just get the likes up to 50K. I also had to leave. I'm not even gonna. I'd rather hear what you're saying to 2,000 people rather than hear what the heck they have to say to 500 to their what they like to call my echo chamber to 12 people in the morning, and the ratio of likes to theirs is abhorrent. 50K likes in the morning for me versus their 2K is obvious. The amount of people that's in an echo chamber for them.
Seriously. Hey, and well, if you wanna plug your TikTok, go for it right now.
Yes, it is Smitty Nige, SMITTYNIJ. I go live Saturday through Monday. Same kind of reasoning and basis as Parker. We also have some a lot of great Palestinians and journalists from Gaza as well that also try to come up as well. But especially like I think you popped in once because I used your background, and a lot of a lot of us followers were like, "Hey, yo, yeah, you
yes.
remember now?" I was like, everyone was like, "Yo, is that the?" You had Evil Parker in there as well. Everyone was like swarming in. It was great. But it's like I said, inspired. We have like a constant supporter now community. It's been super great. You are a great launch pad. Again, I felt like an unk getting in here. I'm only 1 year older than you, Parker. What in the heck?
No, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Well, make sure to message me. This is my it's like the burner account I followed you on.
The burner of all burners, dog. Don't
It
worry.
is literally the burner of all burners. Like this is the account I made originally to like join people's lives, like undercover, so people didn't recognize who I was, so I could
As you
just debate
should.
people without recognition. You know.
Most def. But I make a lot of great points, I feel like, as well, along the basis of, I mean, Jaden surprises me. I'm also a voice actor and an actor, so the amount of policy he knows, I'm getting caught up on that. But just as like in the DEI, you know, I'm just like, wait, but what about this? You had one great point about there was this one random caller, and I try to get them up on my lives the next day. I screenshot their account and then invite them up into my lives because I got to have a piece. When they asked about they said about the one household voters. Well, I wondered about the mom and the dad. What about if they have a daughter, an 18-year-old daughter that's at the house? Where does her vote go?
Mm-hmm.
Just thought about things like that.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for having me,
Hope to
Parker.
see you in the future. Well, maybe
Sure
we'll have
shall.
some debates together in the future.
Absolutely, W's. Yeah, I'll
Absolutely.
get in the TikTok and in the YouTube so people can.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Parker.
Of course. Appreciate
I'm
you coming
going to
up.
sleep. Thank you.
Got you. Definitely get some sleep. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you, Troy? All right. Tyler, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, Parker. I was on the live though with you. Wait, don't kick me yet.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I was in live with that. Listen to you and Dean. I was AKA Trace. I was the one talking about the border policy, and then they muted me and then kicked me off the live just as I was trying to counter them when I was talking about Trump voting against the border policy that was in 2019. And he literally used it as a political pedestal to run for in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I don't know how you guys are able to put up with this every day. Like debating people, I couldn't do it. Like eventually, I would lose my mind just from the amount of stupidity that I would have to listen to from the other side on the Republicans. And absolutely, 2028, we are going to kick the MAGA's asses. Let's go, baby.
Way better. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Tyler. Appreciate you.
Much love, Parker. Much love, Parker, to you and Dean both.
Much love. All right, let's get another person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You should go home and cry a little bit.
What'd you say? What, Hannah? Okay. All right. AUD, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Check that out for years and that's all gone. No, they didn't. That's crazy. That's so sad to hear. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Aaliyah? Limit, think of the hand heart. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Goss, you there? Hello?
Yo, I love you, Parker. Make a gaming channel, bro.
I appreciate you. I might at some point. I did do stuff like that on Twitch, but I mean, I don't know if people would even want to watch me game, so. I've been playing The Last of Us recently with my girlfriend. That's been fun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, it's not working.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Kath, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump? And I did
We
not say that,
talked.
Kath.
We talked earlier. I was the kind of pro-lifer.
The kind of pro-lifer. What do you have to
Yeah.
talk about now?
I just wanted to continue our conversation if that was okay.
For sure. Did I get banned? Is that why?
Yeah, you got no, actually I left because I had to go back to work.
Oh, I remember that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So kind of been thinking, give me 1 second, sorry. So you said like federally, like it should be allowed, obviously. And while I agree with that, I would say it should only be for like rape victims.
Wait, say that one more time. Sorry, I think it cut out at the end.
Give me 1 second. This is
And for the people in the chat, yes, this is real. Go over to my YouTube, everyone. I'm literally live right now. You can see me live. And Connor, thank the $5.
So I was just basically sick. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we were talking about how like federally, if it was like a right, then more rape victims would be able to get abortions because at a state level, it would be fine. Or it's not fine. Or they're not able to get one. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm walking right now.
So like what have you thought about in terms of that?
In terms of that, I would say, okay, that's fine. But I would say federally, we should only allow it for grape and life of the mother.
Yeah, but you could say that, but like I'm in terms of like which policy is better.
Well, Kamala, I think is that how you say her name? I don't want to miss.
Yeah, it's Kamala.
She wants to make it legal for everyone, which I don't
No, she
personally
doesn't.
agree with.
They still want to deport people who are in the country committing violent crimes or who have committed violent crimes.
What? That's not what we're talking about. We were talking about abortion.
I thought you were talking about immigration. I'm so sorry, I got confused. I thought you
No,
changed the topic.
No, you're totally fine. No, I was saying
Restate the claim. Sorry, I'm
okay.
so sorry.
No, you're totally fine. So earlier when we were talking, I said that I liked Trump just because of entire abortion thing, giving it back to the states. And you said something about how it negatively affects rape victims now. Because more so because it is up to the states and they cannot get abortions.
Yes.
And you asked if I would agree that federally it is better for rape victims. So now I'm telling you, I do agree. However, I still think that it should be rape and life of the mother only. Because I think one is actually murder and one is self-defense in a way.
I'm disputing that, but I'm just saying like, which policy is better? Is it from Kamala Harris or for Donald Trump, given that those are the concerns? And then also for the people in chat, I was focusing on responding to my girlfriend. I apologize.
I see now that maybe Kamala's would have been better, but I think that Kamala's would have given abortion rights to everybody.
Yeah, that's how it was prior. So like I'm asking you, what it was prior, is that better or worse than rape victims in certain states having a restricted access to abortion?
Better. But I wouldn't.
Okay, well then obviously you'd say that Kamala Harris is a preferable position on abortion. So if Kamala Harris is a preferable position on abortion comparative to Donald Trump, then abortion wouldn't be a reason why you'd vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
I just think, like I said this earlier, like if you have a problem with what's happening in your state as far as like policies that they put in or votes that they put out, you need to go out there and be the change. I think that's the most democratic thing you can do, or democracy thing that you can do is do that.
It's not more democracy. If you wanted more democracy, you'd leave it up to the person, not to the state governments. And Gina, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Gina. Can we get some W's for Gina in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Gina.
but more people are voting on it. The people are voting on it.
Okay. I don't see how that makes it more democratic.
Well, do
It'd
you
be more
think that?
democratic to leave it up to the person, right?
Do you think? Well, murder is illegal. That was.
Do you want murder to be left up to the states?
No.
Okay, if you think abortion is murder, then why would you want it to be left up to the states?
Well, because I am, again, I'm kind of pro-life. For as far as like murder
Do you think
goes, I
do
would
you think it should
say
be legal then? Do you think abortion should be legal?
for rape victims
Or
and
in elective circumstances, like if I got my girlfriend pregnant, right? Should she be able to get access to an abortion in the first trimester?
no,
Why not?
because she knew the risks and she got stuck with the risk, and
So
that's unfortunate. But it's murder.
why do you consider the zygote or the embryo valuable?
Because it's a life begins at conception. It's a human life, or a viable human life.
It's not viable.
It becomes one.
It will in the future. So are you saying you value it once it's viable?
I value it at any stage. It's still a life.
Someone said I'm so deep on debate talk. This came on my For You page. That's wild. Sorry, restate what you just said.
It's not viable then, but it's still a life. It's still going to become a human.
Okay. So then do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, and I'm so glad you brought this up because I actually do really like watching you, by the way. But you have this and you say this. However, someone who is brain dead does not have electrical activity in
They
their
actually
brain.
don't. In plenty of instances, brain dead individuals do have electrical activity. And also prior to the point in which there's electrical activity for an embryo, are you saying then abortion's okay? Because then you are saying it's okay at some points in the first trimester.
So I also looked this up as well. So as far as when most women typically find out they are pregnant, it is between the 4 and 12 week mark. At 6 weeks, the fetus has electrical brain activity.
I mean, well, if you're going to talk electrical brain activity, just literally means that there's a neuron firing, not that there's a subjective experience or anything. That's just, again, in brain dead individuals, there's neurons firing. Okay, so that doesn't mean that they have a subjective experience. 1, 2. Again, you're saying that abortion prior to 6 weeks is okay?
No, but I'm saying your
Okay, well,
argument
then what's your argument?
about someone who is brain dead. No, it's not murder because they don't have electrical activity as seen
Okay,
on an
well then
EEG.
Then it's not murder, right, to get an abortion prior to 6 weeks because there's no EEG readings. And they do have EEG readings for brain dead individuals.
But also, I Google it.
Yeah, I have. There are EEG readings for people who are
but it's
brain
not.
dead.
Is it most of them?
No. Okay, well then that's the same thing's true at 6 weeks.
Okay, but a brain dead person has no chance at life anymore. A
They
baby
are cellular
does.
life. They do have a chance at cellular life. They don't have a chance at sentient life anymore. And that's the distinction.
You cut out, sorry. But as far as like sentient life goes, babies are sentient, or fetuses, sorry. I don't know at what week they are.
So at 20 to 24 weeks, then sentience begins.
They can still feel pain though, right? Before that mark?
No, because there's no experience of pain prior to this subjective experience.
All I'm saying is that like a fetus is going to become a life if it's healthy, like obviously, but it's going to become a life. A brain dead person no longer, usually most of the time, does not have a chance to become normal again.
Okay. So you mean like have a subjective experience. So if you want to look at like a sperm cell on track to lead to fertilization, say 0.1 second prior to conception, are you saying that it's morally valuable?
A sperm?
Yeah.
No.
The set of scenarios has the life of the sperm, right? It also has a future subjective experience, right? Because it is the case that once the egg and the sperm fertilize, right, it will be on the same track as a zygote.
But I don't know the number, but in a single ejaculation, I'm sure there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
I'm talking the specific sperm that is about to fertilize the egg. Like if we talked about like you, right? The sperm that led to the fertilization, right? That led to your existence. Right? That's what I'm talking about. 0.1 second prior to you were conceived. Right? Would it be murder to kill a fucking sperm cell or to prevent that set of circumstances from occurring, given that it would have naturally occurred otherwise?
No.
Okay. So then obviously, again, you don't consider it valuable just because there's cellular life and a future subjective experience. So obviously you would consider the fetus valuable once it has subjective experience because that's what you value. It's not based upon cellular life with a future subjective experience.
It's not based on cellular life because, I mean, animals are also a cellular life, but they have consciousness. They
Wait,
feel
what has consciousness?
animals?
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. We're also animals. What are you saying?
I'm just saying that like a sperm cell is not, it's not a human being. I mean, we kill flies.
Okay. Then here's your I'm not saying that like all cellular life is valuable there because you make a distinction between human life and cell and like other types of life, like plant life. I'm understanding that distinction because that same distinction exists for me. I'm not a vegan, right? But I understand that it is the case that there's human plus like subjective experience. Like I understand that because humans are a part of a species in which meet a particular threshold of rationality. That's the only way you could rationalize it in terms of the distinction and value that you place. But in terms of the cellular life, I was saying that because there's the human species, human sperm, that's about to lead to the life. Like it's on track. If you were to leave it to its natural occurrences, it would lead to subjective experience in the future because we're talking about the sperm cell that led to your existence. So at least in a philosophical sense, right, or a logical set of circumstances, like what's possible, you are saying some sperm have moral value. Gorilla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Or some sperm on track to that have moral.
No, because it's not considered a life. Again, life begins at conception.
But Gorilla, thank you for the $10. I understand, but sperm is also living.
It is living, but also bacteria is, and I don't value bacteria.
I understand because you're saying it's not a part of the human species. Yeah, but like I also say that the human sperm is a part of the human species, and it also has a future subjective experience.
But
the
a fetus
does not have a future subjective experience.
A fetus
That's
is
what
more
you
of
were
a
saying.
yeah. A fetus is more of a human than a sperm is.
You could say that. That doesn't change this to be true. Like they're still a part of the human species.
Right, but the actual zygote, okay, is
Wait,
going
actually,
to be a
why?
human life.
Wait, why? Why is a fetus more of a human than a sperm cell?
Because it obviously, like, as it grows, it turns into a actual human being. A sperm on its own does not. A sperm needs an egg in order to turn into a human.
zygote on its own does not either. It requires the pregnant individual's nutrients.
It does.
Okay, so then by itself, you can't use this by itself argument because then the same thing also runs against your position.
How does it do that? That's how
Because a
pregnancy
zygote by
happens.
itself does not lead to a person. If you leave a zygote on in a petri dish by itself, it's not gonna turn into a person.
But it becomes one. It becomes one
No, it
due to
won't.
the fact that you're in a womb.
Oh, but I'm just giving it. I'm giving it. That's again it requiring something else.
It does, but
Oh, same thing with the sperm cell.
But a sperm is not a life.
It is cellularly alive. That is true.
It is cellular alive.
Yes.
But it
So
is
it's not
not
living, but it is living. You just contradicted yourself.
But it is not a human life.
It's a part of the human species and it's living.
So life begins at sperm, you would say.
So when we're talking about individual people, right, the cellular life for that person as it relates to the DNA of that individual begins at that particular point. But we don't classify different people based upon just DNA because there are some individuals on the planet that have the same DNA because they're identical twins. Some identical twins have the same DNA, not identical twins have the same DNA, right? Given that that's true, right, we would agree that there are two different people there. But under your view, you'd say there's one person. So personhood is based upon a subjective experience, a unique subjective experience. It's not based upon, right, DNA. Do you understand my point there? DNA is good at identifying like some typical things, but not principally what a human being is or what a person is.
I understand what you're saying. However, what
a person is half an egg and half a sperm, or a full egg and a full sperm, okay? Right? But that DNA is mixed together. Someone is not just sperm. Someone is not just an egg. They have to meet in order to become that particular strand of DNA. So twins on a physical level are the same person.
Oh God, you did not just say that. You did not
They
just say
look.
twins are the same person. Oh,
I
Jesus
said on a
Christ.
physical level.
What does that even fucking mean on a physical level? That
Like
they're the same
identical
person.
twins, they look the same.
That does
They
not mean
have
they're the same person.
no, it's not. But they have the same DNA.
Okay. And
So again, my point is a sperm is not a human. It becomes a human with the
you're
help of
saying
an
it's not.
egg.
You're saying it's not a person, and I agree, it's
Yes.
not a person.
Okay. So I don't
But like,
understand what the point is here.
oh my God.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but like you said, what's valuable is that there's cellular life and a future subjective experience. I gave you a scenario where there's cellular life and a future subjective experience.
Millions of sperm die each day. I'm not crying about them.
Exactly my point. You don't give a fuck about sperm in any circumstance. So you don't care about cellular life with a future subjective experience. Because there's a set of natural occurrences that have cellular life and a future subjective experience. In the context of the sperm that's about to fertilize the egg.
Okay, then if we want to go this route, then I would say let's all do IVF. Like I don't understand this point that you're making. Like
I don't see how IVF gets away from what I'm saying. IVF actually kills more zygotes under your view. IVF under your worldview is immoral.
No, it's not. No.
The reason why it's immoral is because it kills a bunch of zygotes and embryos.
How does it do that?
Because they discard a bunch of the embryos. They don't use all the embryos.
Right, because not all of them are viable.
So you don't care about them until they're viable.
Right. Are they able to be attached healthily?
So then if you care about it once it's viable, then obviously you'd care about it at 22 to 26 weeks when it's viable.
No, like I mean when it's the healthiest. Bless you.
What do you mean?
Are you okay?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Okay. So when you, from my understanding of IVF, they do fertilize a bunch of eggs, right? They pick the one that is the healthiest and most likely to survive when implanted. I call that viability.
And they
in some
discard
sense.
the other ones. The other embryos are human lives. And when they discard it, they're killing those human lives.
Because they aren't going to survive regardless.
So you're saying you need to do things in order to make them survive.
How IVF works is they pick a bunch of random sperms and hope that one is going to be healthy enough.
No, a bunch of embryos.
And
yeah, but like embryos are people to you. Life begins at conception. That's already been conceived. So they're people to you. So not only do you believe that people should be able to be thrown in freezers, because you believe that we should be able to freeze embryos. You can throw babies in freezers, and that's totally fun. That's not abuse or neglect, under your view.
Again, when you go to the doctor and you do IVF, they're choosing the one that is going to survive.
Are you okay with putting babies in freezers?
No.
Are you okay with freezing babies? Okay, well then, if you don't agree that an embryo is a baby, then you don't think it's a person.
A zygote or an embryo?
An embryo.
An embryo is not an egg? No, that's not a human.
Dude, you don't know you think an embryo is an egg?
Is an embryo and a zygote the same thing?
No. Embryo is actually further in stage of development after a zygote. And Sid, this is me. This is me. I'll actually make you a mod on this account. It's my like random fucking account.
Okay. When do they put embryos in freezers?
Because all my other accounts are banned, Sid. So I was telling people to go to my YouTube. When they put embryos in freezers, they freeze embryos all the time.
When?
to like keep them in a manner in which we can use them in the future?
Oh,
Do you
but
think that
no,
should
I
be?
don't
Do you
agree
think?
with that.
Oh, so you think it should be illegal to freeze embryos?
Yeah, why? What are we using them for?
Because there's some people that in the future they might not be fertile, so they're trying to like save their embryos so that they can have kids in the future.
I thought that was eggs. Am I? I might be. Sorry, I might be dumb on this. I think I am dumb. You don't have to say it, but I thought women would freeze their eggs, not embryos.
You can freeze embryos.
Oh, I didn't know that. Then yeah, I disagree with that.
So you think it should be illegal to freeze embryos?
Yeah, because why are you freezing like a bunch of babies?
Should they go to prison for abuse?
No.
The places that
I'm just saying
literally
it shouldn't be illegal. I'm just saying it shouldn't be allowed in the first place.
that means it should be illegal.
I mean, I'm trying to think of something that you can't do
Oh, and
that's
here,
not technically illegal.
While you think of that, people on TikTok, this is me. You can go check me out on YouTube. That's why I have live on YouTube there. All my accounts are banned. This account doesn't have guest request access. Like literally every single one of my other accounts is banned. So do go to Parker Get a Job on YouTube and you can watch the live stream. We have we're debating there. Go ahead.
I mean, like, you're okay. And people shouldn't go to prison for it. I mean, but you shouldn't like have the option anyways. Like I can't.
That means it should be illegal. So what should be the punishment for doing it?
Nothing. It just
nothing. Then it's not illegal.
Okay. Let me. I'm trying to think of something you're not allowed to do that's like not illegal. Like
Sean, think of the
it
5 Canadian.
shouldn't be offered in the first place. Does that make sense? Like it shouldn't be an option.
How do you limit people from offering it within a capitalist economy? You have to make it illegal. Because if you don't make it illegal, then the capitalist market will provide it.
Just stop offering it.
Oh my god, what a weirdo. Someone literally just tried to join in with their fucking like literally private shit out and I saw it. That's so fucking weird, dude.
Oh my
That's
gosh,
so
I'm so
fucking weird.
sorry.
No, it's them. I'm thank God I'm on this and I can fucking see that shit before so that no one else in the chat to see that. But what a fucking weirdo, dude.
I'm so sorry. 5 days in jail, 1 day in jail. There you go. We'll say that.
5 days in jail?
Sure.
1 day in jail? Okay, well then why wouldn't companies just have people risk 5 days or 1 day and get paid? People would totally get paid to go to prison for a day or 5.
I mean,
Haley, think of the $10. Thank you so much. So then people would still be able to get access to it if they can pay for it.
A ticket. I don't know.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to speed, but you just get a ticket for it.
Yeah, but no one's gonna profit off of you speeding in that kind of manner, like in this type of way. In this type of way, people would profit off of freezing embryos because people want to maintain embryos so they can have children in the future. So that's still going to be provided.
I just didn't know that people freeze embryos. I thought it was just eggs. So you've taught me something new, I guess.
And then also you're against IUDs because not only do they prevent fertilization, but they also can prevent implantation, which prevents a fertilized egg after conception from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing the human life at conception.
So I am not against any kind of birth control, like whatsoever.
Okay,
and I understand
well, then you don't think zygotes are people.
Okay, fine. Then is that called goalpost moving? Can I?
You are moving the goalpost, right? If you hold to the same position. If you don't hold to the same position, you just change your mind. I wouldn't consider that moving the goalpost.
I will. Okay, up until 6 weeks. Can we say 6 weeks? I think that abortion should be allowed. After that, though, then no.
Why 6 weeks?
Because there's neurons.
Why are neurons valuable? You run into the same issue with brain dead individuals. They have neuron firing.
Most don't, but I would consider taking
So
someone
brain
off
dead
life
individuals that
support.
have neurons firing, it's murder to pull the plug on them.
Yes, but on ones that don't, it is not murder.
Okay, so then you think doctors are committing mass systemic murder?
If there's a chance that this person will live, then yeah, you should be able to.
Shoot, but you think of the $5. No, they're not gonna continue to live within the context of sentience.
With someone who has neurons? You just
Yeah,
said you said it earlier.
That's not enough to produce a subjective experience. It requires many of the different aspects of the brain, right, that are like complex, like the prefrontal cortex, the thalamocortical connections, and the cerebral cortex. Those don't exist at 6 weeks. So I feel like you're gonna be in my position very soon, right? You're just not there quite yet. Because it sounds like you're running towards sentience. There's really no reason to value just the neurons firing. Right?
Okay, I am. Yes, it is about sentience, but it's about the future of sentience, if that makes sense. So, like a brain dead person
But you don't
is.
wait, no, but my point is that you don't just value the future alone. You value the future once there's a past or a present established.
No, I value the fact that they are going to be sentient, that they are going to have a life.
Alone, or given that there's a future, given that there's a past or present established.
In the context of it being attached to the mother?
No, I'm talking about the individual, right? Given that they have a past or present established in terms of the subjective experience, then we would consider the future valuable. Otherwise, right, we wouldn't just consider the future valuable alone because you're just talking about the potentiality. And like, for example, if I were to pull out that reduces the potentiality of a subjective experience existing, is that wrong? No, because it's not just the potential subjective experience alone. It's the potential subjective experience, given that it is the case that there is already a past or a present like established. Does it make sense? And Joe, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
Sure.
What doesn't make sense specifically?
Oh, you talk so fast. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Whatever you didn't get, I can repeat.
So, what I think you're saying. What do you mean by past and present? Sorry.
Past or present? Okay, so like my past, the fact that I had past experiences,
Mm-hmm.
and I have present experiences.
Right. Okay. So you.
It doesn't mean memory. It means experience. I can have an experience without remembering it.
A brain dead person, again, is more than likely not going to be able to have a future anymore.
No. A brain dead individual will never have a future subjective experience.
Okay. So
if there's a potential, they're still valuable because they're in a coma.
Yes. I think people who are in a coma are valuable.
But again, that's because they have a past established, a past subjective experience. So there's past and future.
But a fetus is not going to have a past. Their only past is being conceived.
Yeah, you will value it as a past as soon as subjective experience is established because it'll be past or present. It'll meet the past or present and the future because the future is there. They will have the future and they meet the past or present. So given that they meet this conjunction, which means both traits, the past or present and future. Does it make sense? You have to have both of those traits to get valuable.
I think I still personally think that a fetus is more valuable to life than a brain dead person. They have already lived a life, even if they're, young.
What about a brain dead baby?
A brain dead baby will more than likely not be able to live a life.
Okay. So if they're able to stay cellular life on a medical device, would you keep them alive?
No.
Or would you no, you wouldn't? Okay, so then they never live their life.
Right, because they were brain dead.
So then why is it not wrong to pull the plug?
Again, they're not going to have a future.
So it's about the future, I understand, right?
Mhm.
But we have to have a past or a present established in order for it to make sense.
Okay.
Like we're going to value them in tandem.
Hmm.
I wouldn't just value past alone because someone who's dead has had it in the past alone, right? They don't have a future. But
Mhm.
right, given that they have past or present and future, then I would consider it valuable. If they just have a future, right? Like you could then consider like consentful actions, like you have to engage in those. You can't revoke your consent, which
Mhm.
then like reduces down because like you're talking about just future. So there has to be something else that you're using as value other than just future, because then you're going to get absurd conclusions.
They're going to have a life experience. They're going to have a past, present, and future, which I think everyone is entitled to.
A life experience. Okay. So
Yes.
if that's past or present. So
Yes.
you
So
I think you agree with me.
I think a baby, a fetus, I shouldn't call it a baby, but I think a fetus is entitled to a past, present, and future. I think they are.
I think you don't understand what I'm saying. That would be just a future. What I'm saying is that they have to have these qualities in order to be considered morally valuable. And I think that you agree with that too, because I don't think that you consider it valuable until it has life experiences, right?
I consider it valuable because it is going to experience life.
Okay. No, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So do you think it's murder for people to have an IUD?
No, but that's just because I believe in birth control.
So you
That's why I
can't
said
have
I'm kind of.
So then you can't have your standard of 6 weeks. You can't have your standard of thinking it's okay to use IUDs if it is the case that you consider it valuable because there is a life and a future subjective experience, because that's true at conception.
I did change it to 6 weeks. So an IUD will make sure that you do not get it. Prevents implantation.
Yeah.
Or it prevents conception.
Okay, so if you're saying it's 6 weeks, well, then it doesn't make sense to do 6 weeks because you just said it was based upon life, cellular life. That's true at conception.
Yeah, but like if you have something that's preventing or preventing getting pregnant, I think that's fine.
I'm not referencing that. I'm referencing specifically like the getting abortions later on.
So my point about it being 6 weeks is fine because before that I don't consider it.
But 6 weeks, there's not a life experience.
It's going to have one.
Same thing at conception.
Yeah, but if we're speaking in the context of an IUD and it prevents implantation or it prevents
I'm not talking about an IUD right now.
Okay.
Your standard is that, right, it's based upon, in the future there will be a subjective experience. That's true for a zygote. You don't consider the zygote valuable because you said that IUDs are okay. Does that make sense?
I consider it valuable at 6 weeks.
Okay, but that's not what basis are you using that for? What standards do they have to meet in order to be considered valuable? Joe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is more maybe a purity culture thing. I just don't personally think.
You agree with purity culture?
No, how do I say this? In the context of someone who's having intercourse, I think you should understand the risk you're taking, and the only way to 100% prevent having or being pregnant is by abstaining.
Not true, because you can get raped.
And that's why I have said, in the instance of rape, abortion should be allowed.
I understand, but like the person you voted for led to certain states people not having that right.
Stop making me agree with you. I don't like it.
I know what I'm saying is really hard for you to take into account. I get it. But like I'm telling you, Kamala Harris's position is better. And Hannah, the way that you're going to explain it is my position. My position is it makes sense. And I know you see that it makes sense. That's why you say 6 weeks. You're just too scared to say later on. Is there some other is it like Christianity or something holding you back? Or is there some other commitments you have holding you back?
I don't want to speak on Christianity because I am probably the worst Christian in the world, and I believe in a lot of different things than
Hold
most
on,
people.
Donald Trump exists. Don't worry.
Okay, I'm a little better than Donald Trump, but I
At least you agree that he's a bad. Do you think Kamala Harris is a better Christian than Donald Trump?
is she a Christian?
Yes.
Sure, in the context of the things said in the Bible, yes, but I
Okay.
don't
Well,
base
then maybe you should.
someone's
Well, then you should base it on the Bible. Then, if you're Christian, right?
and no, because you can still certainly be a Christian and commit murder, and I've seen you use Bible verses, so I don't want to get into that, and I've also never read the Bible. I know, again, I'm a terrible Christian, but it you could still murder people and be a bad Christian,
So
but
if
you're
you
still a
if you
Christian.
don't want to use Christianity, well, then it sounds like you agree with my position. And if you want to view it in the context of some religious or spiritual sense, well, then it is the case that you could just view it as like it doesn't have a soul until sentience.
I
Like
think
why do you
everything
care about just the body, not the soul?
I do care about the soul, and I think you get a soul when you are conceived.
Madeline, thank you for $10. Thank you so much. Well, then you vowed at conception, right?
Yes.
You don't agree with that intuitively. I know intuitively you disagree with that position.
I think all things have a soul.
Okay, well, you don't value just souls then.
I think all things that are like a living, breathing, have a brain and lungs and stuff has a soul. Like a dog has a soul. Dogs don't abort their puppies.
So do dogs go to heaven?
Of course they do.
Dogs also sniff each other's asses. Okay, why are we using dogs as the standard, dude? Dogs eat their own shit. What are you talking about?
Well, yes, but but animals don't abort. They don't abort anything.
Okay, but we're animals. We do abort.
Yes, but why are we held to a different standard than a regular animal? I think animals are more.
Do you hold yourself to the same standard as a dog? You hold yourself to the same standard as a chicken? What are you talking about? You hold yourself to the same standard as a lion?
I think
What the hell are you talking about?
animals are more pure than us and better than us.
Oh, I don't even know what you mean. There are plenty of animals, by the way, that do eat their babies. I just want to clarify. Okay, I don't. Also, like again, if you want to base it on nature, again, dogs sniff each other's asses. Are you saying you should do that?
No, but that's how they communicate. That's their language.
Yeah, so that's how we should do it.
If we did not have the capability to develop a language and had a sniffer like a dog, then yeah. If we were Stop! Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm sorry. We're talking. That's diabolical. That is diabolical, Hannah.
Do you not agree if we weren't as
I'm
smart?
sorry. I just want to let you know, if I clipped that, people would be like, "She is unhinged. She's crazy."
No,
I'm
but
serious.
like,
If I clip that, it will get 1 million views. Gorilla, thank you
I'm
for
sure
$5. I'm
I'm
serious.
sure
It will get
would.
1 million
Please,
views.
please don't. But if we did not have the ability to communicate and had a sniffer like a dog and we're more like dogs, then yes, that would probably be the way we communicate
Okay,
and
but
get to know
listen,
other people.
just because something is natural doesn't mean we should do it that way, right? There are plenty of things that are natural that you disagree with.
Like what?
It is literally natural for people to die of diseases.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing. That's why we have vaccines, to save people from nature.
See, okay.
You think houses are natural? Do you think phones are natural? No. Plenty of unnatural things that we think is totally fine.
I don't agree with anything. I honestly think that humans should go extinct for the most part, but
Okay, now I'm going to clip that, Hannah. I'm going to clip that. You are pro-life, but you think most humans should go extinct?
well,
Can
I
you make
hate
that
most
make sense,
people.
Hannah?
I hate most people, but
oh my God.
I don't think abortion is natural. I think we
Hannah,
should be the most natural we can be.
you think most humans should not exist, but you are pro-life and want to save more humans. You should be totally fucking okay. You should be telling people to abort those fuckers.
Because abortion isn't natural. I think if we had let
You know what's also not natural? You on your phone right now. You talking
I
to me.
know, and I don't like phones. I wish I could be Amish.
Then get off the phone. Throw the phone away. Put it in water right now. No one wants to hear you again. Go put it in the water.
It won't do anything. It's an iPhone. But
iPhones are not waterproof completely. They're water resistant.
But I think we should be as natural as possible.
Then get off the phone.
Okay. I don't
Hannah,
know.
I'm seriously, that's the conclusion of what you're saying. You don't actually believe that. I know you don't believe that. We should be as natural as possible. Don't take vaccines. We should be as natural as possible. Don't go to the doctor. Don't go to the dentist. Don't brush your teeth. Don't shower. Do you think they shower in nature? Do you think dogs shower?
Societally, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Only if we get them to do it. They don't shower in the same type of way that we do. Come on.
Societally, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Society doesn't exist for other types of natural beings. You think they live in civilization? You want to go back to whatever's most natural. You're not going to be in civilization, I tell you.
Animals have a hierarchy, though.
They do not have civilization.
No, but they have a hierarchy.
So? A hierarchy of what?
Well, like,
nothing that we'd want. We want more than what other animals have, right? You want more than just living outside and sleeping on the fucking grass, okay? That's why we have beds. That's why we have iPhones. That's why we have civilization and society. And these are great things, okay? We love these things. Hannah, you love those things. That's why you're on the phone right now.
Yeah, I don't.
That's why you're not going to turn off the phone. That's why you're not going to get rid of it. That's why you're going to continue to live with society. And this idea and this mantra that you think most humans should exist is ridiculous. You don't believe that. That's why you engage with civilization. That's why you're even talking to me in the first place.
Well, I do fully agree the Earth would be in a much better place if we would all just go away.
How? In what context?
The environment, climate change.
Okay, the environment could be better off, sure. But that doesn't mean overall, like, everything is better off. There is not even, like, the context of morality in which the way we see it now without human beings. There is not purpose in the same way that we view it now without human beings. I don't even know how you could say it could be better without civilization or without human beings, because there isn't even something to reference that would be better or more morally better, like in any way.
When humans weren't around, there were only the diseases that affected animals, and that's just the way that nature goes. There weren't wars. There wasn't pollution. There wasn't
Yes, there was. There just wasn't pollution by humans.
Yeah,
do you think there weren't mass extinction events? There were 7 mass extinction events.
And that was
You
the natural
don't
occurrence.
think that there were bad environmental conditions? There were absolutely. Remember what happened to the dinosaurs? Bad environmental conditions after that. Lots of change in the climate that's negative towards the how Earth is okay. I just want to let you know, the Earth, regardless of human beings, is going to survive. The issue with climate change and the environment is better in relation to humans existing, or in relation to something existing.
Right, and we're ruining the Earth. The Earth would be in a much better spot if humans did not exist.
For other species? Why are you valuing other species more than humans?
Because
you don't do that. Are you vegan?
Are you gonna make fun of me?
No.
I've been trying to be.
That's a great thing.
Okay.
I would never make fun of someone for trying to be vegan.
Okay.
I think people's views on like making fun of vegans is crazy, right? If someone wants to be vegan, good for them.
Here's how I view the world. When I don't want to. I love my friends, obviously, but I prefer my dog's company more than a human's because a dog is the purest form of love. You argue with people, you experience heartbreak, you
I'm sorry,
experience all of this stuff.
Hannah, would you rather save a dog's life or a human's life?
You're not gonna like my answer.
Hannah, me or a dog?
Well, it's not because I dislike you, but a dog.
Hannah, you are like one of the most insane people I've ever talked to. If you wouldn't value me as much as a dog, why should I even engage with? That's actually like disrespectful, low key.
I'm
Like,
sorry.
I'm sorry, Hannah. You're talking to me right now. I'm a person. I'm
You
I'm a
are,
person.
you are, but
How can you say that you value a dog more than me, dude? That's fucking crazy.
I guess you're right. I don't know. I don't like people that much. I
I
don't.
get that you don't like people that much, and I get that you have a lot of hatred for people, and I totally understand that. But like, if you genuinely think about it, I know that you don't think that. I know that you genuinely value me more than a dog. If you were in a burning building, you're telling me if I was fucking passed out, you'd rather save a dog than me that's passed out?
Is it what kind of dog is it? Is it a rat dog or is it
I can't even do this, dude. It's just
I'm
like,
sorry.
the
Okay.
fact that you'd even ask that question, Hannah. Every single time, I just want to let you know, if it was either a dog or you as a human being, I would save you as a human being. Even though
Okay.
you're the craziest views I've ever heard, I would rather save you over a dog.
Okay.
Any fucking day of the week,
Okay.
any point in history, the fact that you'd say otherwise is actually diabolical.
Okay. All right.
And
All right.
Tom,
Fine.
thank you for the
Fine.
$10.
Fine.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I think I would
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
save you.
Actually, Tam, seriously, yeah. Veganism does not commit you to that. Even Joe, thank you for the $5.
I think I would save
And good
you,
for
I
good for you
guess,
for being vegan. That's great to hear.
if I really I'm trying. It's really fucking hard and I don't think I'll be able to do it.
It is very hard.
It-
And it's something that probably I would want to do in the future, but I have a hard time with as well. And I think that most people would do better if they wanted to in the future, you know? Hannah,
I
thank you
think
for the $10. But yeah, it is very fucking difficult. I
it's
understand.
it's hard, especially for women, because we do need that extra iron, but I'm trying to figure out ways to
I think you can get iron from plants. I mean, the reason why it's difficult for me would be like the types of foods that I'm accustomed to, right? And the types of eating issues that I have, appetite issues. I already have issues with appetite and eating different types of foods that are not, what's the word I'm thinking of? Variety, eating variety. I have lots of issues with that. So it'd be very hard for me to switch over. Like most of my diet right now is meat and dairy. Practically all of my diet, right? That's what I've become accustomed to. It's really hard for me to eat things outside of that. So it's something I do actually want to move off of, probably moving towards the future. Like,
I think
but like,
I
it's
think
definitely not something that like I have been able to like accomplish.
I think vegetarian might be for me more
Yeah.
so.
Oh yeah,
But
like definitely ethically for me, as I stand more with. I don't think anyone's technically like we're using vegan in a very colloquial sense. I don't think anyone's technically vegan, right? In the typical way that I would define it, because there's some unnecessary suffering of animals that comes from eating plant food anywhere above the necessary level of caloric intake.
Yeah.
But I generally think it's good to like reduce the harm onto like animals, especially direct harm, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm not going to advocate for harming animals or anything like that. Like I definitely have like an intuition against those things now.
Okay.
I definitely do.
So if you don't mind,
And
I do
Lola,
have
I'm not sure, Lola.
I do have more on why I voted, but I also want to tell you I do live in a blue state, so my vote didn't matter that much. But um I have a couple more reasons why I did it if you want to hear them, but I'm not that educated on them.
You're talking about veganism?
No, I'm
Or
talking
vegan?
about like the other reasons why I voted for Trump rather than abortion.
Oh, and for the person that, sorry, I want to respond. I read the thing in the chat. I just didn't even hear what you say. For the person who said that in the chat, it's about minimizing it as like as much as you possibly can. If it's about as much as you possibly can, well, then it would be that you eat the necessary level of caloric intake. And if it means like if they're saying like sensibly as much as you like can, well, then I mean I don't even know how I wouldn't be considered vegan then. Even though because I'm like actively like I would be like I want to not do this, but like it's not really possible given like how my diet is. I don't know. There's questions I have with that, but like generally, I'm I think most people have intuitions against that, right? That like killing animals is okay in most senses, or like
Yeah.
especially factory farming. Like I have a huge intuition against factory farming.
Mhm.
But yeah, go for it. You were saying?
So one of my main gripes with the sorry, I'm turning on my car. Main gripes with the Biden and Harris information was, I guess it wasn't open borders. That was just a word that people like to use, but the influx of undocumented immigrants. Now, I've heard you say that they're not, they don't commit a lot of crime, but I have a question about that. How is that measured? Because there's not a lot of them comparative to Americans.
I'm really not understanding your point.
So,
Like, are you saying that you want to reduce immigration or undocumented immigration?
well, what I'm saying is like I don't quite understand how we're measuring the amount of crime that they do because there's not a lot of them. So they couldn't commit a lot of crime because there's not a lot of them comparatively
Oh, we're talking per capita.
per capita. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
multiple
that makes
times
sense.
lower rates of crime per capita.
I just don't believe in undocumented immigration, and that's why I voted
Yeah,
for him.
let's make it legal.
Let's make it easier for people.
Oh, yeah, that's not what Republicans are advocating for. Donald Trump also literally deported people who were under legal immigration status, according to the Biden-Harris administration. Haitian migrants that were here legally, Ukrainian refugees here legally.
How are they here legally?
They were under legal authorization to be here.
Okay. Did they commit any crimes?
Nope.
Okay. Then yeah, I disagree with that. And then what was the other thing? Oh, Israel and Palestine. I don't believe in war, like period. I don't see I thought Israel had been there since the dawn of time, basically. How is that also Palestine's land?
What? Israel and Palestine are two separate countries. Do you agree?
I thought it was a state within Israel.
Well, like for example, the West Bank is under like occupation, right? Illegal occupation and apartheid.
Okay.
So like Israel is controlling the area within certain respects. But like it is the case that like we wouldn't consider it still Israel in a certain sense.
Okay.
Also, like Trump's advocating to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, right, and give them no right to return. Like he means to like remove them from the country to Egypt and Jordan and whatnot, and to never allow them to return, and to turn it into Trump Gaza because he sees it as real estate development. And I don't think you view the Palestinian people like that. I would hope you don't view the Palestinian people like that.
No. I think both of them have a right to be there. I just don't quite understand what the fight is about. Does that make sense?
Israel's committing war crimes in Gaza, right? Because
I know that.
That was in response. They claim October 7th, but this is all in response to the apartheid that exists within the West Bank, right? And the colonization that Israel's engaged in to take over that region, right? So these are responses to the colonial power of Israel, right?
Okay.
And its actions in like stealing Palestinians' land and taking it from them.
Okay.
Joe, thank you for the $5.
Wasn't Bernie and Kamala more so Kamala, sorry. Weren't they more so for Israel as well though?
You mean Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bernie is pro-Palestinian, but Biden and Kamala Harris are both pro-Israel. Yes, so is Donald Trump. Donald Trump is more pro-Israel than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, though. So that view for me is based on harm reduction. I do not like the Democratic view.
Okay.
At all. I don't like it.
Okay. But
that's why I prefer people like Bernie and AOC in the Democratic Party who take a pro-Palestinian approach. Or O'Connor, who takes a pro-Palestinian approach.
Okay. What isn't what Trump's trying to do with Gaza trying to rebuild it for the people?
No, he says no right to return for Palestinians.
Did he
Also,
really?
I'll let you ask a
Okay.
few more questions, then I do have to actually get off. My girlfriend just got home.
Oh, you're totally fine. Okay. Okay. That all makes sense, honestly. I don't think there's anything. Do you have any questions for me?
Not anymore for tonight, no. All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. Appreciate the conversation. Hopefully you
I might
question your
be a
views more.
Democrat. I don't know. We'll see.
Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon.
Have a
Appreciate
good
you.
night.
You as well. W Hannah for admitting that. That's amazing. That's amazing to hear. Everyone in the live right now, I'd really appreciate if you like the stream. I'm about to get off right now. If you have any last questions, make sure to ask me real quick. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and YouTube Super Chat. The best ways to ask me real quick. About to get off though, everyone. About to get off though. So make sure to like the stream before I get off. I want to get to 2,500 at least, everyone. 2,500 likes. I would really appreciate that. Seriously. I'd appreciate that so much, everyone. You just like the stream real quick. Seriously. Just a portion of y'all. Just a portion of y'all, everyone. Did you see Bernie at Coachella? I did see that, yes. All right, everyone. If there's no more questions, everyone, I will get off, y'all. Yeah, make sure to like the stream as well, everyone. It helps send it out to more people. As always, like especially after the streams. So I love y'all so much, everyone. Have a fantastic night. Like the stream. Let's get to 2,500. I love y'all. Have a great night, everyone. I will see y'all tomorrow.